Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Tangle healing quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This story is about a green-haired boy who faced many challenges in his small life. It begins with his mother and father, Inko Midoryia and Hitoshi Midoryia. They fell in love once they both graduated from high school. Inko went to school to become a nurse and Hitoshi never truthfully said what he did. Inko believed he wanted to become an accountant, having to leave Japan to work in the USA. Inko received money from him, causing her to not have to work as he made more money than was needed. However, before Hitoshi left, the two conceived a child. Hitoshi decided to leave the country even knowing a child was on the way. Inko was saddened but decided it was for the best. Though, her feelings for the man began to falter. The child was born in July. Inko named the child Izuku, who was a boy. Raising the boy was hard as a single parent. Luckily, her good friend Mitsuki Bakugo was happy to help. Already having a male child in April, they both agreed to have the two kids play together when Mitsuki was over. After that, life was good. Izuku was a sweet adorable boy with fluffy curly green hair. Mitsuki's child, Katsuki, loved being with Izuku, protecting him from the littlest of things. They played every single day growing up, though that changed when they both turned 4. Izuku wasn't showing any signs of a quirk. The only thing that made Inko question it was seeing Izuku's hair grow insanely long. The green hair reached down to his hips. Izuku always seemed to have loved it. Inko tried a few times to cut it, but every time Izuku would cry, and if she was successful, the hair would turn to a dark brown. A few strands of hair were brown, but that was masked behind all the green curls. Because of that, Inko went to the doctors asking about the hair. The doctors said it was just unbalanced genes in the hair. Besides, Izuku loved the hair. Katsuki learned from Inko how to brush hair and how to braid it. Every time they saw each other, Katsuki would braid it. Eventually, Katsuki's quirk appeared. Explosion. Katsuki's personality changed as well. He would act rude and very arrogant. Luckily, Katsuki still treated Izuku very kindly. They still bonded over heroes. Izuku absolutely adored heroes. He would spend hours talking about them. Once Izuku turned 4, Inko and Izuku went to the quirk doctors. Izuku was hoping he had a quirk related to his long hair, which was now down to his knees. In the end, the doctor announced Izuku had a quirk. Healing hair. The doctor explained the quirk can heal others. Though, they didn't know what caused the quirk to occur. They tried using the hair on a few bruises Izuku got from playing, but nothing happened. Inko decided to leave. For now, they would come back once they figured out how to trigger the healing abilities. Izuku didn't lose hope. Right when he got home, he called Katsuki. Katsuki and Mitsuki came over to celebrate the quirk news. The two boys spent a while trying to figure out how to use the quirk. After many failed attempts, they figured it out. Izuku needed to sing a song for the quirk to activate. They figured it out when they grew tired and began to watch a few hero-themed movies. One of them was a musical. Not caring who heard him, he sang the opening song. Little did he know, everyone around him gasped. Izuku's already long hair lit up to a bright neon green. A bruise Katsuki had was healed in a matter of seconds. Izuku was oblivious to it as his eyes were closed for most of the song. Once the song was over, Izuku opened his eyes and looked around at his family's faces. Before he could say something, his mom rushed to hug him, saying, "Your quirk. I saw it work." Izuku smiled so large that everyone almost had to look away. Katsuki quickly assessed the quirk and said the healing abilities must occur when he sings. And with that, Izuku began to sing as many songs as he could find. He went to the bathroom once and saw his hair glow when he sang. It was amazing. Izuku and Katsuki began to experiment. They found out different songs will have different effects. Some songs healed an injury very fast, while others took longer. Plus, Izuku's hair started to grow longer. Now that he was using his quirk more often, his hair grew past his knees. Katsuki would always complain every time he came to Izuku's house and saw the boy's hair. The hair was getting too long. Though, Katsuki likes to braid it. Inko signed Izuku up for music lessons. Izuku insisted on learning how to play a whole bunch of instruments. And with that, at a young age, he started learning. For his birthday, Inko had gotten him his very own keyboard piano. On his 5th birthday, Mitsuki gifted him a songbook. Looking through the lists, Izuku found this one song called Healing Incantation. He tried it out and quickly realized its power. Every time he sang that song, his hair grew brighter and healed faster. As well, he figured out his quirk makes people younger. One day, Izuku and Katsuki were playing in a park. A random little boy fell and tripped, cutting his knee. Izuku was quick to heal the knee, singing the song and wrapping his hair around it. The boy gasped, pulling Izuku along with him. Katsuki followed behind, trying to stop Izuku. However, he didn't listen. The boy brought Izuku, and Katsuki, to a hospital which was a street away from the park. Bringing Izuku to a room, the boy pulled him to a bed. The boy explained the person in the bed was his mom who was very sick. Izuku sympathized. If that was his own mom he would have healed her. Katsuki told him not to and to leave. Izuku went over to the bed and jumped up. Unbraiding his hair, he wrapped some of the strands around the woman's arms, face and upper body. Singing the song, he closed his eyes. He heard voices and gasps. After the song was completed, he opened his eyes. Eyes widening, he saw the women that he was healing, sitting up and looking younger. In the end, Izuku's and Katsuki's parents were called. Inko and Mitsuki came into the room surprised to see a woman and a boy hugging Izuku. Katsuki came over to the parents and explained what happened. There were a few nurses and doctors with very confused faces. They assessed the situation and figured out Izuku had the ability to heal others and to make people younger. The staff at the hospital promised they would keep it a secret, knowing if villains heard that information, Izuku would be hunted. Inko made Izuku promise he would never use that side of the quirk again, saying, "It breaks the law of order and people need to age properly." Izuku never used that side. In a long time. Though, he was very tempted when his own mother grew sick. The doctors couldn't figure out what she had, only saying Inko's life was cut short. Izuku wasn't allowed to come into the room because of Inko's request. She said to Mitsuki, who was able to come in, that if Izuku was to see her, he will try to heal her, and that it pains Inko to see Izuku's face of sadness. Sadly, Izuku was never able to see his mother for a long time. Izuku was home when he got a call from the hospital. They gave him the news. "I'm sorry Midoriya, your mom didn't make it." Izuku didn't know what numbness felt until then. Everything in his life crumbled around him. The one person he loved so dear was gone. And he didn't get to see her in her final moments. He watched the clock click by, staring at the door, hoping for his mom to come back. Maybe it was a joke? He should have been there. He could have healed her. But his mom didn't let him. She made him make that promise. Mitsuki and Katsuki hadn't seen Izuku in a few days. Leaving the 5-year-old alone at the house. They probably forgot or something. Probably too distracted by losing Inko. Izuku hadn't eaten or taken care of himself in a while. Eventually, after 20 hours of nothingness, Izuku decided to call someone. Not Katsuki. Or Matsuki. No. His dad. His mom allowed Izuku to call or at least talk to his dad once a year. He never understood why, but he respected his mom's wishes. Now that she is gone, he can talk with him. Dialing the number, Izuku's heart thumped in his chest. After a few rings, he heard his dad say hello. At that voice, Izuku broke down, crying his little heart out. His dad asked what was wrong and Izuku slowly explained what happened to his mom. His dad talked with Izuku for hours, comforting him. Eventually, the conversation switched to Izuku talking about quirks. Dad asked what his quirk was and Izuku explained his quirk and his abilities, not realizing what his father was thinking. After saying his hair was the source, Dad said he will be coming over to Japan to see the quirk in action and to see him. Izuku, who was very excited, agreed. Hanging up the phone, Izuku ran around the house cleaning up and himself eating and preparing his piano to be played for his dad. Only 2 hours later, there was a knock at the door. Gasping, he ran to the door and opened it. His dad was there with absolutely nothing. He smiled and hugged the boy, brushing his hand against Izuku's long hair. His hair was now midway at his shins. Izuku was oblivious to the fact that his father took only 2 hours to get to his house from America. Izuku rushed into the house, forgetting about his mom, and went to the living room. He had his piano set up near the couch so Dad could relax. Dad asked him to see the quirk in action, pulling up his sleeve which had a jagged scar. Smiling, he told him to sit down on the couch. Izuku sat on the piano's bench and hit a few keys. Once he knew it was okay to play, he grabbed his hair and wrapped it around his dad's arm, covering the scar. Telling his dad not to panic, Izuku sat down and began to play the song. Closing his eyes, he recited the song. On the other side, his dad was grinning wildly. He didn't give a crap that Inko had died, he lost feelings for her years ago. He enjoyed talking to Izuku and hated how Inko refused Izuku to talk to him more. Glad Izuku called him, he was happy to comfort the young child. But the best part was when Izuku said what his quirk was. Truly, he doesn't live in America. Rather Japan. All for One, his villain name, continues to correct his villainous empire, wanting it to be perfect or at least moldable for a successor. He found a young boy who had murdered his family. All for One brought him in, taking care of him. choosing him to be his successor. That was a few years ago. When he left the Midoriya household all those years ago, it was close to when he found Tenko Shimura. After talking with Izuku, he told his comrades that he will be gone for a few days, not telling the reason for his departure. He had a feeling something good was going to come from this. And right he was. All for one stared at Izuku, whose hair was now glowing a bright neon. Looking down at his arm, saw the hair glow in waves. Watching his son play the piano made him think of a few ideas. What once was mine, Izuku sang, finishing the song. Look at your arm. It should be healed. Izuku said, now standing. Unraveling his curly long hair from his dad's arm. Dad didn't say anything, staring at his arm. Izuku frowned at no response. He sat beside Dad, looking up at his face. Dad? He pulled away from his hair, touching where the scar once was. It worked. See? Dad? That scar was 5 years old, All for One whispered. Huh? Can you say that again? Izuku asked, leaning in. Looking at his dad, he tilted his head. Hey, Izuku? How would you like to come with me? I have a surprise for you. All for One asked, not taking his eyes off his healed arm. Oh my gosh. I would love to. Let's go now. Izuku jumped up from the couch, grabbing his dad's hand. Pulling on them, he whined when he didn't budge. Dad? Yes? His dad looked up, his red eyes piercing Izuku's eyes. You okay? Oh. Yes, I am fine. Let's go, Izuku, my son. We have no time to lose. He stood up, grinning. Yay! Izuku ran around in circles. He skidded to a stop, he whipped around. He frowned when he saw his dad staring at his hair. Dad? He looked up. Let's go, Izuku. Don't bring anything with you. No shoes, no money. Just yourself. Okay. Where are we going? Izuku asked, playing with his hair. It's a surprise. His dad winked. Come on, go to the door. I want to get something first. Izuku smiled and nodded. His hair swayed behind him while he left the living room. The death of his mom was forgotten. Behind, All for One smirked. Here we go. Looking around the room, his smirk turned to a grin. Goodbye, hell. Pressing down on a few keys, he listened and recalled the memory of Izuku's song. He won't be using this anymore. Dad. Izuku whined from the other room. Come on. I'm coming, son. All for One came into the foyer, grinning at Izuku, who was taking his shoes off. Look. My shoes are off, just like you asked. Can we go? I'm super excited for your surprise. I can see that, son. Let's go. All for One announced, opening the front door for Izuku. Can you close your eyes for me? Yep. Let go of your hair, Izu. Sorry. Okay, I want you to count to 10. Can you do that, for me? All for One asked. Yep. Fantastic. Please start. All for One said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SS7. Yawn, 8. Nini. Dad? Izuku asked, feeling very sleepy. What's going on? He yawned once more, wanting to sleep. Izuku, one more number. You can do it. Izuku felt himself fall into the world of nightmares and dreams. Good boy, All for One praised, grabbing Izuku before he fell. Holding him, bridal style, he called upon a quirk. A teleportation quirk. Let's go home. All for One activated the quirk, a grayish portal opened up. Smirking, he closed the door and walked into the portal. On the other side of the portal, All for One appeared inside a lush green forest. Closing the portal, he looked at the young boy in his arms. His hair was touching the dirt. Don't get your precious hair dirty. All for One said, grabbing Izuku's hair and tucking it into Izuku's arm and hip. You might be wondering, why isn't All for One stealing Izuku's quirk? Well, it's simple. The man loves his son very much. It pained him that he couldn't talk with Izuku. If he took his quirk away, Izuku would have no reason to stay with him. Or at least, All for One won't have a good reason to keep him. Having Izuku with him, he will be able to stay with Izuku for the rest of his eternal life and take care of him. Also, if he had the quirk, he wasn't sure if he could heal himself. He didn't want to gamble it. Let's get our new home set up, he said, raising a hand into the air. Thinking of an image, All for One activated his quirk. A house or the start of one slowly began to appear into existence. He watched as the ideal house appeared in front of him, in the middle of nowhere. Perfect. He smirked. Once the house was done, he stopped the quirk. Now, one last thing. Your memories. He tightens his hold on Izuku. The silence of the woods made it all feel more complete. Placing a hand on Izuku's forehead, he activated a memory-altering quirk. Now, my perfect son will be mine. His perfect quirk and perfect personality. He will only know how horrible the world is. And that he needs to stay in the cabin and will never leave. I will be there for him. And he will be there for me. He will only remember me, not his mother or friends. Only me. He will forget what society really is. He will only remember the good times he had with me in the cabin. It will be perfect. Completing the altering, he grinned. Let's go in and continue our life together, Izuku. Today's the day where I do the exact same thing I did yesterday. Izuku cheered, jumping out of his bed. Izuku is a 15-year-old boy who lives with his dad in Japan in a cottage that seems to be in the middle of nowhere. The cottage is rather simple. Only 2 levels, a basement and a top floor. Izuku's bedroom and dad's room are on the top level with a kitchen, music room, bathroom, living room and foyer. The basement is off limits. But Izuku guesses the basement is his dad's office. Izuku spends his days in the house, never leaving. His dad forbids it, saying it's very dangerous and people would want his quirk. Dad also says anyone can take a quirk and Izuku has a very strong one. If he encounters anyone other than his dad, they will try to take it. His dad said he would never take it, saying he loves him. Which makes sense because his mother abused him and didn't love him. Dad said she was hit by a car and died when he was only. Izuku had always felt depressed thinking about her, but his dad said she deserved it after what she did to him. Anyway, Izuku got up, making sure his hair wasn't caught on anything. His hair was so long. Like 70 feet long. It doesn't help that his hair is rather curly and gets knotted. Luckily, when his dad comes home, he helps him undo the knots. Oh! Speaking of hair, Izuku's quirk is his healing hair. If he sings healing incantation and someone brushes or is wrapped with it, it heals them. Sometimes his dad comes home from work and is injured. Izuku always feels valuable when he heals his father from the biggest of injuries to the littlest. The healing process is rather simple. He sits down with an instrument and sings a special song. His dad either wraps his hair around the injury or just brushes it. Izuku doesn't understand why his dad brushes his hair. He isn't injured when he does it. Maybe he just likes to listen to him sing? Yeah, that's it. His dad loves him very much. Every time he comes home from work, he spends his time with him. Though, sometimes he goes to the basement and stays there for hours. But that rarely happens. Also, his dad comes home through the front door. Always. Except for a few times. One of those times was when he was practicing the harp in the living room. He was only 10 years old, he was 100% focused and didn't notice a gray silvery goop appear in the middle of the room. It made Izuku scream. His dad appeared falling to the ground. With only one glance, Izuku fell to the ground, quickly wrapping his hair around his dad who was bleeding. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. He didn't know what he was doing. He was acting off of instinct. Wrapping his hair around anything that looked like it was bleeding. His dad wasn't talking, his face looked wrecked. Izuku didn't bother to bring the harp closer. He grabbed his dad's hand and sang with tears dripping down his face. He closed his eyes, praying his dad would be okay. After he finished the song, he broke down, sobbing until he heard his dad cough. Izuku quickly opened his eyes and hugged his dad with only one glance. They hugged each other for hours, talking only a bit. His dad didn't want to let go, neither did Izuku. Izuku asked what happened after a bit. His dad said a work injury. After that moment, Izuku took his job to heal his dad, the #1 priority in his life. Izuku sighed, looking around his room. It's a small bedroom. He rarely spends his time in his room, he'd rather spend it with his dad or do activities. Plus, his dad always tells him to stay outside his room for some reason. He does it because of love. The room has his bed, which is twin-sized, a closet and a dresser. The floor is wood and the wall is white wallpaper. And his favorite part of his room is the window. The window can be opened and there is a ledge. Izuku can sit on the ledge and look outside. He loves opening the window and feeling the breeze and hearing the animals. Izuku smiles, going to the window. Opening the latches, he pushes the panes open. Sighing when he felt a crisp breeze. He sits on the ledge, looking around outside. The view resides of forestry. There is nothing but forest. Though, he could see a path that his dad takes when he goes to work. The path was dirt, clear of trees. Izuku looked around the trees, hoping to see a bird or squirrel. Or even a deer. He waited for a bit, sighing when he saw nothing appear. He got off the ledge and shut the window. And walked over to the door. Opening the door, he left the door open, allowing his hair to follow behind. He knocked on his dad's bedroom door, seeing if he was there or not. The bedrooms were beside each other. After a few knocks, he frowned when he didn't hear anything. Guess he went to work. Izuku continued down the hall, going to the kitchen. The hall opened to a kitchen that led to a living room and the foyer. The kitchen was basic according to his dad. It had an island with bar stools around it. And had a fridge, dishwasher, sink, cupboards and an oven. In that order. The washing machine and dryer were in a closet near the fridge. He smiled when he saw a plate of steamed rice and a bowl of miso soup on the island. A note was beside the food that was made by his dad. Picking up the note, he noticed how the food was still steaming. His dad must have left not that long ago. His dad always left notes when he left the cottage. If he was in the basement, he wouldn't have left one. The note said, "Good morning, Izuku. I have some work to do in town. I'll be back around if you can do some chores. That would be amazing. There is some breakfast in the kitchen, please eat all of it. You're too skinny. Also, you may want to make some lunch for yourself when the time comes. I love you so much, Izuku. Have a good day. Dad." Izuku giggles, it is true. He is rather skinny. Izuku tucked the note in his pants pocket. He kept all his dad's notes under his bed in a box. Opening up a drawer, he grabs chopsticks and a spoon. Sitting on a bar stool, he pulls the dishes closer to him. Picking up the spoon, he scoops some miso soup and puts it in his mouth. He ate his breakfast slowly, knowing his day is going to be rather slow. After he was done, he picked up the dishes and placed them inside the sink to be cleaned when he did the dishes. He smiled when he saw his dad's number 1 dad mug in the sink that had a few drops of coffee inside. He made that all by himself when his dad brought home tools to make mugs. Izuku sighed, chores time. Super fun, eh. He never enjoyed doing it, but it makes his dad very happy. And he will do anything to make him happy. Going to the kitchen closet which had the washing machine and dryer. Plus all the cleaning products. Izuku looked at all the tools. There you are. Izuku grabbed the broom and dustpan. The closet did not have a vacuum. His dad talked about them saying they're loud and might sk up all his hair. Izuku was frightened of it and was glad his dad never got one. Instead, he has a broom. Also, the house has no carpets. All the floor is hardwood. It makes sweeping easier. Taking the tool with him, he began sweeping the kitchen, then the living room. The living room is very simple. It has a couch, tables and bookcases. Izuku swept the room, moving the couch to get underneath. He made sure his hair didn't get caught on anything, which was fairly challenging. But with years of practice, it has gotten easier. Izuku moved to the foyer. It had the main door and a closet with his dad's coats. A shoe rack with only his dad's shoes. He doesn't have any shoes or coats as he doesn't go outside. The door to the basement is there as well. Right beside the closet. Izuku sometimes would think rebellious and try to go down. He has only ever opened the door which showed darkness and a staircase. Izuku was so scared to anger his dad, he slammed the door. He only did those types of things when he was home alone. He swept through the foyer, sweeping up excess dirt. After that room, he walked through the house to the hall. Cleaning the hall up, he swept the music room and his own room. Afterwards, he glanced at his dad's room. Should I? Izuku asked. He shook his head. He shouldn't. It's his dad's privacy. Izuku left the broom and dustpan on the wall. He walked back to his room and changed into a new set of clothes. The clothes were pants and a t-shirt which was yellow and black. His clothes were unique. Because of his hair, he cannot take his shirt off over his head. His shirts have a zipper in the back where he can zip them down and take them off. Izuku changed into the clothes, throwing his dirty clothes in the hamper. Traveling back to the cleaning closet, he dropped off the broom and he picked up the polish and wax, which were a container and a yellow cloth. Starting off in the kitchen, he went down on his knees and began to use the products. He made sure to move his hair off the newly cleaned areas. Izuku moved room to room, groaning when his hair got a bit messy. After cleaning the floors, he walked to the bathroom which was beside the music room. Shoot, I forgot to sweep in here, too late now. Izuku walked inside and started a bath. He grabbed all his hair and washed it free from the cleaning products. Once it was done, which took way too long, he sat down on the toilet seat. Izuku waited a bit, around 30 minutes for the products to dry. In the meantime, he looked at himself in the mirror. He began to sing a song his dad would sing to him when he was younger. He watched his hair glow neon. His hair was a bit damp so the color wasn't as bright. Any song he sings causes his quirk to activate. He guesses healing incantation is stronger. After singing for a bit, Izuku walked back out. Before stepping out, he touched the floor. Okay, dryer. Izuku walked back to the closet, picking up a mop. He did the same thing, cleaning every room, even more, careful in making sure his hair didn't get dirty. Placing the polish, wax and mop back into the closet. He saw his dad's clothes on the washer. Bringing the pile to the floor, he started sorting. He then opened the door and stuffed the clothes into it. I'll do my own clothes tomorrow. Picking up the fluids, he poured them into the correct slots and pressed the start button. Izuku sat back on the floor, watching the clothes swoosh around. It's going to be a bit. Maybe I should start dusting. Izuku thought, sitting back up. He grabbed the dustpan and mini brush. Izuku started off in the kitchen, dusting the hanging lights, countertops, you name it. Once that room was done, he moved to the next one. He stopped when he heard the washer beep. He placed the items on the floor of the hall and walked to the closet. Taking out the clothes, he opened the dryer and stuffed them inside. Changing the paper thingy. What are they called? I don't know. Izuku closed the door and turned the dryer on. Izuku was about to go to the living room but stopped himself. Dishes, he groaned. He traveled to the kitchen, picking up a cloth and poured some dish soap onto it. Looking at the sink, he mentally cheered when he saw only a small pile of dishes. Picking up a few pots that were very messy, he opened up the dishwasher and placed them in the correct slots. He moved on to the cups, plates, and bowls. He used the cloth to clean some of the excess dirt and placed them into the dishwasher. Afterwards, he grabbed the utensils and tossed them into the holder. Drying his hands, Izuku yawned, walking back to the living room to rest. Gosh, I'm tired. Izuku says, rubbing his eyes as he flopped back on the couch. Looking at the clock, he groaned. It's only 11? I started at 10.Gs. Standing back up, he walked over to the bookcase. Looking at the books he could read. The bookcase was filled to the brim with books. And he had read every single one. Picking out one that was about a cat and a mouse, he sat back down on the couch. Opening the book to the first page, he started reading. The time flew by after he started reading. Once he flipped to the last page and finished the book, he glanced back up at the clock. Hey! It's 1. Dad will be home soon. Izuku closed the book, standing back up to put them back into the bookcase. After he did that, he walked through the living room and the kitchen. Entering the hall, he traveled to the music room. The music room had all his instruments, ranging from a harp to a drum set. His dad got every single one for no reason. He said he got them just because he loved him. And to educate him. Izuku smiled, walking inside the room. He sat down in front of the grand piano. Izuku believed the music room was the biggest room on the top level. Which confused him. Why did he get such a big room to practice music? Izuku shook his head. His dad loves him, that's it. Izuku sighed when he realized he just sat down and needed to stand up to grab the music sheets. Standing back up, he walked over to a bookcase. It had boxes that had music sheets and practice songs. The boxes were organized into sections that had different instrument labels. Izuku pulled out the piano box. Looking through the box, he pulled out a practice sheet. Grabbing it, he pushed the box back to where it was. Going to the grand piano, he placed the sheet on the stand. Cracking his knuckles, he pressed down on a few keys. Izuku went through the practice sheet. His dad had him play certain songs and present them in front of him. Dad would mark him depending on how well he played the instrument. Izuku sighed when he finished the sheet. Looking at the door that was open, he frowned. Maybe I should brush my hair in case I need to heal Dad. Izuku sat up, grabbing the sheet. Putting the paper in the right box, he left the room. Izuku went to the bathroom and picked out a brush. Leaving the room, careful to not trip on his hair, he sat back down on the living room couch. Bunching up his hair, he pulled it. He winced when he felt his hair get caught on a few corners. After a few minutes of pulling, he mentally cheered when he saw the last of his green hair flow around the corner. Once he got the last of it, he pilled the hair in a semi-pile. Taking the brush in his hand once again, he started brushing his hair at the ends. He went through his hair, making sure the hair was brushed 100%. Which took a long time. After what seemed to be forever, he finished. Izuku tossed the hairbrush to the side. He was very tired now. Looking up at a clock, he smiled. Finally. Dad should be home at any moment. Somewhere else. Hitoshi Shinso glared at the hologram that showed his UA Hero Course exam results. I'm sorry, but you have not made it into the Hero Course. However, you did dash. Hitoshi stopped listening to All Might after that. He knew it. His quirk did cheat to the robots. He only got a few points. He could have used his quirk and brainwashed someone to use their quirk and destroy the robots for him. Sadly, he didn't think about that at the moment. He thought of it when he left the arena. God, I'm so FING stupid. Hitoshi buried his face into his hands. He tried so hard to get into the hero course. His parents were so proud of him for wanting to be a hero. He wanted to make them proud and prove to everyone he doesn't have a villain quirk. Sadly, it was never meant to be. He did okay in the written exam but failed in the practical. Maybe he really had a villain quirk. Hitoshi flinched when he heard his mom call him for an early dinner. Coming. He left his room, throwing out the exam results in the garbage. Walking into the kitchen, he forced a smile. Hey Mom and Dad. Hey, son. His dad smiled. So, what is the news? What news? Hitoshi asked, sitting down at the table. UA of course. Did you get in? His mom asked, passing out the food to his dad and him. No, Hitoshi mumbled. His parents gasped, "Oh, I am so sorry, Hitoshi. Was that for the hero course or general studies?" Mom asked, trying to be optimistic. I failed in the hero course exam. I'm not sure about general studies," Hitoshi said, rubbing the back of his neck. "What did the results say about the general studies?" His dad asked who started eating. "I haven't looked at them yet," Hitoshi said. Maybe he got into UA, that would be great. However, he wanted to be in the hero course, not general studies. It's not the same. Well, you should, Mom said. Yeah, I will. After dinner, he told his mom he will be going to the forest and go on a hike before he looked at his results. His mom was a bit hesitant, saying he should see it first. Hitoshi said he wanted to get some air and think about his future. He didn't want to look at the results and see that he failed general studies as well. Grabbing his shoes and changing into hiking gear, he left the house. Walking along the sidewalk, he looked down. Damn it. Hitoshi changed his course once he saw the forest come into view. God. I'm so tired. Hitoshi entered the forest and began to hike down the trail thinking about his future. His effed up future. Izuku was sitting on the warm sofa in the living room with a book in hand. Playing with the corner of the page, he read the text in a focused mindset. It was just around the time his dad would be home. His hair ran throughout the house, mostly bunched up where he sat. When he heard a few sounds at the door, he shot up. Dad. Izuku dashed off the couch and booked it to the foyer. He began to sway side to side waiting for Dad to walk inside the house. Dad was making some clicks and knocks behind the door like he always did. The door slowly opened up and in came Dad, who wore a black suit with 3 plastic bags of food hanging from his forearms. Hello, Dad. Dad smiled warmly. Hey Izu, how are you? I'm good. Super excited you are home now. You? Izuku asked, following his dad. The man was taking off his shoes with one hand and the bags in the other. I'm glad to hear that, Dad said, walking into the living room and kitchen. He stepped over Izuku's hair when it crossed his path. I see that you cleaned the house beautifully. Izuku giggled. Yeah, I did. Dad and Izuku arrived inside the kitchen, one dropped off the groceries and the other sat down on a stool. Did anything else? Dad asked, putting the carrots inside the fridge. Izuku rested his head on his hand. Not really. The usual. Dad chuckled. Seems fun. Izuku laughed. It sorta was. Dad closed up the cupboards and the fridge. He threw the bags inside the garbage and turned to face his son. I need to brush your hair now. Dad said, get an instrument of your choice, I'll be in the living room. Are you hurt? Izuku asked as he got off the stool. No, I just want to brush your hair. Oh, okay. Izuku went off walking to the music room. Dad always tended to act strictly after a hard day at work. He comes home and asks to brush Izuku's hair rather quickly. It used to bug Izuku that Dad didn't want to play with him right after a day of not being with him. After a while of seeing Dad in that mood, Izuku learned to adapt to it. Izuku realized how relaxing and nice it was to have his hair brushed by Dad. Izuku grabbed a guitar from the string instrument rack and left to go to the living room. He sat down on the little chair Dad set up for this very purpose. The chair was directly in front of the sofa. Dad was sitting on the sofa behind the little chair with a brush in hand. Izuku smiled and sat in front of his dad on the little chair. Ready? Dad asked, bringing the brush up to Izuku's green puffy hair. Ready. Izuku beamed, resting the guitar in his lap and strumming the strings. Izuku hummed a song, strumming the intro of the song. Dad began to brush the top of the hair and slowly bring it down to the different parts of Izuku's hair. Flower. Izuku sang the song. Closing his eyes, he played the song and sang, loving the feeling of a brush flowing through his hair. Dad grew silent, focusing on the task at hand. His hair glowed a bright neon green. What once was mine. Izuku finished the song off, smiling brightly. He pulled the guitar away from his chest and turned his head around to see his dad. Dad had placed the brush on the couch and wrapped his arms around Izuku. Izuku giggled and sat the guitar on the little chair when he was pulled off it. He was pulled into the arms of Dad, who sat him down on his lap. His back facing Dad's chest. Thank you, Izu, I feel much better. Ah. I'm glad. Dad nuzzled his face into Izuku's curls. I love you, Izu, did you know that? Izuku giggled, rubbing a hand on Dad's leg. Of course I know that. You tell me every single day. Do you love me? Dad pressed, freezing his movements. Izuku wiggled uncomfortably. He hated how his dad questioned his love for him. He should know Izuku loves him very much. I love you too, Dad. Dad smiled, exactly what I like to hear. Dad? Dad hummed. Are you free for the rest of today? Dad paused to think. I have a bit of work I need to do in the basement. But afterwards, when I am done, we can do whatever you want. He smiled, squeezing Izuku. A what? What's wrong? Dad asked, pulling Izuku away from his chest so he could see Izuku's face. Izuku had to twist his head around to face Dad. The boy's face was sorrowful. I thought you were done with work for today. Izuku looked away, a frown dressing his face. Dad shook his head. No, I'm not. I never said such a thing. Oh, Izuku swung his legs off Dad's legs and stood up. I guess I'll see you later. Wait, Dad shot his hand at Izuku's. You're upset. Izuku looked back at his dad. I. Izuku, spit it out. Dad snapped, tightening his hold on Izuku's forearm. Izuku's breath hitched and in a whisper, he uttered, I want to spend time with you, Dad. Dad's hold lightened. Why? I miss you. I love it when we spend time with each other and I wish we could be together even more. You make me happy, you're my dad, I love you. Izuku fell into Dad's lap and hugged him close. Dad didn't say anything, making Izuku slightly panic. Did he say something wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. No? Izuku glanced up, inwardly scolding himself for muttering it out loud. I miss you so much, Izuku. There's never a day where I don't think about you. Dad said, nudging Izuku away from his chest. He brought a hand up to caress Izuku's cheek. I know how you feel about me doing work, but it's a mandatory thing. Is there any way where you could do it at home? Izuku asked, shoulders raising. Yes, Dad chuckled, that would mean I would do it in the basement. Izuku frowned, upstairs? Dad shook his head, no can do. I can only do it in the basement. Why though? Izuku whined, throwing his arms up in the air. Izuku, no whining. Dad scolded, patting Izuku's head. Izuku giggled in response, sorry. Whenever Izuku made a noise that irritated his dad, Dad would tell him to stop then would pat Izuku's head. It always made him giggle. Dad smiled, leaving his hands in Izuku's hands. My job is private. I talk to people online and I can't have you walking in and people see you. That made Izuku flinch, yet maybe you're right. Why am I right? Dad asked, standing up. He towered over Izuku, the boy only going up to the middle of his chest. Izuku stood up straight, twiddling his fingers, people can and will steal my abilities. Exactly, what happens if your healing ability is stolen? Dad asked, picking up the brush and placing the guitar and brush on the couch pillow. He grabbed the little stool and tossed it into a corner. He changed his path to be heading towards the kitchen. Izuku followed, right on Dad's tail. I won't be able to heal you. Correct. Dad opened up the fridge and took out a carton of juice. Closing it, he asked, want some? Yes please. Izuku sat down on a stool. Dad nodded, clasping the door handle to a cupboard. Pulling it open, he picked a wooden cup and a glass one. Closing the cupboard, he placed the cups beside the orange juice. He turned to face Izuku and started pouring out the drink. See how I have to do my job downstairs? Aha, Izuku wrapped a hand around the wooden cup he was given. Bringing the cup up to his lips, he sipped the drink for a few seconds before he placed the cup back down on the island. Still.it makes me wonder what's your job? Izuku, you know not to question me about that. Dad said, sitting down beside him. Sorry, Izuku glanced down, I still wonder. I know you do. Do you want a hint? Huh? Dad chuckled, want a hint on what I do? Izuku nodded quickly, turning to the side to face him. Never would he have thought that his dad would willingly tell him what he does for a living. Why did Dad want to tell him that? Was he feeling bad? It almost gave Izuku whiplash because of it. Okay, I'll only tell you this once. Izuku smiled, okay. I am in charge of a group that wants to change the world. Izuku pet his head to the side, huh? That's my hint. That makes zero sense. Izuku threw his hands in the air, frowning. Dad laughed, if you take a second to think you may figure it out. He took a long sip and placed the glass back down. Izuku placed a hand on his chin and began to think. He muttered away, ignoring the look on his dad's face. While you think about that, I got to do some work. I'll see you in a bit, Izuku. Dad stood up, tossed the cups into the sink and proceeded to head to the basement door. Izuku whipped his head up, wait. He jumped up from the stool and booked it to the basement door. Can I have a hug before you go? Dad looked over, a hand over the door handle to the basement. Of course. Izuku wrapped his arms around Dad's waist and hugged him tightly. How long will you be? Not long, Dad said, wrapping his arms around Izuku. He used a hand to glide along with Izuku's curls. Okay. Love you. I love you too, Izuku. Guess I should go, Izuku sniffed, letting go of his dad. Dad let go, stepping back a bit. What are the rules? Izuku paused, Dad never asked him that. He always knew Izuku would follow them and not break them. Why was Dad asking him? Izuku, what are the rules? Dad said sternly, gripping the door handle tightly after he let go of Izuku. I'm no leaving the house, no going downstairs, no cutting my hair, and do not disrupt you. Izuku recited, the rules were engraved into his mind. Dad's hold on the handle loosened. Good. I'll see you in a bit, son. And with that, Dad opened and closed the basement door. Izuku stared at the door, his body freezing up. His breath hitched, throat tightening. He stepped back, a burning sensation in his eyes. Dad, Izuku managed to say, why, he crooked out, falling to the ground on his butt. Dad must have been annoyed with Izuku to do that. He left so abruptly. He seemed fine minutes ago. What happened? Did I do something? Izuku whispered, staring at the door. Obviously, he did something. Why else would Dad act like that? Unless it has to do with something about work. Izuku crossed his legs into a crisscross position and placed a hand on his chin. He thought back to what his dad said. The only thing he could think about was the hint. A leader of a group that wants to change the world. What does that mean? Hours later. Izuku was lying down on the couch, staring at the foyer. Waiting for Dad to appear out of the door. He didn't get far thinking about the hint. Maybe that's why Dad gave him a hint. He knows Izuku could never figure it out. Instead of spending his time thinking about it, he got up from the floor and laid down on the couch. There wasn't much to do in the living room. He did leave his guitar in the room, so he started to play a few songs while he laid down. He made sure to keep an eye on the door just in case. After a bit, he left the room to hang the guitar in the music room and went to the washroom. He grabbed a throw blanket from his room and laid back down on the couch. He cuddled close to the blanket, staring at the door. Shooting up from the couch when he felt his eyes start to droop. He didn't want to fall asleep yet. He's worried about his dad and why he acted in such a way. And this is where Izuku is now, hair wrapped around his body and the rest of his hair piled on top of him. Every time he felt his eyes droop, he quickly grabbed his hair and pulled on it tightly. The pain woke him up quickly. Izuku sighed, rubbing his face with a hand. How much longer? He hung a hand off the side of the couch. I wonder what he's doing. Ah? Izuku yelped, falling off the couch when he heard a yell coming from the door. He shielded his body with his forearms from the hard flooring. Groaning, he turned over onto his back. He lightly rubbed his elbows that were now throbbing. What was that? Izuku sat up, using a hand to unwrap some of his hair that was hooked on a few joints. He stared at the basement door. Did it come from there? Izuku stood up, slowly walking over to the door. He felt a shiver of fear course through his veins. He knew he shouldn't be doing this. Especially when Dad asked him to recite the rules. The quietness of the house made it so much scarier. He pressed a hand onto the basement door when he arrived at the foyer. Izuku didn't hear any noises, but the yell he heard coming from the basement made him quiver. Maybe Dad was hurt? Izuku's eyes widened. What if Dad got hurt and fainted? He felt the urge to bang onto the basement door and ask Dad if he was okay. But he couldn't. It was a rule that he can't go downstairs. He also shouldn't be eavesdropping. In fact, he shouldn't be near the door at all. But whenever he made an effort to go to his room, dark thoughts came rushing it. He couldn't just leave. What if Dad got hurt and needed Izuku? Izuku gulped. It's now or never. He pressed his ear against the door. Izuku's heart thumped loudly and shook his core. He's not allowed to be this close to the door. For all he knows, Dad is testing him. He could have yelled and pretended to have gotten hurt, testing if Izuku will obey the rules even at a very stressful moment. It's not a spoken rule, nor does Dad talk about it, but Izuku knows not to go near the basement door when Dad is working. It has happened before. Long ago, Izuku waited outside the door for Dad to come back up. He didn't hear or see anything. Why Dad didn't want him to be that close confused him. Once Dad opened the door and saw Izuku sitting on the floor, he was mad. Like said. Izuku was grounded in his room for a week afterwards. Thinking about that made Izuku hesitate. I should go. He pulled his head off the door and sighed. I'm just too scared. Dad's okay, that I know he is. Before he could walk away from the entrance, a voice made him stop. Huh? Izuku crept back to the door and pressed his ear to the wood. A voice could be heard coming from the basement. It was a muffled, deep voice. Dad? Izuku pressed his body even closer. He maneuvered to different places trying to hear the voice. Speak again, please. Izuku almost gave up his search, but luckily, something else was heard. A higher-pitched voice with a scratchy undertow. It seemed to be complaining. The voice drew out words and made noises Izuku could quickly place. Why is it whining? Izuku whispered, looking at the door through the corner of his eye. The voice stopped for a few seconds, then the same deep voice replaced it. The voices went back and forth, like a conversation. Is Dad talking to someone? Izuku took note of the two voices and mentally compared them to his dad's voice. The deeper one has to be Dad's. Izuku muttered. I wonder what he's talking about. Izuku lifted his head from the door and stared. This is what he means by talking with other people online. The other person couldn't have been staying downstairs, even if it was, I would have heard them a bit more. He tried to decipher what they were talking about, but the only thing he understood was absolutely nothing. He only heard mumbles and muffled voices. If only I could open the door. Izuku raised a hand to the doorknob. Dad won't know because he is busy. He grabbed the handle and twisted it to the right. A loud creak made Izuku inwardly panic. Did Dad hear that? Izuku gulped down a knot growing in his throat and pushed the door forward. A wooden staircase with a little dull light bulb attached to the ceiling was seen. The staircase leads to two paths, one on the right and left. Izuku slowly let go of the doorknob and brought his hands close to his chest. Dad's going to be so mad. Izuku stepped back a bit, staring at the end of the steps. The voices seemed to have stopped talking. Was I imagining them? He shook his head. No, that can't be. Fear covered his face, cold sweat began to seep down his sleeveless arms. This was the first time in his life he opened the door to the basement. And it was utterly terrifying. Everything seemed to have stopped, freaking Izuku even more. I should go. Izuku grabbed onto the doorknob and pulled it back. He took a step back to make way for the door. Before he closed the door, he heard the deeper voice speak. I apologize, young Tamura, I'll be back in one moment. Izuku's breath hitched, heart thumping loudly. He quickly shut the door close. Dad. Panic stripped his mind. The only thing he was thinking was, run. Izuku rushed out of the foyer and collected his hair that was practically everywhere. The noise coming from the basement seemed to have increased. He normally loved the creaks of the basement stairs because that meant Dad was done work. But in this case, Izuku was petrified. The creaks became louder and that meant Dad would see him if he didn't run. He rushed through the house, grabbing his hair when he saw it. He couldn't have any trace of him being in the foyer. Near the basement door. Izuku didn't bother to look, he was too scared. He was scared if he looked back, he would see Dad right on his tail. A shiver going through his body, he swung his bedroom door open and closed it. He winced when the door slammed. Izuku shook his head and rushed over to his bed. All his green hair was piled near the door, none was on the outside. He pulled the blankets away from the bed and flopped on top. He grabbed them once more and pulled them up to his chin. Izuku turned away from the door and faced the other direction. He counted up to 10 to calm down his heart rate and breath. The house became very quiet. So quiet it freaked Izuku out. It was like Dad was never there. But Izuku was certain he heard Dad come up the stairs. Izuku tightened his hold on the blanket and squeezed his limbs together. Curling in on himself, he began to shake. He knew he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have opened the door or gotten close. He's screwed. Izuku held his breath for a few seconds, the breath too loud to hear the sounds coming from outside. He forced himself to stop shaking, focusing on his breath. His breath hitched when he heard the door to his room creak open. The floorboards creaked against the weight of a person. Izuku quickly shut his eyes and stilled his body, acting as if he was sleeping. His heart rate skyrocketed when he heard the creaks coming closer. It was muffled when the person stepped on his hair. The person loomed over his bed, eyes boring into Izuku's skull. Izuku felt shivers zap through his body at the feeling of being watched. I must have heard something. Dad muttered, he's asleep, he couldn't have done that. But perhaps. The voice trailed off as if he was muttering. Izuku was frozen. The footsteps and door were heard once more. The door closed with a creak. And after that, silence. Utter silence. 1 week later. A week had passed since Izuku opened the door to the basement. His dad didn't mention it at all that night. After his dad left his room, Izuku stayed in his bed for what seemed forever, frozen still. Izuku was so scared to leave his room when Dad called for dinner. He knew he needed to leave the room to not act suspicious. If he had stayed and ignored his dad, Dad would have figured out what Izuku had done. Dinner. Was something. Izuku tried to act normal, but his usual stuttering was frequent whenever he spoke. Dad had commented about it and Izuku quickly said he had a bad dream that made him scared and stuttery. Then, of course, Dad made him talk about the dream. Izuku narrowly got away with the lie. He said the dream was about being forced to go outside. After that lie was said, Dad stared at him for a few moments. Izuku felt sweat drip down his face. Izuku was shivering. Dad seemed to have believed the lie and walked over to Izuku and hugged him tightly, saying that will never happen. After dinner, Izuku allowed Dad to brush his hair then went to bed. Even the simple task of relaxing while his dad brushes his hair was stressful. Izuku was terrified. Dad didn't seem to have noticed what Izuku had done earlier that day. He acted normal, if anything, more lenient. He didn't get upset when Izuku wanted to leave. Right away when Dad finished doing his hair. He simply smiled and said goodnight. That night, Izuku slept with one eye open. At least, it felt like he was doing that. He listened to his dad walking down the hall to his room and getting settled. In the morning, everything was normal. Dad acted the same. And with that, Izuku's nerves lightened. He began to think Dad never noticed what he did at all. Seeing the proof and thinking about it, Izuku felt better. A week later, Izuku almost forgot what happened. He didn't feel anxious when he was near Dad or terrified of Dad finding it out. However, whenever Izuku was in the foyer or saw the basement door, he felt his blood run cold. Luckily, Izuku would use music to suppress any nerve-wracking thoughts. And it worked rather well. He'd got so distracted playing music, his thoughts were never an issue. One day, 1 week later, Izuku was woken up by his dad who said he would be gone until around. Izuku expressed his annoyance by flopping back to bed, closing his eyes. He heard Dad sigh and sit down on the bed. He said he could buy Izuku some new music sheets. And with that, Izuku shot up from bed and hugged Dad so tight, he felt strain in his arms. Dad chuckled, saying he would be back in a bit. Izuku followed Dad to the door and waved him off. Now, Izuku was excited. And with that, Izuku began to do his daily morning routine. Though, the only difference from the usual was he took longer playing the piano and brushing his hair. Something about brushing his hair made him sad. The feeling of closeness he would have with his dad was gone from that moment. He was alone. Going to his bedroom, he sat down on the ledge. The cold breeze flowed through the window, hitting Izuku. He bundled up some of his hair and wrapped it around his body. Looking outside was something he loved to do. Dad never really liked Izuku doing it, but he loved it. He loved seeing the animals run around, the birds chirping and a few deer walking past the window. It amazed him of all the life around him. The peaceful life he wished everyone else in the world had. He hated how he had to stay inside the house. He sometimes wished he could go explore the forest. Maybe he should ask if he could go outside with Dad supervising. Dad could save him if anyone sees him. But will Dad allow that? Maybe if he shows he can heal Dad quicker, Dad will feel proud and allow it. Besides, what's the worst thing that could happen? Dad would be right by his side the whole time. There is no way anyone could take his quirk away. Dad would be there to save him. Plus they can have so much fun playing outside. Smiling, Izuku jumped off the ledge and ran to the music room. Picking up his favorite guitar, he came into the living room and grabbed the stool that was in the corner. Putting it in front of the couch, Izuku sat down on the stool and placed the guitar in his hands. All he has to do is wait for Dad to come home. And that will take 2 more hours? Geez, at least I have some time to practice. Somewhere close. To say the least, Hitoshi wasn't taking the whole, not getting into the hero course, all too well. He did get into the general studies program. Luckily, however, it wasn't the same at all. On the first day of going to UA, he despised everything he saw. Everyone he saw was so happy that they were in UA and got into the courses they wanted. Except him. He is stuck with general studies. In the orientation, he felt his heart crack when he saw the hero classes. So many looked like they had powerful quirks and got into UA so easily. He did see a few who looked very generic, but he knew they must have strong quirks underneath. Altogether, each one looked like they had hero quirks, not villain ones. Maybe that's why he didn't get into UA. He has a villain quirk. The judges must have seen it or him trying to use it, and in result of that, they failed him. Throughout the day, Hitoshi stayed quiet. A few of his classmates tried talking with him, but he glared and ignored their attempts. He's not there to make friends. After going home that day, he changed out of his uniform and left for the forest. He'd spend hours after school, walking around. He loved seeing nature in action and absolute quietness. He didn't hear anyone talk, he only would hear the chirps of birds. After spending a while in the forest, he decided to visit it every day after school. If he had homework, he would sit on the dirt and complete it. Though, if it required him to use his laptop, he would do it in the middle of the night. Hitoshi's sleeping schedule is absolute crap. Sometimes he would even fall asleep in the forest, if he laid down. His parents never really cared when he got home, they only asked him to text them if he would be late. It seemed that every night, he was doing that. Only a few days after school started, Class 1A was attacked by villains in the USJ. That was the one time Hitoshi was glad that he wasn't in the hero course. After the events of it, UA gave the students a week off. Hitoshi didn't get why the whole school got a week off. He was suspecting Class 1A to have 1 week off but not everyone. Perhaps, the teachers thought everyone was affected because of the villain attack. Ultimately, Hitoshi was glad he got to spend the week in the forest. He would spend the morning sleeping in, then leave the house around 1 and stay until the sun was going down. After spending so much time in it, Hitoshi got to explore. He saw a few abandoned buildings, old ruins, and weirdly shaped rocks. He found a cafe in the outskirts of the forest which was rather small. If Hitoshi was hungry, he'd go to the cafe and buy some food. After so much exploring, he did not expect to see a house. A cottage of some sort. On the last day of the week off, Hitoshi decided to explore a section of the forest he had not seen yet. That area was sectioned off with a wooden fence that had barbed wire woven inside. Hitoshi thought it must have been a farmer's land. After he saw the fence, he came home and searched up if there were any farms around the forest using Google Maps. In the end, he found no farms in the suspected area. Jumping over the fence, Hitoshi made sure to stay clear of the wire, knowing it would be a pain if he got cut by it. After he cleared the fence, he began to walk around. It was rather odd, a few areas were cleared of trees. He saw stumps, footprints and a path. Only walking for 10 minutes, he found a dirt path. Where he found it, it could go 2 different ways. He followed it one way and it eventually arrived in a neighborhood. The odd part was the path was hidden. It was behind an abandoned house. The normal person could walk past the abandoned house and not see the path at all. To reach it, you would have to walk along the side of the house to the backyard, where a fence opened up, showing the path. Hitoshi, who was now curious, walked down the path. He arrived at the point where he found the path and hiked down the path. Going to the new charted areas, Hitoshi felt determination flow through his soul. The further he got, he saw some footprints going the opposite direction he was going. The footprints were heading towards the neighborhood. He theorized it might have been an old hiking trail, probably only a few people knew of it. But it was still odd. Hitoshi sometimes felt like he should turn the other way and go back, but he honestly couldn't. Something about it all was very odd. At one point, he checked the time using his phone. It felt like he was walking down the path for hours. It turned out, it was only 1. He left the house early, leaving around he must have been walking for an hour along the path in both directions. He began to think that the path maybe didn't have an ending. Fortunately, his prayer was answered. He found something. Another house? What the? To his surprise, the path led to a wooden log house that looked like it only had 1 story. It had a few windows, which were closed with a curtain. The house had a porch with a few plants growing out of the wood. The house looked like it was abandoned because of the plants and moss growing on the wood. The only thing that made the house look like someone lived there was the footprint he saw in the path and a few lights glowing in the windows. The curtains were white, so it was easy to see the lights inside the house. Someone must be inside. But I saw footprints going away from the house. Maybe they forgot to turn the lights off. Or maybe, multiple people live here. Taking his phone out of his pocket, he looked at the time. It's only 1:45, I can check it out. He may not go inside, but he could certainly look inside. Taking a few steps forward, he arrived at the front door. He noticed 3 different locks, locking the door shut. Huh? Hitoshi glanced at the windows. There must be no one home. Someone locked the door and the footprint indicated they left. I guess they forgot to turn off the lights. Or maybe they have the lights on so no one who comes by it thinks it's abandoned. Using a hand, he glided it across the green moss decorating the siding of the house. Now, I'm too curious. Grabbing a lock, each of the locks was different. One was a keyhole, passcode and combination lock. Using his other hand, he tried figuring out the passcode. In middle school, he took a small course that showed how to unlock locks. Trying to remember it, he pressed a few buttons on the passcode. Aha! After a few tries, he got it unlocked. Looks like doing every number code out there worked. Taking that lock off, he went to the next one. The combination lock. How? With that, Hitoshi tried different numbers and pulled it out to see if it worked. All his tries didn't work. What am I missing? Taking the lock once more, he tried one more code. However, he paused when he heard a few noises behind the door. Shuffling and a voice? A young voice who sounded like they were very excited for some reason. Hitoshi took a step back and stared at the door. The voice was saying a few things, which Hitoshi didn't understand. He could hear a few clicks and bangs coming from the door. The bang sounded like it came from an instrument. Hitoshi stepped back one more time, having the urge to run into the trees. He stilled when he saw the door handle slowly move to the right. The door is opening. Hitoshi whispered. He felt his whole body freeze up. The door swung open and out came a high-pitched voice. Dad? You're early. Why didn't you open the door? You should know. You're probably not feeling too well, that's why you must have forgotten. Great thing I know how to open the locks. I have something to dash. The voice belonged to a boy with long green hair. He was pale with a bunch of freckles decorating his skin. He was holding a guitar in one hand and the other was holding the door handle. Hitoshi's mouth gaped. The boy seemed to have noticed Hitoshi because he let go of the door and brought the guitar close to his chest. Ahai! In a matter of seconds, Hitoshi saw the boy swing the guitar in the air and head straight towards Hitoshi's head. Sheet! Unfortunately, Hitoshi didn't have the reflexes to avoid getting hit. Oh my gosh! Izuku leaped back, keeping the guitar close to his chest. A body lay there in the middle of the ground, unconscious. Everything went too fast for him to know what transpired. The next thing he knew was he was at the door, slamming the guitar he was using earlier into the head of the intruder. His body ended up moving on its own, running on pure adrenaline. He did what appeared to be the most effective way of getting rid of the stranger, hitting him with the closest object in hand. It was the first time he had ever seen a stranger. Dad made sure to fend off anybody who came in the radius of the house. Even if they did, Dad would never tell Izuku. Izuku was always in the dark when it came to stuff like that. He had asked Dad a few times about it. He said it never happens. When Dad said he needed to be more cautious, were the times someone came close. It was always a few months after the events when Dad told him. Dad's defenses failed to work, currently. A stranger got inside the house and it was his fault. He thought it was Dad coming in, so that's why he opened the door. Seeing a stranger with purple hair behind the door made his mind go into panic mode. After hitting the stranger with the guitar, he scampered away. The stranger flopped on top of the ground, almost falling on top of Izuku. If he did not jump back in time, the stranger would be touching him. The thought alone made him shiver. Okay, calm down Izuku, you can do this, Izuku told himself, tightening his grasp on the guitar. The stranger looked more youthful, like his age, nothing close to his dad's age, much younger. He wondered why the stranger tried to break inside his house. Seriously? I question that? It's easy, Izuku said, flinching when the stranger shifted a tad. Okay, quieter, in a whisper, Izuku continued. He wants my powers, that's why he came in. Glancing at the stranger's hair, Izuku wondered why a young person wanted his powers. His hair could make individuals younger, but the stranger is already young, why would he want to be younger? His inner voice thought maybe the stranger was here for another motive, that the stranger did not want his hair. No! Izuku exclaimed, stepping back on his hair. He wants my powers. Dad says anyone could steal them, I cannot judge by age or appearance. Izuku reflected on his hair. His dad will be here soon, he will get sad if he sees the stranger. Dad would probably think Izuku allowed the stranger in and wanted to be stolen. Well, he did technically let the stranger in. But that doesn't mean he wants to leave his dad. Izuku loves his dad. His dad protects him from the horrific dangers of the outside and makes sure he never leaves. By doing so, Izuku is protected. Dad makes him happy. He may not be at the house all the time, but he does make time out of his day to hang out with Izuku. Sure, most of the time Dad brushes his hair, but honestly, what could Izuku do? Izuku loves healing his dad and he will do it until the day he dies. But for right now, Izuku needs to focus on the task at hand. Calculating out how to take care of the stranger. Izuku looked around the foyer. I need to hide him, if I throw him outside, Dad will see the body and ask me about it and that won't end well. Even if I wanted to, I can't leave the house because those are the rules. Hiding him inside the house is the only option. After I do, I need to tell Dad. He took a deep breath in. I think my closet should be good, Dad won't see or hear the stranger when he comes in. That will give me time to explain. Looking down at the stranger, he threw one of his hands in the air. Now or never. Izuku gently placed the guitar on the floor for the time being. Staring at the stranger, he waved his hand behind him searching for the ends of his hair. He had to pull on it to bring it all together due to it being so long. Taking the ends, he walked over to the stranger's legs as he dragged his hair across the floor. Izuku plopped himself on the ground and wrapped his hair around the stranger's ankle. Doing it to the other ankle, he stood up once it was done. Grabbing onto his hair and the guitar which was on the ground, he began to pull the stranger across the floor. He winced when the stranger's limbs banged into the walls. Turning the stranger around was rather annoying, he had to flip him so that his head was near the door instead of his legs. But due to the small space in the foyer, it was a more challenging task. When he finally switched the stranger around, he started to walk backwards as he pulled. He kept an eye out for any signs of the stranger waking up. If he did, he would smash him with his trusty guitar. Right when he got into the hall, he quickened his pace getting to his room. Opening the door to his room, he slowly walked in. He winced once again when the stranger banged his head against the door frame. He awkwardly opened the closet door with only one hand, the hand holding the guitar, while the other held tightly onto his hair. Izuku crouched down to untie his hair, whining when he saw a bit of dirt on his green hair. He mentally made a note to brush his hair out so that it didn't look suspicious when Dad came home. Putting his hair to the side, he threw his guitar on his bed and grabbed onto the stranger's legs. Walking around him, he let go of the legs and grabbed his forearms. He lifted his arms and used his back to put the stranger into a sitting position. Now putting his hands under the stranger's armpits, he lifted him and threw him into the closet, face first. Jumping up, Izuku ran to close the closet doors. He winced listening to the stranger's head hit the wall. Honestly, he was starting to feel a bit bad. He didn't want to hurt the stranger, but fear took over. If he did not do this, a much more terrible outcome would come out. He just hoped the stranger wouldn't wake up anytime soon, because if he did, Izuku would be screwed. The closet didn't have any locks, nor did his room. If the stranger awakened, he could easily escape. Sitting on his bed, he grabbed onto his guitar and held it close. Izuku ummed, everything was so stressful. He just wanted this to be a dream. It would be amazing if he just fell asleep and the stranger was gone. Or even better. Dad comes in and punishes the stranger for coming in and hugs Izuku, saying sorry for not protecting him. Most of all, he wouldn't be mad. And Izuku won't be punished. He knows his dad can get a bit sad when it comes to him wanting to leave the house or asking certain questions. Although, Izuku couldn't blame him. Dad has a stressful job in the city that requires his attention, and having his son ask stupid questions makes it so much worse. Perhaps Izuku should just shut up. It's not his dad's fault. Though, this stranger who got past his dad's defenses may be his dad's fault. He should have been there, not left it to his son. If his dad is so worried about him losing his powers, then why the heck is he not here? He leaves his son to take care of it? Really? Falling back on his bed, Izuku rubbed his face against the bedding. Why does it have to be like this? Pondering over things, his thoughts came to a stop when he heard a groan from the closet. Shooting up, Izuku stared at the cabinet. Looking directly at the door handle, he dreadfully hoped it would not open. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, please. Izuku thought. He felt his body clam up with sweat falling from his forehead. Another groan, then a thump. Izuku stayed silent, holding in his breath. The sounds of wind and forest could only be heard. Wait. He looked over to his room's window and found it close. If not that, where else? Izuku sighed when he heard snoring coming from the closet. He's asleep, Izuku whispered. Standing up from the bed, he inwardly groaned listening to the springs of the bed jingle. It seemed that everything wanted to be loud at the moment. Laying the guitar on the sheets, he tiptoed out of the room. He prayed the stranger would stay asleep for as long as possible. Out of his room, he quietly and slowly closed the door with a small click. Turning around, he trudged through the house, looking at the windows and doors. He decided after he finds where the wind is coming from, he will run back to his room and make sure the stranger does not come out. He will wait for his dad to arrive home and figure out a way to tell his dad a stranger is in the house without him getting mad. While going through the house, he couldn't find any open window or door. I might be imagining things. Izuku recounted his steps back into the hall. The fear of the stranger waking up and escaping terrified him. Taking one more look at his bedroom door, he shook his head. He needed to focus. Walking out of the hallway, he felt a tug on his hair. Huh? Looking at where he felt the tug, he ended up rolling his eyes. His hair was stuck underneath a box. Hold up, a box? Following where he felt the tug, he came across a square-shaped item. How did my hair get stuck by this little metal square thingy? Using a hand, he picked up the item and brought it close to his face. The item had a purple casing wrapped around the black glass. The case left holes at the bottom and a few buttons. Pressing on a button, he yelped. The item glowed a bright light. The black glass was now showing a picture. The picture showed a beautiful waterfall with green trees surrounding it. It also had a few numbers indicating the time and date. Pressing his finger over the time, the screen changed to a number pad. Izuku tapped a few numbers which appeared on a bar. What the? Izuku swiped a finger along the glass, watching it change to a different image. This is probably the stranger's. Dad would never leave something like this on the ground. Pocketing the item, he walked out of the hall. I'll ask Dad about it later. Dad probably has something like this. One time during breakfast, Izuku saw Dad tapping away on a mini square glass screen like the one he found. He did ask what it was, and Dad said it was nothing important and that he will tell him later. Later never came. If Izuku asks Dad about the item, he may learn a few things about the stranger. Or maybe, he can use the phone as leverage. If the stranger ends up trying to escape, Izuku will show the item to him, and the stranger will be forced to stay. It does look important. When he was about to give up on searching for the wind, he heard a bird chirp. Huh? He twirled around, trying to find where the sound came from. All thoughts about the item dispersed. The closer he got to the foyer, the louder the bird sounded. Wait, oh my gosh. The front door. Izuku sprinted to the foyer, almost slipping on his hair. He spotted the front door and yelped. It was open. The front door was open. He forgot to close it. Izuku slammed the door closed. Resting his forehead on the door, he sighed. He almost screwed up. If Dad had come home while the door was open, he would have thought Izuku ran away. Or was kidnapped. Izuku hated worrying his dad. In all honesty, Izuku is messing everything up. If it wasn't for his curious mind, he wouldn't have opened the door to the basement or unlocked the front door letting in a stranger. Dad may not be here yet, but he will surely figure out that the stranger is here inside the house. Izuku may be okay at lying, but lying about such a big thing that's against the rules will not go unnoticed. Dad's not dumb. He knows he didn't break any of the rules, he just almost crossed the line. One of the rules is not talking to a stranger, which he hasn't yet. Izuku banged his head against the door, groaning at the pain it caused. I deserve that. Doing it once again, he felt tears trickle out the corner of his eyes. The fear of the whole situation crashed into him in waves. Squeezing his eyes shut, he used all his might to conceal the fresh hot tears from streaming down his cheeks. I have a stranger in my closet. Izuku's voice cracked as he felt a few loud sobs escape from his mouth. I should have thrown him outside, but if I did that, I would have broken the biggest rule there is. Barely holding the will to keep the meltdown from happening, he crumpled down to the ground. Crying out in huge sobs, he covered his face with his hands. Letting himself break out, he allowed the scream of anguish to explode out of his mouth. He couldn't do this. He's not cut out for this. Where's Dad when you need him? If Dad was here, Izuku wouldn't have to worry about the stranger. Dad would take care of it. Izuku began to shiver while trying to calm himself down. Rubbing his face, he attempted to wipe away the tears that kept falling. I need to see calm down. Dad will probably be here soon and I can't be crying at the front door when he gets here. Izuku said aloud. Considering it, Dad should be home by now. If his maths is correct, Dad had been gone for a couple of hours and he said he would be home around dinner time. Though, on the flip side, Izuku doesn't know if that's true. His mind felt a bit hazy with the crying and adrenaline. For all he knows, Dad could be hours away or at the door. He couldn't tell. Either way, he needed to sober up. Skiing in one last breath, he exhaled it to calm down. Thinking back at all the times Dad had comforted him when he was like this, he used those memories to help. Breathing in and out deeply, Izuku felt himself calming down. Getting up from the uncomfortable ground, he stretched his legs out while he stood. Making sure the item he got from the stranger was in his pocket and that the front door was fully closed locked, he left the foyer and headed back to his room. Izuku felt a grimace land on his face when he came face to face with the closet. Luckily, his tears had ceased before he pressed his ear to the closet. He wanted to check if the stranger was still inside and that he was still asleep. Hearing his snores, he sighed. The stranger is still in his closet. Sitting back on the bed, he allowed himself to think. His dad will be coming home soon, he thought. If he stays in his room until Dad comes home, he can keep watch and make sure the stranger stays inside. Looking around, he gently picked up the guitar that was on his bed and rested it on his lap. He whined at the obvious indents on the instruments. His dad will ask about it. Thinking about the potential lies he could say to his dad, he began to mindlessly tap at the wooden frame of the guitar. God, Izuku felt so guilty. He's trying to find ways to get out of a lie. He could tell the truth to his dad, but that would only lead to more questions, then eventually telling Dad about the stranger. If it came to that, Izuku would be punished terribly. There won't be a good outcome no matter how he said it. He would be punished and the stranger, well, he'd. Stopping his tapping at the guitar, he gasped. It was like a light bulb turned on. What if the stranger is Dad's friend? Okay, it sounds like a stretch, but think about it. Dad's not here and he allowed the stranger to get through his defenses. The stranger was able to get through some of the locks, and who else would be able to do that? The only possible explanation is that the stranger is Dad's friend. Dad probably didn't try to stop the stranger from coming in because he wanted him to come over. Maybe Dad wanted him to meet some of his friends. Izuku's not allowed friends and that's okay. He doesn't need friends. He has his dad. And speaking of Dad, the sound of a door flying open could be heard from his room. I'm home. Izuku smiled, it all made sense now. Though, he was kinda mad at his dad for not telling him. If he knew, he wouldn't have whacked him with his guitar. It's okay though. He can heal Dad's friend with his hair. Making sure the guitar was okay, he got up from the bed and headed to the front door. Smiling once he was his dad, Izuku ran up and gave him a giant hug. A sound escaped Dad's mouth before he began to chuckle. What's the occasion? I'm just so happy you're here. Izuku murmured in Dad's fancy shirt. I missed you. He really did. I missed you too, Izuku. Dad said in a calm tone, making Izuku smile. He loved hearing him say that. Now, Dad said, after a few moments of silence. He gently pushed Izuku away from his chest and crouched down to his eye level. I think we should fix your hair. Look at it, it's so messy. He picked up a clump of green hair and began weaving it through his fingers. Izuku forced a smile on his face. After hearing that comment, Izuku almost facepalmed. He seriously forgot to brush his hair. What have you been doing today? Running around the house? Dad jested, laughing at his own comment. Taking off his boots and putting them on the shoe rack, he ventured off into the house. Izuku followed right behind, hoping Dad would make a comment about his friend. All he could hope for was that Dad doesn't get mad at him for locking his friend in a closet. He didn't want to make the first move and ask him about the friend. Because if he does that, Dad will ask where he is. Then he's screwed. He followed him into the living room while he mindlessly fiddled with the hem of his shirt. Be a dear and get me a brush, Dad said, sitting down on the couch. Izuku quickly nodded and scurried off to the bathroom. Before he rushed back out to the living room after getting a wooden brush, he took a second to check on Dad's friend. Sighing in relief seeing the closet door closed, he headed back to where his dad was sitting. Sorry about that, Dad. I needed to go check on something. Izuku explained his tardiness. Walking over to his dad, he frowned when he saw the stool in front of where he was sitting. Was he that slow? He's usually the one to set up the hair brushing. You're forgetting something. I am? Izuku questioned. He glanced down at his body and hands. What was he forgetting? He has the brush and the stool is in the correct place. Oh. Dad gave him an unimpressed look. Are you doing okay? Should I be worried? No, not at all. Give me 1 second to get a guitar, Izuku blurted out, waving his hands. You're wasting time already, just sit down, Dad sighed. Oh, okay, Izuku felt tears threaten to fall from his eyes. That never happened before. Dad always told Izuku to get an instrument before doing his hair. Was he really that slow? The burning urge burned at the back of his eyes, making it hard for Izuku to sound happy. Or even sing. Dad began to brush through his hair, scolding him when he spotted a few specks of dirt. Izuku tried his best to not cry or whimper while he sang. He ended up cringing at himself whenever his voice cracked. On the bright side, Dad rubbed his arm with his empty hand whenever a sob escaped out of him. As soon as he finished the song, he broke down in tears. Sure you're okay, Izu? Dad pulled Izuku off the stool and onto his lap. Tucking Izuku's head into his neck, he rocked him back and forth while he rubbed his back. Shoo, I'm here. Don't cry. In the arms of his dad, Izuku allowed himself to let loose, once again. He didn't say much, but he did certainly cry. I'm here. Dad repeated, allowing Izuku to rub his face against the crook of his neck. I know it's tough. Izuku sniffed a few times before pulling back to look at his dad. Dad brushed away the tears with the back of his hand. Life can suck sometimes, but you have to pull forward. Just because you got scolded, doesn't mean I don't love you. I know that. I didn't say. Dad smiled, doesn't matter. The fact's still correct. I need you to keep your head high, you can't have one little thing affect your mood. Izuku nodded, true. Now then, I want you to explain what's up with you today? Your hair was a mess and you were slower than usual. What's going on? Dad asked, concern clearly being shown in his eyes. Izuku gulped, I had my hair outside. Yeah. I had my window open and some of my hair touched the ground while I was sitting on the ledge. I was going to clean it but when I was about to, you came home. Dad nodded, I see. Next time, please make sure you don't get your hair dirty. Izuku nodded, though it was stiff. Will do. How he wasn't having a heart attack was a mystery. Why were you slow? Dad asked, not waiting for Izuku to say something else. Don't lie. Tell me the truth. Izuku nodded, I was checking on something. Earlier, I found this. He got off Dad's lap and moved the stool to the side. Skiing in a breath, he quickly thought of a plan. He could tell Dad his friend was here, however, Dad hasn't said anything about him yet. Was he surprising him? Perhaps, Izuku could hint at it. The item he found. The item is the friend's, if he were to show it, Dad will remember. Taking it out of his pocket, he showed the item glass upwards to his dad. Izuku quivered, waiting for a response from his dad. How did you get this? Not the reaction he was prepared to get. Dad said it in such a stern voice that Izuku felt his heart pop out of his chest. I. Spit it out. Izuku flinched, whispering he said, I found it on the ground. Where? Dad snapped, stealing the item from his hands. Turning it back and forth, he clicked a few buttons. Izuku almost thought Dad was too distracted to listen to his answer. Before making a stupid mistake, Izuku responded. I don't want to get in trouble. Dad narrowed his eyes, depending on where you found it and how you got it, will determine your punishment. Izuku's eyes widened. Although, what was he expecting? No matter how he says it or how much he lies, Dad will get mad. He smothered a sob. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Hey, shoo, it's okay. Dad gently pulled Izuku back onto his lap. I'm not mad, I'm just confused. Why would you have this? Really? I don't know. All thoughts about the stranger and what happened before Dad came home left his mind. He was scared. Really scared. Are you scared? Izuku nodded. Dad frowned. Why don't we talk about this after dinner, okay? Really? Sounds good, Izuku sniffed, leaning forward so that he was resting on Dad's chest. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Tell me all about it after dinner, okay? Dad picked Izuku up from his lap and rested him on his hip. What do you want for dinner? I'm not that hungry. You sure? I know food always makes me happy. Dad smiled, walking into the kitchen. Want something quick or long? You pick, Dad. Izuku murmured. Setting him on a stool, Dad walked around the island and started to look through the fridge and cupboards. What about spaghetti? Okay, meatballs? Yep. Dad grabbed the items required and started prepping. Izuku took note that Dad slid the item into his pocket. He stared at it, fear rising. What is he going to say? What will he tell him? The truth? Tell him that his, maybe, friend tried to break in and that Izuku whacked him with his guitar? Then trapped him inside his closet? Dad would never believe him. Well, unless he shows him the stranger. Dad? Yes, Izuku? Do you have any friends? Dad paused. I do. Izuku pursed his lips. Would you ever invite them over? Dad chuckled. I don't think so. I have you, and that's all I need. Izuku blushed. Thanks. Dad turned on a burner and pulled a pot of water on top, before sitting beside Izuku. Do you want a drink? No thanks. Izuku shook his head, covering his face with his arms. Perhaps the stranger isn't Dad's friend. Maybe he's lying about inviting people? No. Dad never lies, at least, not about that. That would mean the stranger is not his friend. Shoot. What are you murmuring about? Dad questioned, resting a hand on his chin. Oh. Izuku shot up, looking at his dad. Were you busy today? Dad tilted his head. Not really. Though, I was busy enough not to be home. Oh okay, Izuku nodded, twiddling his thumbs. He asked that to figure out why Dad didn't stop the stranger. Dad said he wouldn't invite any of his friends to his home, so that cancels out the possibility of the stranger being his friend. How the stranger got to his house was the question. If his dad was busy, that answered why he didn't stop the stranger. He can't do his job plus protect the house at the same time. If he could, he can't do it if he's extremely busy. However, Dad said he wasn't busy only made more questions. Why do you ask? Can I tell you after dinner? I'm still trying to wrap my thoughts around. Perhaps, Izuku can stretch the truth. He won't tell Dad the whole truth, but an altered truth. He knows he should tell the truth, but he really can't. He would get in so much trouble for touching a stranger and letting him inside. He's already screwed for touching the mystery item on top of it all. If that will make the situation better for you, sure. Thanks, am I going to get in trouble? Dad didn't say anything for a few moments. It depends on what happened. Oh. But remember, I'm not mad. No matter what you say, I won't get mad. We'll get through this together. Izuku almost said, that doesn't mean I won't get in trouble. Soon after that, Dad continued to cook dinner and Izuku went to the music room. In the room, he played a few songs on the piano and guitar. He used the time to think of a plan. A believable story. Once he was called for dinner, Izuku ran over his thoughts about the plan and nodded. He felt confident. Izuku sat down beside Dad at the island. A delicious plate of pasta and meatballs was gone in only a few minutes. His dad was right, he was hungry. Are you ready to talk about what happened? Izuku stiffly nodded, now or never. Dad smiled after he swallowed his last bite. Tell me from the beginning. What happened? Izuku took a deep breath in. When you left I was upset. I don't like you leaving, so I hung out in my room by my window and watched nature. I was hoping I could get a head start in knowing you were coming home. My hair ended up getting dirty, 'cause I allowed it to fall. I kinda wanted to touch the dirt. Looking at Dad, Izuku waited for a response or a reaction. But Izuku didn't get any of those. Dad stared at his hands that were on top of the island. He didn't have much emotion, the only thing that could be seen was blankness. Continuing at an awkward moment of silence, while playing with some dirt, I heard a sound. I tried to find where it came from but I couldn't see anything. Only a few minutes later I noticed it came from the forest. I thought it was an animal or something at first, so I didn't really care. In fact, I got curious and I looked around for it. Thinking about the stranger and the fear he caused, he channeled all the stress. Everything, CC came to a SS stop when I saw a SS straw stranger. What? Dad questioned fiercely. Am I saw a stranger? Izuku whispered. Technically, it's true. He saw a stranger and did some stuff with him. In his altered story, he saw the stranger from afar. This will explain why he might start to ask questions to his dad about strangers and why he's so scared. It's the same story, but with details missing. Dad? In the most sincere voice he could muster, Dad said, Izuku, I'm so sorry. No. Don't be. I should be sorry. Izuku blurted out, waving his hands around. He probably shouldn't be apologizing for something his dad caused. However, he found himself instinctively apologizing. No, you shouldn't. It's my fault. Dad shifted his view onto Izuku. Over here, I want a hug. Izuku nodded, tears instinctively falling down. He twisted himself so that he was hugging him, but still remained on the chair. I'm so sorry, Izu. This shouldn't have happened. It's okay. Really. I'm fine. The stranger didn't do anything. He just walked dash. Did he see you? Dad interrupted, hugging him tighter. I am not sure. Once I saw him, I hid. Izuku whimpered, burying his face into his chest. Dad nodded. Do you remember what he looks like? Izuku styled. I remember he had purple hair and was around my age. I think. A few moments before thank you for telling me. Why you're welcome. Izuku scratched his cheek as he felt awkward. A part of him felt guilty because didn't tell Dad what happened. The actual truth. No matter how much the voice said it, Izuku refused. How did you get the item you found? Izuku gulped, thinking back about his plan. He drew a blank. He didn't think this part through. Searching his mind for an answer, he got a few ideas, but he worried that they wouldn't make sense with the story he told. He could tell his dad he found it in the house, but that would mean the stranger came in, which doesn't make sense. Another idea was, he could say he picked it up with his hair from the outside. Though, that sounded like a stretch. Izuku, how did you get it? Dad asked once again, patience growing thinner. I found it outside. After he said it, he knew he was screwed. Excuse me? After I hid, I looked back outside to see if the stranger was still there. And he wasn't. I saw this glass like thing and you used my hair to pick it up. You used your hair, Dad repeated in a tone almost like he knew he was lying. To lift it up? Why yes. God. Stop being so suspicious. How did you do that? I am not as sure. I kinda forgot. You forgot? Dad asked, in a deadpan voice. Yes. It was very traumatic. Dad sighed, true. Izuku knew he was hesitant, he knew how terrible his lie was. Why Dad wasn't getting mad at him about it, surprised him to no end. Nevertheless, please don't do something like that again. And I mean it. I don't want you to be touching random objects you find on the ground. Shaking his head, he drew back from the hug. Of course. I would never dream of it. Izuku smiled, clapping his hands. Dad swung his legs over the chair and walked over to the kitchen. Izuku twiddled with his thumbs, waiting for Dad to say something else. Dad? Do you believe me? What happened and how there was a stranger, do you believe me? I do. Izuku. Breathing out a sigh of relief, he smiled. Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to tell me? Yes? Oh? And what is that? I may have dented my guitar. That's why I was late, does that make sense? Izuku whispered the last bit while he felt sweat fall down his forehead. How did you dent it? Dad asked, closing up a cupboard. Can I just show you? It might be easier to explain. I was actually going to ask you that myself. I'll be right back. Izuku hopped off the stool and rushed into the hall. He faintly heard his dad say to be quick about it. Trying to be as quick as he could, he ran into his room, grabbed the guitar, checked if the stranger was still sleeping, he was, and ran back out. Panting, he moved the guitar on top of the island. Here it is. Izuku, it's your favorite guitar. I'm so sorry that happened. Dad comforted, using a hand to touch the wooden instrument. How did you dent it? Looking at it now, it looked terrible. It had a few cracks at where it made contact with the stranger and a few strings were mangled. A once chocolatey brown guitar had a few black streaks running through it. Did he accidentally scratch it? In a whisper, he muttered, it doesn't really look like I dented it. I would have to agree with you, Izuku. Dad spoke out, startling Izuku. You heard that? Izuku blurted out, fear rising. I did. Can you please tell me how it got destroyed? Dad asked as he expected the cracks and dents. Izuku scrambled through his mind, plotting a lie. After the stranger, I tried to calm myself by playing some music on, he waved a hand at the guitar. My guitar and I ended up tripping. Izuku glanced up at Dad, looking for an indication of Dad imputing. Seeing that Dad was just looking at the guitar, Izuku continued. The guitar smashed into the ground and I got scared of the noise. As a result of that, I ran into my room and hid it in my closet. Why did you do that? Dad asked, strumming a few strings that were still phasing into the wood. Izuku tapped the counter with his fingertips, looking around the room, searching for an idea. Izuku? Oh. Yes. Izuku jerked his head back to Dad and winced. Did I get distracted? You did. Please, continue. Dad said as he adjusted a string. Izuku felt hurt seeing his dad ask questions while he didn't take notice of him. His head remained down, looking at the guitar like he knew what really happened. It unnerved him that his dad could tell when he got distracted or was trying to change the subject even when he wasn't looking at him. What was I talking about? This time, Dad looked up at him with stern eyes. Why did you hide the guitar? Oh. Right, that. Well, I was ashamed that I broke the instrument. Why did you feel that way? Izuku shrugged. I was scared you would get mad, I guess. Are you mad? Dad hummed. Perhaps, however, I'm not mad at you. I'm frustrated that a stranger got past my security and made you distressed. No one should have gone past it. And I am sorry. Oh, thanks, I'm sorry too. That's why I'm not mad at you for breaking the guitar. I don't blame you for breaking it. You were scared and did what anyone would do in that situation. I suppose you said it was dented because you were scared to assess the damage, right? Izuku nodded, very much so. Do you believe me? That I'm not mad at you? Dad gently stared at Izuku with warm eyes. Yes? Sorta. Are you going to punish me? Dad understood him, immediately. If I'm mad, you think I'll punish you? Izuku stared, mouth gaping. How did you know that? How did you know I was feeling that way? Dad laughed, a loud laugh. You're amazing, you know that? Dad. Don't change the subject. Izuku whined, crossing his arms. Dad's laugh faltered to a chuckle. I guess I'm wise and understand you rather well. Izuku smiled, giggling at the thought. About punishments, I won't be giving you one. Izuku sighed happily, that's a relief. However, there will be more rules in place. Why? Izuku asked, anxiety bubbling up. Dad narrowed his eyes for a second before talking. I don't want something like this ever happening again. But I thought you trust me? Izuku quizzed anxiously. Why would he need more rules when the stranger didn't even come into the house? Did Dad realize what he said was a lie? Perhaps it's for his room's ledge. I do. Then why are you making more rules? To assure your safety. Oh. Dad hummed, put the guitar away. Izuku nodded, grabbing the guitar from the island and heading towards the hall. Dad? Yes? Izuku looked over to Dad and saw him putting away dishes and other items into cabinets. Is it possible you could get a new one? A new guitar? Why yeah. I can do that, Dad answered, turning the sink on and lifting a dish to scrub off the excess dirt. Izuku smiled at his dad before running to the music room to drop the guitar off. He knows it's broken and he can never play on it again, however, it was his most used instrument, it feels odd throwing it away in the trash. Coming back into the kitchen, after one look in his room, he stood idly near the island, waiting for his dad to finish the chore. I'm back, Izuku whispered. He tried to make it obvious that he was there so that he wouldn't scare his dad like last time. Now Izuku, Dad said as he cleaned the last pot and placed it on top of the dish rack. I want you to know that I will be heightening the security of the cottage. I'll make it my top priority. Oh thanks Dad. I might even install some cameras, Dad muttered in a low voice. Too quiet for Izuku to hear. What did you say, Dad? I couldn't hear you. Oh. It's nothing, I was just thinking about a few things. Smiling at Izuku, he patted him on the head when he got over to him. Dad. Your hands are wet. Izuku giggled, leaning away from it. Oh? You don't like it? No. Izuku giggled, running away from the island and into the living room. No you don't. Dad jerked himself and before Izuku could make any ground, he grabbed him from the armpits. You're going to stay wet. No. Izuku playfully whined. Dad tickled his skin making Izuku explode with giggles. The water made it all the more squeamish. Izuku struggled to get out of his grasp, resorting to light kicks. After one kick at Dad's groin, Izuku fell to the ground in a fit of laughter. Izuku, why did you have to do that? Dad complained, taking a knee. Izuku giggled once more and hugged his dad around the neck. I'm wet now because of you. Are you now? Yes. Have you given some thought that that's what I wanted from the beginning? Izuku frowned, no? Dad laughed loudly, you're so funny Izuku. Heh? I am. Izuku laughed at that, not believing it for a second. You are, Dad confirmed. Standing up slowly, he guided a hand from Izuku's curls. You should go to bed. What? It's early. Izuku complained, throwing his head back. You've had a stressful day. Sleep can help you think about what actually happened, Dad explained, resting his hands on Izuku's shoulders. Understand? Izuku looked back and gave a small nod. I do. Before you leave, what's going to happen with the item I found? Dad took a second to understand what he meant before making an ah sound. Dad reached behind him to pull the item out of his pocket. You mean this? Yeah. I'll be keeping it. Oh, okay. Honestly, Izuku wanted it to be used as leverage against the stranger, but if his dad wants it, his dad will get it. Where will you be? Dad used a hand to point towards the foyer. The basement, I have some work to do. Oh, okay. I guess this is good night? Dad nodded as he stood up. It is. I love you, Izuku, good night. He leaned down to give a small kiss on Izuku's forehead, then stood up and headed towards the foyer. Izuku watched Dad walk towards the door before heading to the bathroom. He got himself ready for bed, changing into PJs, brushing his hair, brushing his teeth, you name it. The only difference compared to other nights was he did it slowly. He knew if he were to rush, he would be sleeping with a stranger in his room. In his closet. He still hasn't come up with an idea on how to get rid of the stranger. Perhaps he could push him out the window. Izuku groaned walking inside his room. He flopped onto his bed and got under the covers. Not bothering to turn off the lights, he curled up into a tight ball and closed his eyes tightly. He felt a bit of relaxation when he heard the stranger snore. The stranger is asleep. He can sleep too. Thinking of non-existent scenarios, Izuku fell asleep. Late into the night, Izuku was woken up abruptly by his dad. Izuku shot up thinking it was the stranger trying to steal his hair. Clenching the long strands close to his chest, Izuku took a moment to look behind his dad to the closet door. He sighed in relaxation. The door was closed. Dad followed his gaze to the door, then back to him. Izuku forced himself to laugh, attempting to fill the awkwardness. Dad sat down beside Izuku's legs, smiling. The darkness gave him a weary feeling. The shining hallway lamp cast a shadow onto his face. It made his eyes and nose the only visible features. Izuku bunched his legs close to his chest, shielding his vulnerability from the man in front. If he made the tiniest wrong move, his dad could figure out there was a stranger in the room with them. Might it be a misuse of words or an odd sound from the closet, his dad will know. Izuku, Dad said, weaving his soft hand, which originally had calluses, through Izuku's green locks. Izuku nodded, moving his hand to cover his dad's, hoping to distract him from the quietness in the room. I know you will hate me saying this, but I have to leave. What? Izuku blurted out, taking in words he didn't believe. I'm really sorry, son. Dad pressed a hand on top of Izuku's knee, which was still covered with blankets. It's an emergency with work, I can't miss it. Oh, okay, I understand, Izuku mumbled, hugging his legs. As much as he wanted his dad to leave him alone so he could figure out what to do with the stranger, he didn't want him to go. How long? Dad hummed in thought for a few moments. I believe a day from now. Meaning, I'll be back next morning. Really? Izuku grinned, that's not long at all. Dad smiled with a small chuckle. It really isn't. It's only, Izuku glanced at the digital clock on his bedside table, 2 a.m. now. Indeed it is. Well, I should let you go back to bed, but before I do, I have a few rules I want to talk to you with. Izuku bit his lip to conceal the murmurs of his apprehension. It's not a lot, but it's very important you follow them to the word. Understand me? I do. Good, the rule is you cannot leave your room while I am away. Izuku's eyes widened. Huh? Wait, really? You're serious? Dad stared, eyes unblinking. Izuku scratched his hand because of his anxiety building up inside his gut. This has never happened before. Izuku mumbled. Correct, it hasn't, Dad frowned, casting a glance behind him. Izuku followed his eyes to only find him looking at the closet door. Fear quickly replaced his gut feeling of pure nerves with a sickening sense of dread. Dad! Izuku yelped, jumped up from his position on the bed and fell into the arms of his dad. His dad took a split second to fix his arms so that Izuku wouldn't just fall off the bed. Whoa! Dad began, wrapping his limbs securely around Izuku's back. Why did you do that? Dad said gently. I don't know. I guess I'll miss you. Izuku managed to express, inwardly cringing at himself. Izu. I'll miss you so much, Dad exclaimed, squeezing Izuku's body tightly. Izuku forced himself to laugh, hoping he distracted his dad from analyzing the closet. I just want to give you one more hug before you go to your job, Izuku explained, closing his eyes for 1 second and shifting his head so that it was on his dad's chest. I'm flattered, Dad smiled. Izuku took his time relishing the moment before he pulled away from Dad. Moments like these were so sincere it almost made Izuku cry. Just the two of them embracing each other as if they are the only thing in the world. It held so much love and consideration. Hugs like these never happened, but if they did it was somehow strained or they tried to comfort the other. At this moment, they both held the same feeling. Love and sadness. I'm really going to miss you, Dad, Izuku whispered as he wiped a tear from his right eye. Truly. I won't be gone for long, it'll be a little more than a day. Honest? Izuku asked. He truly hated how Dad left all the time to do work. It felt like his dad never had time to be with him. Though his dad needed to go and he can't do anything about it. That's the sad truth. Honest, Dad answered back, comforting Izuku all the more. Izuku relaxed into the hug before pulling away. Guess you got to go, he murmured. Guess I do. Dad gently pushed Izuku down on the bed so that he was lying. He tucked Izuku in, causing the boy to giggle at his dad's playful expression. As soon as that ordeal occurred, Dad lowered his head so that he could give Izuku a little peck on the forehead. Love you, Izuku. Never forget it. I won't, Izuku shook his head quickly. How could he forget that? Dad stood up and pressed a hand on top of Izuku's chest, weaving a hand under the wildness of what is Izuku's hair. He rolled his eyes at the move. It will still be here when you get back, Izuku laughed, tucking his hair under the cover. Dad's hand stilled. Oh, right. You're right. It'll be here. Izuku frowned. Will his hair still be here? Trying to conceal said frown, Izuku turned his head away from his dad and buried it inside the covers. Dad took the notion as a fit of sadness, Izuku thought as he heard his sigh. If you want, Dad said, I could get you a new guitar. Wait, really? Izuku's eyes widened. Looking over at him in surprise, I would love that. Dad smiled, the darkness making it ever so creepy. Great. I was just thinking you would like it. I do. Well, I better be off, Dad replied, walking over to the door in long strides. Remember, his dad turned to look at Izuku one last time before exiting the threshold. Don't leave his room. But what if I get bored, or hungry? Or need to go to the washroom? Dad paused. I guess you'll have to wait until I get back. What? If you leave, I'll know. Got it. As if his whole demeanor flipped, Dad was not the regular old person Izuku knew. He was using his work voice. The voice he only heard when he was in the basement. Izuku gulped, twiddling his fingers. His heart dropped to the ground as he watched his dad turn away from him and close the door. Darkness enveloped him. Bye, Izuku croaked. Staring up at the ceiling above him, he allowed tears to drip from his eyes, soaking the pillow below him. Izuku knew his dad had a mysterious side he wished to not tell him. That made sense, of course, you can't give all your secrets away. However, Dad leaving to do work in the middle of the night never happened before. Or at least Dad never came into the room and told him he would be gone. A couple of months ago, an instance like this occurred. Izuku woke up to a silent house with no note. Those were the moments he didn't want to think about. The moments that showed their father and son relationship was terrible. Although, Izuku can't do anything about it. He can't change his dad and his dad has full control over his life. If his dad wants to make a stupid rule that will hurt Izuku and leave the house for more than 24 hours, so be it. Izuku can't change it. He has to follow the rules. Bang! What the F dash? Izuku shot off from the bed, heart pounding as sweat formed on his forehead. Breathing in shallow gasps, he closed his eyes to calm himself down. A crash came from the front of the room, accompanied by a yell and groan. Izuku jumped off the bed, darting to the closet. Running on pure adrenaline, Izuku crashed into the closet door and pressed his weight onto it. As he did this, he tucked his hands tightly around the door handle, holding it close. Hey! The stranger snapped, pushing onto the closet door. Izuku held his ground, pushing in the opposite direction. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands together around the handle. At that moment, Izuku knew he was screwed. No way is he going to be able to hold the stranger down for any longer than a minute. With his weak noodle arms, he knew at any second the stranger would break the door down and he would be hurt. Izuku's hair is going to be taken away by the stranger. Clenching his face in one tight motion, Izuku spread his legs out and pivoted his weight so that he could have a better hold. No way is going to let that happen. Ah! Izuku yelled out in rage, slamming his body into the door. Stop it! Who are, what? What's going on? Where am I? The stranger blurted out questions, causing Izuku to feel his head spin in dizziness. Everything came to a crashing stop, that point being the realization of what the stranger sounded like. A deep masculine, but young voice was the stranger's. Izuku was naive to think this, but it was the only thing that made the whole stranger being in your closet situation better. In his original plan, he would take the stranger out of the closet who would be unconscious and push the stranger out of the window and forget that it ever happened. Sure, the stranger would be hurt, but it would be okay. Izuku would hang his hair down so that it touches the stranger's body and heal him from afar. The plan was foolproof. Izuku took in the variables of Dad knowing if he left the room or not and projected it into the plan. But now, how would it work? If he pushed the stranger out of the window while he was awake, he could run to the front door and break in and mess things up. Well, he'd probably won't. Izuku kidnapped him and locked him in his closet. Why would he want to come back in? The only thing that made Izuku waver in that was the fact that the stranger tried to break in the first place. Would he be stupid enough to do that? Can you go back to sleep, please? Izuku asked in a whisper that was heard by the stranger, he guessed. No. Please, Izuku whined, tapping the door handle due to his nerves. I won't. Izuku frowned sadly. Now what? Where am I? The stranger asked. He clenched his fist together and punched the closet door. Izuku yelped at the noise and movement. His guard went down for just a second while he asked the stranger to go back to sleep, but now it's back up. My sea closet. Why am I in your closet? You broke into my house, and now you are my prisoner, Izuku explained, inwardly cheering on himself for the good description. A small smile spread across his lips and he lightly moved his fist into the air, then he quickly latched it back onto the door handle. I did? You did. Izuku exclaimed, you unlocked the front door. Wait a second, this is a misunderstanding. I was just exploring, I thought the house was abandoned. Wow, that's nice to hear, Izuku rolled his eyes, don't have to be rude or lie. Well, you're the one who locked me in a closet, so of course I'll be rude. Izuku's face twisted, and the comment went straight to his heart. He leaned back on the closet door and faced the room. If the stranger was going to be rude, Izuku wouldn't talk to him. Let's just put this behind us and you let me go. Simple as that. What Izuku really wanted to say was, it's not that simple. If he lets him go, the stranger will steal his hair and Izuku can't have that. Are you there? The stranger asked, after a few awkward moments of silence. Izuku shook his head, quietly giggling that the stranger could not know he was still there. I can tell you're still there. Heh. You're not that quiet. Izuku fell to the ground, back against the door. He curled his legs to his chest. Please stay for a little longer, he whispered. Someone will come find me. My family will start to worry and then they will call the heroes and the heroes will arrest you. What? Izuku's fear rose once again. You hear me, you will go to jail, unless you let me leave. I can't. Can't what? I can't let you go, Izuku whispered, tucking his head on top of his knees. I'm scared of you. Really? The stranger asked in genuine shock. It made Izuku almost forget the stakes that were present. Yes really, Izuku mumbled, you're going to try to steal my hair away from me. What? Yes. Don't act like you don't know. Izuku snapped. Shit, I'm sorry, okay? I really didn't know. Stealing someone's hair isn't exactly normal. It's not? No. Are you going to? Why on earth would I? I don't know, Izuku whispered. Dad said everyone wanted to. The stranger stayed quiet after his comment, which made Izuku do the same. Was it really not that normal? You still there? Yes. Blushing brightly at that, Izuku quickly scrambled to replace the awkward silence. Why did you come into my house? I don't know. The stranger said. What were you doing in the middle of the forest? Izuku asked, tilting his head so that his ear was gliding against his knee. Walking, exploring. Izuku snorted. Really? The stranger has to be lying. There's not much out here. Except you. Oh yeah, you're right. Why are you out here? The stranger changed his tone just a tad as if he was imitating Izuku's voice, in the middle of the forest? I live here with my dad. Izuku should have stayed silent about his dad, but to be honest, he was upset with him. Why give him the satisfaction of listening to his rules about talking to strangers when he made a stupid crazy rule himself? Your dad? Yeah? How old are you? I'm not sure. I think I'm 15. Izuku had to pause. Was he 15? Time went by in blurs for him. His memory was terrible in remembering how long he did something. Perhaps he should ask his dad after he's done being mad at him. I'm 15 too. You are? Izuku stuttered out of shock. The stranger is his age? His age? He didn't look to be 15, more like in his 20s. Though, he doesn't know what someone looks like at that age, so how could he tell? Nonetheless, the stranger looks to be older. I am. Gosh, Izuku laughed, rubbing his face in his hands. I don't believe it. You know, I could have used my quirk on you. Let me go and I will not use it. The stranger really wanted to leave. It hurt Izuku that the stranger wanted to go, even when they were having a nice conversation. Wait, no. The stranger isn't nice. Snap out of it, Izuku. Quirk. Izuku asked the first question that occurred to him. What does that mean? My ability? What's your name? The stranger's questions frazzled Izuku's mind. How could he say one thing and then say something else? He keeps on switching through different topics and it confuses him. And it made the situation all the more crazy. He felt the urge to curl in a ball and cry his tears out and wait for his dad to come back and hold him tight. He can manage, surely. He just needs the stranger to be quiet. I'm not telling you. You tell me. Gosh, the stranger's voice faltered into a whisper. Izuku panicked at that and pressed his ear to the door, trying to hear what he said. Something to do with his quirk and feeling bad, then he started whispering about if the person who kidnapped him was lying. Hey, I didn't kidnap you. God, did your mom tell you to not eavesdrop? A sigh, ignore me, I just want answers. Why am I here? You won't use that ability you said you have? Izuku pulled away from the door, trying to get away from it as well as be close. I won't. What is it? You answer me first. The stranger said in a stern voice, startling Izuku. He knew for a fact that the situation should be the opposite. Izuku should be the dominant person while the stranger should be the SBMSSV. He should be telling the stranger what to do. He's in his closet for crying out loud. I can't let my dad see you. Even with the inner talk Izuku just had, he couldn't find himself to boss the stranger around. Why's that? My dad is very strict on rules, and one of the rules is not talking or interacting with strangers, and I broke it after I used my guitar to knock you out, Izuku said slowly. The stranger didn't say anything for a few seconds and Izuku took the hint to continue. I'm not allowed to leave the house, in fact, I've never left. I'm not really sure what the outside is like. Izuku heard the stranger's small gasp, which made him panic. And even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. My dad would punish me. Izuku began to falter but finished the explanation. You can't leave? Izuku nodded, which turned into a yes after he remembered the stranger couldn't see his face yet. Thank God. That's not normal, you should be able to. It's normal for me. Izuku frowned. If the stranger was going to be rude, he would just not talk to him. Izuku made a HHMP sound and stood up, shaking his hair. Taking a few steps forward, he smiled at the stranger's calls for him to come back. Taking a seat on the edge of his bed, Izuku pulled out a brush from the bedside table and brought a clump of hair to his lap. Brushing the strands out, he felt satisfied at the stranger's calls for him to come back. Hey, come back. I'm lonely in here, the stranger chuckled at the end, I need you. This resulted in a full belly laugh. Izuku gaped in disgust. Feeling completely insulted, he ceased his brushing. Did the stranger think he was incompetent? Is that why he's making fun of him and talking in a condescending voice? He won't have it. Izuku shot up from the bed and took a step forward to take control of the situation. He won't be teased. Only his dad could do it, and even that SCKED. He has a higher power over the stranger and should be the one asking the questions and getting results. It's not fair. Taking another step forward, Izuku opened his mouth ready to yell. As soon as he got only a couple of footsteps away from the door, he heard the closet door creak. Izuku's eyes widened and SCKED in a gasp. A pale hand crept around the door, pushing it forward with only his fingers. With only one thing left in his body, Izuku pivoted his foot and boosted himself towards the bedroom door. Ah! Izuku yelped, running out of the room, not looking back. With nothing in his mind, Izuku threw himself behind the kitchen island once he got in the room. Jumping up into a crouching position, Izuku popped his head over the counter. He studied the hall to the bedroom, but from his view, he couldn't see his bedroom door. He would have to expose himself to the elements to see the door. Cowering behind the island, he watched the hall, ready to run, to somewhere he hadn't figured out yet, to safety. He tried to calm himself down by breathing slowly and deeply, hoping if he were to calm down, he would quiet down. Tucking his hands on the island counter, he hung his head low, taking in deep breaths. He watched his legs quiver and twitch at the strain of his position. It was only a matter of time until his legs failed on him. Looking back up, he gasped. The purple-headed stranger stood at the end threshold of the hallway, looking around with a bored face. Izuku yelped, letting go of the counter and falling into a ball. Izuku heard the floorboards creak depending on where the stranger took steps. The creaks became louder, so much so that Izuku felt tears stream from his eyes. This is it. In only a matter of a few seconds, he felt a shadow cover his body in darkness. He whimpered, "Please no, please go away, please. I won't hurt you," the stranger said in a calm, peaceful voice. Izuku pulled his head away from his arms and carefully looked up at the stranger. "Why you won't?" The purple-haired stranger shook his head, and the purple strands flopped back and forth, giving him a mystical feel. Taking in the stranger's face, Izuku felt his jaw fall. The stranger had no blemishes on his face, except for a few pink marks near the top of his forehead. A pinkish tone dusted his cheeks, along with upturned lips. "Yeah, I won't. How can I tell? The stranger moved his hand forward. My name is Hitoshi Shinso, what's your name? Izuku steadily placed his hand on top of the stranger's, no Hitoshi's hand, and clasped his fingers around it. Hitoshi pulled Izuku up with a small amount of force and brought him to his feet. Whoa, Izuku gulped. I'm Izuku. Hitoshi smiled. You okay? Yes. I'm okay. Izuku blurted out, wrenching his hand away from the stranger. Thanks. I didn't expect you to have a long hair, Hitoshi said with a pause as if he didn't believe what he was seeing. Izuku smiled. You're the first person to see it other than my dad. I am? Aha, Izuku looked away. Why didn't you leave the house? The door's right there, Izuku pointed towards the front entrance. Hitoshi followed Izuku's finger to the door. I don't know. You can leave. If you want to, Izuku murmured, twiddling with his fingers. Truly, he didn't want Hitoshi to leave. At first, he wanted the stranger to leave as he caused issues and conflict with his dad. But after taking a good look at Hitoshi, he felt his heart throb. He didn't want him to leave yet. As much as he wants that, he can't hold Hitoshi back. Perhaps the closet was the one thing that stopped Izuku from letting Hitoshi go. Izuku was shaken out of his trance by the one and only Hitoshi, his hands on his shoulders. Calm down, I'm not leaving. But as much as I hate to admit this, but I kidnapped you. You should leave before you get hurt. The unspoken words that Izuku really wanted to say were due to his dad. If Hitoshi stays, his dad will hurt him. You're going to hurt me? And no, Izuku disagreed, I'm too scared to. Which was a lie. If he needed to, he would whack Hitoshi with his guitar if it came down to it. My dad will, he whispered. Hitoshi hummed, taking a look around the room. Izuku followed his gaze, curious about what he was thinking and planning to do. You know, Izuku started, you're the first person I met who's the same age as me. In fact, you're the only person I've met who isn't my dad. Wait, really? Hitoshi glanced behind his shoulder, mouth gaped. Yep. Izuku said with a pop, it's nice seeing someone new. And that isn't trying to steal my hair. People have tried to take your hair? Izuku shook his head with a tiny smile. For some odd reason, he liked the facial expression Hitoshi had. It was as if he didn't believe him, but he knew he did. He was just shocked. No, my dad just warns me that everyone wants to take it. That's why I'm not allowed out of the house, someone could steal my hair. Why would someone want your hair? Izuku started, let's not talk about it. The fear of Hitoshi learning about the power of his hair could cause him to try to steal it terrified him. Could it be possible that Hitoshi had no idea about the power? Hitoshi eyed him before turning away. Do you mind that I look around? Only if you don't break anything. My dad isn't here and I don't want him to come back and see a mess. Izuku expressed it with a hand movement. Hitoshi nodded, will do. He turned away and began to inspect the room. Izuku was hot on his tail, watching where he looked. Hitoshi left the kitchen after he got bored and went to the living room. Why is there no TV? Huh? Izuku titled his head, glancing at where Hitoshi was looking. Hitoshi was looking at the mantel in front of the couch. What's a TV? Hitoshi jerked his head, boring his eyes into Izuku's face. You don't know what a TV is? No? Izuku questioned. Hitoshi's eyes twitched. How do you not know? I guess my dad has never got one? What the dash? Look over there. Izuku interrupted, sensing the awkwardness. You should check out the foyer. Okay, Hitoshi shrugged, but don't think this is over. Right. Izuku waved Hitoshi over to the main entrance of the house. This is where my dad's shoes are and his coats. He crouched down to show Hitoshi the black and brown dress shoes. My dad likes to dress formally. Where's your shoes? Remember, I can't leave the house. There's no point in having shoes if I won't even use them, Izuku explained, drawing his index finger along the laces. Same goes for the coats, Izuku pointed towards the closet. Standing back up, Izuku opens the closet door and reaches a hand towards the suit coats. They're nice, aren't they? Yeah, Hitoshi agreed. Where is he? He's at work, he had to leave last night for an emergency. Izuku said sorrowfully. He sighed for a second before closing the closet back up. I love him a lot. I can tell, Hitoshi said. What's the door for? He asked, bringing Izuku's attention away from the closet and onto the basement door. It leads to the basement. Hitoshi hummed, lugging his hand to the doorknob. Let's check it out. No. Izuku yelled, leaping in front of the door. You can't. He spread his arms and legs, trying to hide the door away from Hitoshi. Why can't I? You said I could explore, Hitoshi protested, crossing his arms. I know. But you can't go in, it's off limits. Even for me. Why's that? It's where my dad works, my dad doesn't want me going down there. Izuku explained. He's not here. Sure, but that doesn't have anything to do with it, Izuku expressed, tilting his head slightly. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed. One peek. No. Izuku yelled, I'll kick you out if you keep on asking. Fine. Izuku narrowed his eyes in distrust. Good, you're new around here so you don't know how things work. Sure, Hitoshi shrugged, taking his sights off the door and observing the rest of the house. I don't. What difference does it make? Izuku snapped, I don't want you messing anything up. Geez, fine, I'll listen. Hitoshi faced Izuku, who just now tucked his limbs away from the door. Izuku nodded. My dad is quite strict and doesn't like me doing a lot of things without his permission. So, many things that might be normal for you, aren't normal for me. Like leaving the house or going downstairs. My dad does all of this to protect me. Hitoshi gawked for what felt like a solid minute. Izuku held his ground, chin pointed up a tad to show who was the dominant one. Doesn't it SCK? Being stuck in here. Izuku was about to protest. No. A yes? Gosh, yeah, it SCKS. I want to go outside to see the world, like the forest. I would like to see where you came from and why you are here. My dad told me that everyone wants to steal my hair and that's why he locked me away. But you are different. You don't want to steal my hair and you for some reason don't want to leave, it just disproves everything my dad said. Izuku didn't know he had these thoughts within him. Sure, the thought of leaving the house would be great. He could see everything for the first time, but he knew that was impossible. His dad would never let him leave. And Izuku doesn't really want to leave. If he does, his dad would miss him and there's the possibility of his dad needing to use his powers. But on the flip side, the thought of leaving sounds amazing. Izuku would get to see the world outside the cottage and explore it. If you had the choice, would you like to leave? Izuku took a second to think. I'm really not sure. The thought of leaving sounds great, but I don't know. I could help you, leave. Hitoshi said, with assurance. Why would you want to do that? Hitoshi bit his lip. He took a second to look around. Izuku followed his eyes to where he was looking. He found that Hitoshi was darting his eyes around the room, almost like he was trying to find something. Izuku opened his mouth to speak. Here. Hitoshi interrupted, but as soon as he saw Izuku's pout, he apologized. Sorry, I just got her excited. Never mind that, look. Hitoshi moved his hand towards a shoe. Do you know where these come from? Shoes? Yeah. My dad? Your dad made them? No? He just brought them home one day. Exactly. He got them from somewhere else. He bought it from a store. In fact, everything in this house originated from a store. Wait, really? Izuku's eyes glimmered. You're telling me my instruments were from a store? Hitoshi nodded with a smirk. Indeed. Wow. What else is in the outside world? Remember the TV I mentioned? You can see one for yourself if you leave the house. Really? Yeah, what else? Have you heard of phones? Izuku shook his head. No. Hitoshi began to make a list of things that Izuku found unusual. The words themselves, as well as the nature of the situation. He'd never heard of any of the things Hitoshi said, which piqued his interest. What else is there? I want to see the world. What? Hitoshi paused mid-sentence. And I want you to help me see it. Hitoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Yes. You've caught my interest. Izuku smiled brightly. Oh wow, Hitoshi's cheeks reddened with heat. Looking away, he coughed. When do you want to go? I can go now, but I need to come back home before my dad comes back. How long would that be? I think 2 days. You think? My calculations might be off, but I think the next morning. I really hope you're right. Why's that? 'Cause if you're wrong and your dad gets here before you get home, you're screwed. Why do you care about that? Hitoshi's face turned beet red. Looking away, he whispered, I want to save you from him. Izuku's heart fluttered. The two conversed, and Hitoshi bragged about the house and family he had. Izuku thought it was for him to get jealous of the things he did not have, like good parents. Though, he was jealous. He just could not admit it. If he were to say it, it would mean all of his dad's efforts to protect and take care of him were for nothing as he wants more. Gosh, Hitoshi hurt his brain. Izuku and Hitoshi ended up moving to the couch, side by side. It was all good until Hitoshi began twirling his fingers through his curls. Do you know how long it is? Izuku shrugged, blushing a tad at Hitoshi's fingers. I don't know. All I know, it's very long and gets all over the place. That made Hitoshi chuckle. Just looking around, it covers where you've been. Perhaps that's how your dad knows when you do something quite wrong. Izuku never thought of that. Though, it made sense, his hair being a dead giveaway. Next time, I'll make sure to gather up all my hair before changing rooms. Yeah, next time. Hitoshi trailed off, scratching at his hair. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku didn't look convinced. Anyway, Hitoshi started, do you know what your quirk is? Izuku sighed with an eye roll. I told you already, I don't know what you're talking about. Hitoshi slapped his palm to his forehead, oh right. Izuku leaned a tad towards Hitoshi. You can tell me. The closer he got to Hitoshi's face, the redder it got. He frowned, is he sick? Dad's face can get like that when he's sick. Pulling back, Izuku leaned against the couch. Hitoshi looked flabbergasted, staring with a slack jaw. Izuku snorted, you okay? I am good. Really good wait no. That's not what I meant, just ignore me, Hitoshi mumbled, covering his red face. Izuku shrugged, alright. Hitoshi took a deep breath, you want me to tell you what quirks are? Izuku nodded. Quirks are just superpowers, wait do you know superpowers are? A nod. Okay, good. This will make this easier to explain. Anyway, everyone, well mostly everyone, has an ability that is a quirk that gives them powers. Like me, I can. Hitoshi faltered. Yeah? Izuku prompted. You tell me yours first. You must have a quirk. Hitoshi switched the conversation like it was nothing. It hurt Izuku that he didn't want to tell him what his power was and keep it a secret. You promise me you'll tell me yours after I say mine? Sure. Hitoshi hung his head, I just don't want you to be scared of me. Izuku shook his head quickly. I would never. Well, if it has anything that could hurt me like blood or punching or something, you shouldn't worry. Hitoshi stared before glancing away. Izuku took it as his moment to talk about his hair. Oh boy. My power is my hair. Your hair? Hitoshi drawled out. Don't act so surprised. There's a reason for why I was worried you were going to steal it. My hair has healing abilities where if I sing, it will glow and heal the person the hair is wrapped around. Like if you cut your hand, I can wrap my hair around it and sing a song, it will go away. Huh, that's interesting. Please don't get any ideas. I use my hair to heal my dad whenever he gets hurt, if you steal it, I won't be able to heal him. Gosh, I already said this, I won't steal it. Okay? It's not even possible to steal a quirk. It's not? No. Why would you even think that? It's nothing. I was just thinking. Izuku didn't want to think his dad was lying or Hitoshi was lying. One of them was lying. He didn't want to think about who was. Dad was either lying about how everyone can take your powers away and Hitoshi was either lying about people stealing it. Hitoshi's mouth pursed. If you say so? Do we need anything for the trip? Izuku asked, like usual, breaking the silence. No, this should be good. When he said that, Hitoshi meant him and Izuku was all that was needed. Well, perhaps one thing. Izuku tilted his head, what's that? My phone, Hitoshi twisted his hand, patting his pants pockets. If I can find it, did you take it? He got up from the couch and looked at where he was sitting and his back pockets. I can't find it. Perhaps, it's in the closet. Stepping towards the exit, Izuku shot his hand forward. What are you talking about? Phone? Oh right, it's a rectangular thingy with glass, it can glow when a button is pressed. Ring any bells? Izuku's eyes popped open, it does. You won't find it in the closet, my dad took it. Hitoshi paled. He did. Heaving a breath, he stumbled back onto the couch, massaging his cheeks. Groaning, Hitoshi slammed his scalp against the cushion. Izuku choked on his saliva, Hitoshi? You okay? Alarmed, Hitoshi coughed into his hand. Yeah, I'm good. Izuku squinted his eyes unconvinced. It's just a rectangle, it can't be that, he faltered, remembering when he wanted to use the screen as leverage. Anyway, we have more important issues to focus on. Like, leaving this Shura house. Hitoshi hopped off the couch, shoving his hands into his pockets. Waving Izuku over to the foyer, he followed suit, hands on his hips. Hey! What were you about to say? Hitoshi shook his head, it was nothing. Grumbling and cursing to himself, Izuku paced with an annoyed face. Don't be mad at me, Izuku. Izuku looked flabbergasted, the audacity. You were talking about my house. It's not my fault that I don't know what the word you were going to say meant and thought it was negative. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, come on. He grabbed the door handle and twisted it to the side, pushing the door open. Taking a step forward, Hitoshi cracked his knuckles and ventured onto the porch. Izuku hesitated, tapping his foot at the threshold. It was morning, the sun was rising brightly with the early birds chirping. A chill of wind made him shiver. You coming? Yeah, I just need time. This is very weird, Izuku laughed, patting the doorway. For starters, you should say goodbye to the house, Hitoshi waved to the building. Why would I do that? I'm only going to be gone for like a day or so. Hitoshi frowned, looking back to the forest. Come on. Wait. Is it going to be a problem that I don't have shoes? I'm only wearing socks, Izuku explained with an ounce of self-consciousness. Hitoshi shook his head. Nah, just be careful of where you step. Izuku nodded stiffly. Can things hurt him? Like what? Hitoshi stepped off onto the grass with a side glance. Izuku took his time to inch out of the house, poking his foot. Is it safe? It is. Izuku gulped, fear building up. Inside. He will be touching grass for the first time in his life. Wow, what will it feel like? Soft? Ridged? Izuku crept a foot above the grass, centimeters away. One twitch and he will be touching it. He will be leaving the house for the first time. Closing his eyes tightly, Izuku lowered it. Whoa! Soft, lush, tangled strands of grass tickled his foot. Izuku smiled brightly, bringing his second foot to the grass. Wow! So soft. Izuku tumbled to the ground and rolled in it, laughing brightly at the ticklish feelings. Hitoshi! Oh my gosh! This is amazing. He hopped off the grass. For the first time, I'm free. Hitoshi grinned with so much happiness. I'm glad. Wait. Izuku stood up. What else is out there? A path went down for miles it seemed. It was the same path Dad used all the time. However, there was the forest. He shot off into the woods, twirling around to look at all the life. Hitoshi was right on his trail, a smile present. He spun around. Look at this. This looks so pretty. Hitoshi followed as Izuku picked up rocks and twigs, inspecting them. Izuku? Yes? He asked, ceasing to take his eyes off a caterpillar scooting along a boulder. Your hair, it's still inside the house. I think we should go back and close the door. Izuku huffed, I guess. As they walked back only 10 meters, Izuku bundled up his hair so that it didn't get caught and watched the trees sway back and forth. Back at the house, Izuku dragged out his hair and closed the door and locked it with the help of Hitoshi. That's it. Yeah, let's go. Wait. He hesitated. I'm going to get in so much trouble. You won't. I might. Don't worry, we'll explore for only a day or so and I'll bring you back here before your dad gets here. It would be like you never left. But I did. Hitoshi laid hand on his shoulder. Live a little. It's not the end of the world you rebelled. In fact, I think it was a good thing. Taking a step away from your dad. I guess, Izuku nodded, rubbing his eyes. Let's go. Hitoshi led Izuku down the path, telling Izuku about all the things they could do. He brought him to a cut path to a clearing with no trees and a single rock in front. He sat on it and patted the seat beside him. Izuku followed, looking ahead. Why are we here? The sun is going to rise. We already saw it rising. I know, but this will give us a better view. Right on time, the sun crept behind the dozen pine trees and poked its light towards the two. In rays, the sun beamed into Izuku's eyes. The mix of oranges and pinks decorated the sun's surroundings like a painting his dad would show him. It's so beautiful. I know. Izuku stared at the sun, loving the colors. As he did this, a hand touched his own, before zipping away. He glanced at Hitoshi in question. He had a bright red face, almost like the sky. Izuku shrugged, touching his hand. Hitoshi went stiff, causing Izuku to think he did something wrong. His voice was zapped out of him as Hitoshi laid his hand on top of his. It was nice. You hungry? Hitoshi asked randomly, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. When he thought of it, he quite was. After all, it is morning. I am. Great. There's a place around here where we can go eat. It will be the start of our adventure, your very first restaurant. Izuku giggled, sounds fun. Come on, it's this way. Hitoshi led Izuku back on the path and to a cut path leading to a light post and sign. Izuku felt Hitoshi touch his hand a few times as they walked side by side down the cut path, as if he wanted to hold it. Was this a frequent occurrence? Izuku was unable to speak as they approached the diner. The diner cast shadows on the grass as it glowed dimly in the forest. Fairy lights adorned the trees, creating a dreamy atmosphere. It perplexed him why there was a restaurant in the middle of nowhere, but after Hitoshi pointed to a second path, multiple buildings sat beside it, each serving a purpose. Near the path and the diner, large, strange metal-looking objects sat on solid flooring. It's an isolated town where not much happens and not a lot of people live here. So don't be surprised if you didn't hear it from your house. Izuku nodded, following Hitoshi to the front door. Ready for your first adventure? I'm sure. What are those? Izuku pointed at the metal objects. And why is this path so big? Oh right, those things are called cars, and the path is called a road. Cars go on the road and travel on it. Hitoshi explained, reaching out a hand for the handle. He had a sad expression on his face and said, it's unfair that you don't know things. Izuku didn't say anything after that. The two walked inside the door, and he felt his eyes widen. It was his very first room, other than his house. It's now or never. If he backs out now, he can still make it up to his dad. But if he goes in, he will change the rest of his life. You coming? Hitoshi held the door for him, waving a hand inside. Izuku smiled and nodded. I am. He stepped inside, crossed the threshold, and closed his eyes. This was it. Things are never going to be the same. He's going to learn things he's never learned before, and that will change him and his dad's relationship for the rest of his life. As much as the thought was overbearing, he didn't feel any different being inside the restaurant. The fact that the restaurant was virtually empty save for a few patrons could have something to do with it. Izuku ran in fear behind Hitoshi. The only attention the people paid was to say good morning to each other. Hitoshi courteously echoed it. Izuku followed Hitoshi, but he sensed a powerful tug. His hair got tangled up around a lamppost and a rock as he peered behind him. Izuku hurried outside and pulled on his hair to prevent it from flowing out all over the place. He returned inside and sat down next to Hitoshi in a booth. He was virtually sitting on top of Izuku when he sat next to him. Izuku didn't mind that his thighs were touching, it was soothing. He sighed and clasped his hair. Hitoshi's face was pure red. You okay? Yep. Never better, look at these menus. Hitoshi blurted out, passing a plastic menu with words and pictures of food. Wow, Izuku's eyes widened, there are so many. Yeah, pick one. I don't have a lot of money on me, Hitoshi explained, pulling out a black wallet from his pocket. How did I not see that earlier? Izuku murmured, eyes narrowing. Oh, I don't know. As the two looked at the menu, Hitoshi assisted Izuku with what he wanted to eat and what would be expected. A server. Hitoshi said they were a server, came up with a peppy attitude, something Izuku never knew someone could be. What do you guys want? The lady asked with enthusiasm, and it made Izuku slightly flinch. The lady, Hitoshi, whispered to him, saying that she was a girl. He could tell from a mile that she looked oddly different compared to him and Hitoshi. For one, her voice was high-pitched and sweeter. And her body shape was different, she had a bump near her BRST. It amazed him that there could be girls and boys as well, not just boys. There was also the fact that Izuku placed a protective hand over his hair, eyeing the lady. Hitoshi said it wasn't normal for someone to steal his hair or quirk. Even the word quirk was odd. But it made sense, his quirk is his hair. Though, it bugged him that his dad never mentioned it before. Hitoshi listed off their orders and asked for coffee and hot chocolate. The server came back with the steamy hot mugs and left with a wink. Why did she wink? Izuku asked as he took a long sip of hot chocolate. It was so good. Taking a second long sip, he spared a glance towards Hitoshi. I don't know. Okay then, so, what else do we do here? Mostly talk. Izuku tapped at his mug, sipping the content. Hitoshi did the same but was looking away as he did it. Izuku didn't mind, he guessed it was Hitoshi's tradition as he drank coffee. His dad enjoyed the quiet when he drank. Soon, after a long awkward silence, the server came back with 2 big plates of food. She placed them in front of the appropriate person and asked if they needed anything else. Yeah, Hitoshi said, is there a pay phone here? Or any phone I could use? Oh yes. There's a phone near the bathrooms. If you take a right down that hall, you'll see it. The lady pointed towards the hall, which went into a dark hallway. Waving goodbye, she left to serve another table. Why did you ask that? Izuku asked. Hitoshi didn't respond. Izuku picked up his chopsticks and mixed up his food before munching it up. It was so good. Taking a sip from his mug, Izuku sighed. Hitoshi had a bite before placing the food down. Just nothing. Stay here. Hitoshi got up from the booth and walked down the hall, not looking back at all. Izuku sked in a needy whine as Hitoshi's thigh left his own. He chose to smile as he left. Tucking back in, Izuku finished up his meal. As Hitoshi reached the pay phone, he pulled out a coin and slotted it inside the receiver. He tapped on the buttons and put the phone to his ear. It rang a few times, and when Hitoshi thought no one was going to answer, his mom spoke. She sounded tired, though that was how she normally acted. Hey, Mom. Hitoshi? Where have you been? In the forest. And I may have been kidnapped by a boy who is the same age as me and got a lot of trauma. And who has been isolated for the whole of their lives. Oh Hitoshi. I know it doesn't make sense, but hear me out. Hitoshi looked around him and said, I'll tell you the story. Go ahead. Hitoshi explained Izuku's situation and what happened to him. He talked about Izuku's possessive and crazy dad and how he had been the second person he had ever seen in his life. He spoke about some of the odd behaviors he had, ending the explanation with Izuku's quirk. Oh Hitoshi. Are you mad? No, I just don't get how so many bad things can happen to you. Hitoshi laughed, scratching his cheek. Mad luck? Maybe, so what are you going to do now? I want to show Izuku the world before bringing him back. Hopefully, during that time I can persuade Izuku to stay with me instead of going back. Mom? Yes, hun? Can he stay with us? I want to take him home. Of course you can. Hitoshi talked with his mom for a little longer. She recited what happened at home, which was nothing much and a few "I love yous." Hitoshi thanked his fantastic mom before hanging up, feeling proud of helping someone who wasn't himself. He can prove to everyone he's not a villain after all. Izuku, as he waited for Hitoshi at the booth, finished up his meal and pushed it to the side. More people came into the diner with exhausted faces, making him think they woke up recently. He was surprised that he wasn't very tired, he was energetic. Perhaps it had to do with the adrenaline pumping through his veins. A few of them looked over at Izuku but didn't pay him any mind, which did loads for him as he was terrified if they were going to steal his quirk. Some of them talked about a flame hero fighting a water villain and new quirks they saw in town. Izuku toned into their conversation, curious about what else they were going to make up. He found himself enjoying the fictional story the man was talking about, one that had him saving a girl from a villain. Hitoshi came back soon after with a small smile. He sat back down and finished up his meal. Hitoshi? Izuku wanted to ask what he was doing but knew better not to. If Hitoshi wanted to tell him, he would have. Yeah? Hitoshi said, mid-bite. What are those guys talking about? Instead of asking about why he was away, he decided to ask about what the men were talking about. He had an idea, but it struck him as odd that they were having so much fun talking about stories. It's nothing, Hitoshi said dismissively, waving a hand away. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms. It probably was just that the men were very animated about hero and villain stories, and Hitoshi didn't want to state the obvious. The two went into a comforting silence, with Izuku casually watching Hitoshi eat. He had a permanent blush crossing his cheeks, looking away every so often. Izuku found it amusing. Furrowing his brow, he stared at him with a smile. Stop it or you'll give me a heart attack. Hitoshi deadpanned, collecting the dishes into one neat pile so the server had an easier time cleaning the table. Izuku looked down at his lap, knowing Hitoshi was upset with him. Why Hitoshi's heart was causing an issue for him was a mystery, but it was something Izuku should respect. I'm sorry, I was trying to be funny. Oh, I was being sarcastic. I don't mind you doing it. Hitoshi explained with a warm smile. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. I'll be back. Hitoshi said roughly, shimmying himself off the booth. Where are you going? Izuku couldn't help but ask. I'm going to pay. Stay here. Hitoshi went over to the counter where the servers were, and the server pulled out a weird-looking device with buttons and glowing lights and gave it to Hitoshi. Izuku watched in rapt attention, his eyes widening ever so slightly as the beep came from the machine. A scuttling sound echoed around the dining room, startling Izuku. He glanced at where it came from and found a man holding a rectangular box looking at him. He stuffed it back into his pocket and proceeded to eat. Izuku ignored it, finding it funny that the rectangular box made that noise. What was that? Izuku blurted out as Hitoshi came back with a piece of paper in hand. Why did she give you paper? Oh, it's the receipt. Hitoshi shrugged and a few seconds passed as he groaned. Right. It's proof that you bought something and tells you how much you spent. Oh, I'm okay. Izuku didn't get most of it, but he nodded nonetheless. Observing Hitoshi's body language, he could tell he was annoyed that he had to explain everything to Izuku. What are we going to do now? Hitoshi waved at the door, leaving. Come on. Izuku pulled himself out of the booth and collected his hair before heading towards the door behind Hitoshi. Keeping his head low, he chose not to look at the others there as he still felt paranoid they would attack him after one look in the eye. A rough hand grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back to face the person. A rough, murky man gave him a smirk and winked with drunken eyes. Izuku started, taking a step back. Hitoshi dash. You have beautiful hair, boy. Can I touch it dash? No. Izuku screamed, slapping at the hand with all his strength. He darted out of the cafe, cradling his hair close to his chest. In a rush of panic, Izuku whipped his head around to find a hiding spot, his heart racing. One look at a shaded tree, and Izuku ran over. Falling to his knees, Izuku curled his arms around his legs and moved his face into his hair. Izuku! Hitoshi called, panic lacing his voice. Oh my god, Izuku! You can't just run like that. He fell to the ground, ignoring a ragged rock poking out of the ground. Izuku? Izuku rocked himself. I want to go home. Come on, it was just a one-time thing. What happens if it happens again? I can't lose my powers. You won't. I was going to stop the man before he was going to do anything to you. He touched me. I didn't want that. The man was a FING creep. Most people are not like that. Hitoshi said, trying his hardest to persuade Izuku. He wanted to believe Hitoshi, but his anxiety was eating his heart. I can't lose my powers. I know you can't. And it won't happen. Now one has the ability to steal quirks. Dad said everyone can. He lied. Izuku whined, you think so? Have I tried to steal your quirk? Izuku shook his head. Exactly, I won't ever. Please just trust me, at least until I bring you back. Okay? Okay. Izuku agreed, taking Hitoshi's outstretched hand. Let's keep on going. He nodded, tightening his hand around Hitoshi's. The two started back on their trek, this time going down the road of buildings. Izuku had his head lowered, still cradling his hair. All for One was having a good day as he finished up his grocery shopping. He had little time remaining until his successor, Tamura Shigaraki, would be infiltrating the USJ. As of right now, he was talking to Kurojiiri and all the other villains about the plan. All for One saw it as a means to do some of his errands while he waited for the plan to be said. After all, he was the one to come up with it, and it was just up to Tamura to enact it. Using the half hour to buy some groceries for the house, All for One felt happy about what was going on in his life. Izuku, his perfect son, was at home in his room doing nothing as he waited for his father to come home. He scratched his ego, thinking Izuku was at home thinking about him. He loved how Izuku was wrapped around his finger, but it still made him question if Izuku was pulling away or not. All for One inserted his debit card into the machine and retrieved his groceries. All for One requested that Kurojiiri construct a portal. As he waited, he glanced up at the sun. The shining orb beamed in his eyes, making him blink for a long second. It was rising, reflecting the start of a new day. He was quite thankful the grocery store he enjoys going to was open at 7 a.m. If not, he would have gone shopping after the mission was completed. However, he knew he wouldn't get enough time to do so as he knew Tamura would end up getting hurt with his reckless personality. Sighing, All for One felt a wind shift to accompany a purple warp gate. Taking a step towards it, he stopped walking at the voice. Did you hear about it? A man gushed, pulling on his partner's arm and moving his phone at his partner. What? The partner asked, rolling their eyes. Look at Twitter. A boy with really long green hair was walking hand in hand with a purple-haired boy at the dinner in Dash. All for One chose not to listen. Jerking back, he used his beta teleportation quirk, which only moved you about 1 kilometer away, but it worked quickly. Creating multiple portals, All for One rushed to the cottage. In a flurry, he ripped the door off the hooks and threw the groceries onto the kitchen island. Izuku! He called, come here. I'm home early. I won't get bad if you leave your room. He talked faster the more he boomed down the hallway, his heart pounding as he did. He pulled open the door and sked in a breath. The room was empty with a few blankets sprawled around, the closet door wide open. All for One laughed, a loud one. He knew it, he knew it. He pulled out his phone, along with the second phone Izuku gave him. After a quick use of his quirk to unlock the phone, he went onto the photo app and cycled through them. All signs point to a purple-haired boy with a sleep issue owning the phone. And that person stole Izuku. With no negotiation in mind, All for One knew exactly what he wanted to do now. He wants to personally murder him and bring Izuku back. He doesn't care that the purple-haired boy looks like a teenager, he could fing careless. He stole his Izuku. And that won't ever be forgiven. His anger erupted through his quirks when he looked at Twitter for the post about his Izuku. The house creaked and groaned under the pressure. Izuku was sitting at a booth with his hair gathered to the side. The teenager didn't look to be in sight, which was pleasant. Though, that didn't mean he wasn't there. The photographer got a perfect photo of Izuku looking forward with amusement and awe in his eyes. All for One took a quick glance at the comments that said where the photo was taken, as others were curious at how a cute boy with long hair was all alone. Anger boiling in his gut, All for One rushed out of the house, heading to the diner. With a quick phone call to Kurojiiri, he explained he had some matters to attend to and to start the attack as soon as they were in the clear. Stuffing the two phones into his pockets, All for One used his quirk to head to the forest diner. Izuku staggered behind Hitoshi, cradling his hair close. His eyes went about looking at everyone and everything that could mess it up. Hitoshi smiled sadly at him, wanting to press him more about how he was feeling. But he refused, pleasing Izuku. Down the road, a crowd circled each other, heads hung low, murmuring. Izuku scurried away as fast as he could, not wanting to take any chances. He looked behind him when he was in the clear. Hitoshi was on the outside, looking down a shoulder. Izuku panicked, tightening his hands around his hair. Hitoshi, he hissed, tapping the ground. Come on, let's go. He wanted to yell out and demand Hitoshi leave them and go, but he couldn't. If he did, it would draw the attention of the group. His heart flying a minute, he stepped back. If he lays low and waits for Hitoshi, he'll be out of the green light. Izuku spent only 1 second looking around to find cover. A brick building casts a shadow among wooden ones, making a passageway between the two. Izuku shot towards it, racing down it. The shallow cast was a perfect shelter and disguise for him. Izuku sighed in relief, leaning against the brick wall. He took time to meditate and relax his heart from beating a mile a minute. He dropped his hair to the safety of the shadows, giving his arms some much-needed rest. "Wow, you must be the green-haired boy on Twitter." Izuku yelled, "Eep!" He pushes himself off the wall and lands on his knees. Tears threatened to fall from the blossoming pain. "Go away!" Izuku scratched his hands as he scrambled away, the girl coming closer. The girl didn't seem to notice his panic as she smiled wider and stepped forward until Izuku hit a dead end. Izuku gasped and jerked his head to the side, proving that he was stuck. The girl stopped in front of him, crouching down. She had brown hair, green eyes, and red lips. It was odd how red they were, causing Izuku to chuck it up as the girl's body. "I never see guys with long hair, they have like short hair, not long. Can I take a picture?" "No. Better yet, can I touch it? It must be very soft. Maybe like freshly grown grass, duh." "No." Izuku yelled, collecting his hair in his arms. "It's mine. I need it. Oh come on, just one touch. Please? I'll even pay you." The girl kneeled as she pulled out the same object Hitoshi had pulled out when paying for breakfast. Izuku shook his head. "No. I don't need your money. I want you to leave." The girl creased her eyebrows. Her mouth opened and, "What are you doing to him?" A concerned and panicked voice stopped the girl from talking. Izuku smiled happily. "Hitoshi." The girl sent him a glare, making Izuku curl in on himself. "You know him?" "Yes." Izuku murmured. "How does a freak like him know someone as cute as you?" The girl pointed at Hitoshi, the wrath flowing from her voice. "We're friends," Hitoshi answered. Stepping closer, "Now are you going to leave him alone?" "No." The girl shouted, shooting up from the ground. "I will dash." Her voice flipped off at Hitoshi's glare. Izuku titled his head. "What? She was fighting just a second ago. Why are you talking to him?" The girl answered in a monotoned way, almost like how Dad speaks when he is exhausted. "I saw him on Twitter and thought that he was adorable. Plus, he's such a mystery. A boy with extremely long hair, in a diner and in PJs, so cute. Like something you'd see in a movie. I saw him resting in the alleyway and thought it was the perfect time to get a photo and touch his hair." Hitoshi shivered, his eyes twitching. "How popular is this Twitter post?" "Not that popular. The person who posted it had taken it down because of," the girl pointed at Izuku, "his father." "Elaborate." "Apparently, his father called the account owner and told them to take it down or he would bring the police into the situation." "How do you know this?" Hitoshi's voice got more panicky the more he asked. Izuku was barely listening, just trying to calm his heart. The account owner posted a second tweet saying they had to take down the previous tweet because of the demands. "Pretty much everything I just told you was in the tweet." "Show me." The girl pulled out a rectangular object, the same thing he keeps seeing, and gave it to Hitoshi. Izuku stared in awe at the control he had. It felt like the girl was following his every command, which was odd. Did she think Hitoshi was cute too? He's not claiming Hitoshi is cute, rather, he's merely saying he thinks everyone finds him appealing. Probably. However, it's unlikely because she called him a freak, unless she had a change of heart. Hitoshi gave back the phone after a command to unlock it and went back to tapping at it. He swiped it a few times, then groaned. He gave it back with a push. "Leave. And don't tell anyone we were here." The girl, miraculously walked away in a straight line, turning right at the entrance. She didn't say anything or nod, she just followed the command like a mindless machine. Hitoshi watched as the girl left, shaking his head. Izuku saw his hands clenching so much that his knuckles were stark white. "Hitoshi?" Izuku asked in a whisper, frightened of what he saw. Just a moment earlier, the woman started nagging and harassing him about his alleged celebrity. He's not really that cute, at least not in the way the girl claims, which made Izuku want to chuckle. He was cute, according to his father, but that was a father-son thing. Hearing her say it made him feel strange, like she wasn't the right person to say it to him. However, Hitoshi had the option if he so desired. Of course, if he wants to. He would never be coerced into doing anything by Izuku, especially at first. However, he found it painful to consider that Hitoshi would soon leave his life. He would be saying farewell to him the following morning, which was so soon. Shaking his head off the depressing thoughts, he dragged his brain to think about the present. Hitoshi did something to make the girl listen to him and answer his questions. Even his dad doesn't have the power to make him answer his questions in the finest detail. However, Hitoshi does. It can't be a coincidence, it can't be. The girl's personality would never allow her to answer questions like that, especially about secretive things. What just happened? We got to go. Hitoshi shot him a look and grabbed his arm, pulling him up from the ground. Why? Wait. Explain what you just did? Hitoshi chose to ignore him as he dragged Izuku out of the alleyway and onto the road, looking back and forth for people. Later. Later? I want to know now. I want to know if you would do something like that to me. Izuku exclaimed, pulling on his hand with the opposite force. What? Hitoshi stilled, tensing up. He jerked his hand back, holding it up to his chest. Izuku felt a pang of guilt at Hitoshi's shocked expression. He wanted to apologize, listen to him, and say they could keep on going. But no, he couldn't. He needed to know. The girl back there, she wasn't listening to you or I, until you started talking to her. Then she started answering all your questions and then left at your command. I know it's no coincidence, it can't be. Hitoshi sighed, rubbing his face. It's my quirk. Your quirk? Remember how I didn't tell you what my quirk is? Izuku nodded. I just thought you didn't have one. What? No. I do. I'm just ashamed of it as people say it's a bad quirk. Hitoshi stumbled with his words. Izuku got the gist of it, nodding along. What is the quirk called? Hitoshi hunched over himself. It's called brainwashing. I just have to ask someone a question and have them answer, and once they do, I have full control over them. I'd give them orders and they'd carry them out until I sever the control. Whoa! That's so cool. Izuku blushed, throwing his hands around, letting his hair fall. Why's that a bad quirk? You're not afraid of me? His eyes widened slightly. A little, but I trust you won't use your quirk on me for negative reasons. You don't think it's a bad quirk? Izuku smiled and shook his head. Nope. You're a great person, and it's the person who makes their ability or quirk bad. Not the quirk itself. Oh whoa, you really know how to make me blush, Hitoshi laughed, scratching his cheek. Izuku giggled back, reaching for Hitoshi's hand. I like it when you blush, it makes me feel all good inside my chest. Hitoshi chuckled at that, ruffling Izuku's curls. Come on, let's go. Okay. The two trekked down the road, avoiding the eyes of others when they saw Izuku. Hitoshi rested his arm around his neck, pulling him behind buildings if needed. The edge of the road came to an abrupt end. The road mingling with the dirt made it feel like it was on the outskirts. What now? Izuku asked, crouching down to touch the road and dirt. Izuku? Yes? He sat up, tilting his head. I just remembered, Hitoshi whispered, anxiety dripping from his voice. Looking out onto the street as he rubbed his elbow. Were you listening to what the girl said when I was talking to her? No? I mean, a little. But that was at the start and end. I was focusing on panicking. If that makes sense. Saying it out loud makes it sound like he was crazy. No, I get it. Don't underestimate yourself. Did she say something bad about me? Yes, she sadly did. Oh, well, it's a good thing I didn't hear it. All for One pursued his son in the shadows while maintaining a blank expression. Izuku's actions and the boy's peculiarity were observed. Izuku was afraid of the oddity, as he calculated. Izuku settling down, though, was not theorized. He had the opportunity to seize Izuku there and then. When Hitoshi used his quirk on the girl. However, All for One was quite interested in seeing how Izuku would respond. Likewise, with Hitoshi. Everything he believed his son to be, including his obedience and loyalty, was destroyed. He was also extremely disappointed. He shook his head and walked into the diner. He had the option of pursuing the two, but he decided against it. Hitoshi decided not to tell Izuku what he had observed, which was that All for One was looking for his son. To make Izuku not freak out was the obvious motive behind his actions. He will attempt to return home if he thinks his father knows he is gone. Hitoshi obviously did not desire that. He wanted to disrupt their small family. He should have been killed right there and then. No, he laughed. He'll induce anxiety in Hitoshi. When Hitoshi is about to lose it, All for One will pursue him and seize Izuku. He will invoke fear in his soul. The diner's waitress offered no assistance. They invaded his personal space by asking him why he was inquiring. If he had not been attempting to learn information, he would have tormented them. He only stated that he was the father of the kid with green hair and that the boy with purple hair was his son's friend. He was looking for them as they ran. He claimed that because they believed him, the lie worked. The deception itself was very pitiful. Hitoshi wasn't Izuku's friend. Izuku doesn't need any friends. They informed him of the details he already knew about his son, including his appearance and behavior. But Hitoshi becomes even more fascinating. The server told him that he had paid for everything and even helped Izuku pick out what he wanted from the menu. Plus, at one point, he left to use the pay phone. The server didn't know who he called but heard Hitoshi ask if Izuku could live with them. His parents. All for one questioned if she knew where they were headed between clenched teeth. No, the server replied. All for one opted to simply nod and walk out of the restaurant. He'll go out and get them. He is now aware of their destination. Hitoshi's house. Can we take a break? The hills and roots did wonders for his physical health. Izuku was exhausted, but he pushed forward. Hitoshi mostly had to stop and let Izuku catch up. They were at the edge of the forest, Hitoshi kept on saying. Each step was tiresome on its own. Izuku groaned and sat down on a stump with the sun beating down on his skin. Hitoshi put his hands on his hips and narrowed his eyes. Fine. Hitoshi went to sit next to Izuku but was unable to do so since Izuku had taken the available space to put his hair down to prevent dirt from getting in it. He looked around and saw a log some distance away. He trekked over in long strides. One misstep, he lodged his food under the poking root and stumbled forward. Hitoshi moved his foot out, nearly taking the whole plant with him. Toshi! Izuku yelled, rushing over to him. The momentum threw Hitoshi off balance, scrambling back. In an act to save his soul, he hooked his foot around a second root coming from the side. This was the wrong move. Instead of falling on his butt, he fell on his side, landing directly on the side of his ankle. Hitoshi groaned, feeling every bruise. Toshi! Izuku rushed to his side, hands hovering. Sheet, I think I sprained my ankle. Hitoshi grips his leg, sitting up. It really hurts. It wasn't mangled, thank God. If it was, it would have been broken. Sparks of strained pain shot up his spine. Twitching at the pain, Hitoshi cursed. My ankle hurts. I'm so sorry. I can't show you things. Sheet. Hitoshi smacked the ground. No, don't panic. Izuku exclaimed, I can heal you. He pulled his hair to his hands and sat closer to Hitoshi's ankle. He grunted, your hair. Yes. Remember how I'm so protective of it? It's because my powers reside in my hair. All I have to do is wrap my hair around your ankle and sing a song, and you'll be healed. What dash? Just let me do it. Izuku runs his hair under the ankle, gently lifting it by the shin. Hitoshi cursed, twitching away from the pain. Just do it. Izuku nodded quickly, racing to wrap his hair around the injury. Okay, here it goes. It was a challenge to do so without an instrument because he needed the tempo to help channel the powers. He clenched his fists and banged them into the ground, trying to create a bass. Hitoshi was quiet as Izuku sang the lyrics, utterly in awe of his singing. His green hair pulsed a neon green, starting from the top and weaving to the edges. A flash of light formed at his ankle, the pain ebbed away. A throb, a pulse, and then nothing. The last line ended with the light flowing back to the crown of Izuku's head. What the? Hitoshi choked out, staring at his painless ankle. Izuku giggled, rolling his eyes. My dad had the same reaction. Well, maybe not the same. But close. He had a huge smile. Hitoshi didn't respond, still at a loss of words. Izuku unraveled the hair and pressed a hand to the ankle, forcing pressure on it. Hitoshi began to flinch, not ready for the incoming pain. He stared in awe. It was healed. It feels normal. Perfect. I still got it. Izuku cheered, pumping his fist in the air. Is this why you're so protective of it? If I lose my abilities, I won't be able to heal my dad. You have to heal him? Izuku maneuvered himself so that he was shoulder to shoulder with Hitoshi. Yeah, he comes home sometimes with injuries and it's my job to heal him. Whoa, that's a lot of responsibility. Sure is. But I like it. Every time I do it, I feel needed. Izuku smiled, weaving a hand through his hair. Stopping at a particular knot, Izuku used his nails to pull out the hair. Hitoshi shook his head, taking the hair in his hands, he gently brushed out the knot. Izuku watched as he did it. Resting his head against Hitoshi's shoulder, he smiled. You called me Toshi. Is that a nickname? Izuku flushed in embarrassment. Why yes. If you'd like? I like it. Silence surrounded the two. The sounds of the forest brushed past their ears, encasing them in a mystical world. Birds chirped, leaves scuttled against each other, and wind blew through the trees. What's the real reason why you were near my house, Toshi? Hitoshi allowed his mouth to run wild. He explained it all. His parents, his quirk and the bullying at school, him trying to get into UA, spending time in the forest and finding the house. He explained in extra detail whenever a term came up that was odd. Like, heroes and villains. It took him a while to make Izuku grasp the idea that there were heroes and villains, actual real-life people. Not like fictional characters, being a hero was a genuine job choice. At the diner, people were talking about a villain attack, in which heroes stopped them. Does that mean it wasn't fictional? That actually happened? Hitoshi nodded, yeah. Why didn't you say anything about it? He sked in a breath, I didn't want to talk about it as my dreams were crushed because of the heroes. You want to be a hero? Izuku asked. Wanted, Hitoshi emphasized, my quirk won't allow me to. What? You saved me earlier. That's what heroes do. I think, from what my dad said, that's what they do. Izuku's dad never went into much detail about heroes, only saying they are meant to save people in the stories. At one time, Izuku found a book that Dad brought home from the store. The story talked about a hero and a villain. Dad explained it was mythology. Yeah, I did. But to get into the hero course in UA, you need to pass a test where you fight robots. Hitoshi sighed, rubbing his forehead. I failed it. Oh. Although, I don't think it was a bad thing. I got to meet you in the end, right? Izuku smiled gently, that's true. Stop smiling, you're going to give me a heart attack, Hitoshi grumbled, shoving Izuku away. He laughed and said, sorry, I just like smiling. You know, Izuku waved a hand, I wanted to go back as I was scared people were going to take my ability away. But after hearing there's such a thing called villains and heroes, I want to prove to everyone, you're my hero, Toshi. Ah, Izuku. Hitoshi couldn't help but wrap his arms around Izuku and hug him tight. I can't wait. Pulling away from the embrace, they stared each other in the eyes. Inching closer, only centimeters away, breath blowing on their skin. In a zap, Hitoshi bolted away, practically falling on his back. Toshi! Izuku exclaimed, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Hitoshi's face was on fire. Sitting up, he did everything he could to not look at Izuku's adorable face. He stood up, patting away the dirt. I'll be back, I just need to take some time to think. Stay here, okay? Oh, alright, Izuku said dimly. Hitoshi left in a rush, a hand covering his blazing face. Izuku frowned as he dashed into the forest. Sighing, Izuku lay on the ground, staring up at the canopy. His face was on fire, his cheeks pulsating. Yawning, he curled up, tucking his hair around him as if he was in a nest. Closing his eyes for just a second, he snuggled into his hand. Opening his eyes, Izuku yawned, stretching his arms. Cracking his knuckles, he glanced around. Leaves brushed against each other, wind flowing through them. A snapping shot, Izuku forward. Jerking his head, he saw a little creature staring up at him only a few feet away. The green, fluffy rabbit seemed to have jumped out of a bush and twitched its nose. Izuku grinned, watching the animal. He felt his heart rate decline a tad, thankfully knowing the rabbit would inflict no harm. Dad showed him an encyclopedia not that long ago, talking about all the different animals living in the forest. From his window, he could see squirrels, rabbits, and even deer. For a while, he had no idea what they were, hiding under his covers at the sight of a wolf. But when Dad explained to him that they were animals, he spent hours looking outside. Although he'd never heard of green rabbits before. Maybe they're a new breed? He gently lowered a hand to the rabbit's head, his eyes widening when the rabbit leaned into the touch. Izuku. His heart sank, tears breaking through his eyelids. The voice came from behind him, sending chills up his spine. Tightening up, he jerkily looked over his shoulder. Dad. Izuku choked out, his breath heavy with depth. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home? Izuku nodded his head quickly, sobs threatening to jump out. Please come here. Dad held his arms out for Izuku. He rushed into the incoming embrace, squeezing his arms around his dad's back. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left, and I apologize profusely. Please forgive me. I missed you, Dad said, ignoring Izuku's apologies. When I came home and you weren't there, I was terrified. My son was missing. Not only that, your healing abilities. What would happen if I came home and was bleeding out, I would have died. Please, Izuku begged, don't say stuff like that. You're not dead, you're right here. I can't lose you. And you won't. As long as you return home. Izuku nodded quickly, I will, I promise. Dad smiled, but that smile turned into a sickening smirk. Good. I look forward to seeing you at home, Izuku. He removed his arms around him, taking a step back. Where are you going, Dad? Izuku asked with urgency. Stepping forward, he reached a hand out for him. Except, it went through him. Gasping, he wrenched his hand away, holding it close. Dad? Nothing. Dad kept on walking. Dad! Izuku yelled, sprinting forward to hug him. Let me come with you. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes for the impact. Ready to feel the physical contact of a black suit, he squeezed them shut. Nothing. He hurtled forward, eyes flaring open, as he moved his hands out to break the fall. Smashing into the ground, he rolled onto his side, holding his pained palms to his chest. Izuku? Creasing his eyes closed, he whimpered at the pain. Unknown hands rested on his shoulders, shaking them. Tears were popping out of his eyelids, and he opened his eyes to blink them away. A shadow covered his face, blocking out the canopy. Someone stared back at him. Izuku, are you okay? Hitoshi? Izuku asked in a haze, blinking. Yes, I'm here. Hitoshi gripped Izuku's hands, pulling him into an embrace. Rubbing his back peacefully, Izuku sighed as he pressed his face into his shoulder. I'm not leaving. What happened? Izuku choked out. I left and I heard you crying, so I rushed back, but I found you sleeping. You were having a nightmare. I was? You were. It was all fake? Yes. Oh, thank God, Izuku huffed, squeezing his eyes shut. I'm so happy it was fake. Yeah? Nightmares really suck. Most of the time, your brain uses memories or emotions and creates a horror movie out of them. Hitoshi explained, mindlessly pulling Izuku onto his lap. If you don't mind me asking, what was it about? Just, I don't want to say. Okay? But if you feel up to it, please tell me. I want to help in any way I can. Besides, I'm your hero, remember? Izuku pulled away and smiled. You are. So, Toshi, where are we headed? Izuku asked, interlocking his fingers around Hitoshi's. He felt the other squeeze his hand in acknowledgement, tilting his head downward. Izuku became aware of Hitoshi's true height as they were standing next to each other and holding hands. Putting it into perspective, he had to look up at Hitoshi by craning his neck at a 120 degrees angle to see his purple eyes. The same goes for Hitoshi, but just the opposite. He towered over Izuku's height and could see his curly head from above. He went up to Hitoshi's shoulders and often had to stand on his tippy toes to wrap his arms around his neck. It was endearing, but it wasn't anything new. His dad was taller than he was, probably 2 heads taller. If anything, he wondered if people could be shorter than he was. We're going to a city called Mustafa. It's where I live. I want to show you my place. Hitoshi explained, creeping past a tree. We're nearly there, too. Izuku giggled, that's a funny name. Hitoshi blushes madly, glancing away. Gosh, why never mind. Past the trees, Izuku and Hitoshi arrived in a neighborhood with houses, fences, light posts, and cars. He was in awe as Hitoshi pulled him along, whipping his head around, looking at all the buildings. The city of Mustafa was large, with people walking along. Izuku asked Hitoshi questions, asking what things were and if he could check them out. Hitoshi answered them all, rolling his eyes at his excitement. Izuku didn't mind, he was just enthralled. The city was lovely. Every individual he encountered, with their distinctive qualities, made it clear to him how much he still needed to learn. People with horns, no hair, tails, and both large and small sizes went down the streets whilst behaving normally. Only a handful glanced his way briefly before turning their attention elsewhere, as though he were an ordinary person. Although distinct, being that way was common. It gave Izuku pleasure. No one appeared to recognize him, in contrast to the small town in the forest. The caution to hold onto his hair went away as soon as they found a clearing with a fountain. A road for people, Hitoshi described it as. It circled around the fountain and divided off into other roads and passageways. Hitoshi explained that there was a rule to not go near it. It made Izuku realize everyone obeyed rules in the city, not just him. Toshi, Izuku said as he sat beside him on a metal bench facing the water-spouting fountain. Am I weird? What? No, you're not. Just a little behind? Hitoshi shrugged, pressing a hand to his chin. Izuku hummed, I guess. What made you think that? Oh, just looking around at all the people made me realize how unique and similar I am to everyone. Every person I've seen has some special quality, like colorful hair, bright eyes, colorful skin, you name it. And there's me with green, long hair. I'm like everyone else, in a way. It also got me thinking that something isn't right. Like, look at everyone here. They all look like this is normal, the city and all that. But for me, this is all new. Is that normal? Hitoshi bit his lip and said, it might be. Not everyone is accustomed to living in such a vast city. Everything would seem strange, especially for you since you have only ever lived in your house. I guess that makes sense. Izuku let out a sigh and put his head on Hitoshi's shoulder. He shifted his position to avoid sitting on his hair and pushed it to the side. Izuku noticed the mess his hair was in when it dropped to the ground. Some of the ends and strands were thinner than others and some were covered with mud. He frowned, is there a way where I can make my hair shorter other than cutting it? You could put it in a ponytail or braid it. Hitoshi suggested, tapping his cheek. Okay, good, I want to fix it. Hitoshi blushed, like, right now? Yep. Izuku smiled, jumping up, we need to find someone who can do my hair. Yes, sure, but are you okay with that? They'll have to touch it. The dream had made him realize how cautious he needed to be to pull this off, and he said, as much as I detest the concept, I need someone to straighten my hair or my dad will know I went. His dad's not a moron. If his hair becomes even more disorganized, he will realize something is wrong. He successfully pulled off the fib that he got dirty because he hung it out his window. His dad won't trust him if he tries to pull it off again. Okay, let's go and find someone. Hitoshi nodded and helped Izuku gather the hair up as he started looking around. Maybe we should ask around, he suggested after passing the hair to Izuku. Hitoshi walked around with Izuku behind him, glancing around for people. His social anxiety made him hesitant as many looked to be busy, doing their own thing. A fountain had benches and shade with groups talking, ignoring Hitoshi's small calls. Izuku seemed to have noticed his struggles and took charge. Their search wasn't that hard as he found a young girl with gray, silver hair braiding her own hair with her father reading a book to her. Look, Toshi. There's someone. Izuku smiled, pointing at the girl. Izuku, that's a little girl, we cannot go up to kids and ask for things. Why not? Because, that's just a rule in society. You can't talk to strangers. So, I shouldn't be talking to people other than you and my dad? Hitoshi blushes, enjoying the thought that Izuku didn't see him as a stranger. No. Well, you can't talk to kids as they aren't supposed to talk to strangers. Oh, Izuku made a noise of disappointment. What if we get her attention? No, that would make her dad mad. Oh. Hey! The girl called out as the two began to walk away with disappointed faces. Wait, the girl's sweet, high-pitched voice came closer. She grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling on it so he'd stop. Izuku flinched, ripping his hand away. He felt instantly guilty as the girl showed her hurt face. I'm sorry, she murmured. No. Izuku said, albeit a little too loud, causing some people to look over. Coughing, Izuku crouched down to her height. My name is Izuku, yours? Eri, she answered, tapping her fingers. My dad said I could. I was wondering if I could do your hair. Izuku was taken back. Wait, really? You do? MHM. It looks so pretty. Eri waved her hands around, smiling brightly. Awesome. I was actually going to ask you if you could, but Hitoshi told me no. Your friend? Eri asked, looking up at him. Yes, I'm his friend. Hitoshi said gruffly, blushing a tad. Cool. My dad's over there. Eri pointed over to a man wearing a mask, observing the two, then shaking his head to read more of his book. Want to move to that bench? I have hair ties. Eri said, whipping out 3 red ties. Wow, Izuku grinned, you're so prepared. Yeah. I was gonna do mine, but I saw you. So I thought I needed to try it out. Izuku giggled, blushing a tad from embarrassment. Am I that noticeable? Eri giggled back, sorta. Izuku stood while Eri parted his hair into 3 portions after pulling his hair out into a straight line. Hitoshi observed from a distance, watching for anyone who might damage it by treading on it or touching it. When Eri called her father to have him look at her work, all he did was grin at her. Izuku, though, was beaming and trembling with joy. It was adorable. Eri weaved the hair, tightening it up so that it formed into a tight braid. It went up to Izuku's ankles, sometimes the ends brushed up against the floor if Izuku wasn't too careful. Hitoshi sighed in awe as Izuku twirled around, smiling and laughing. He looked beautiful. His freckles shined nicely with the sun and his skin glowed, showing how pale it was. His fluffy, curly hair was neatly tied up, showcasing Izuku's face. Eri danced around with him, smiling back. Hitoshi found himself watching Izuku's eyes and blushing, ceasing to take his eyes away. Izuku didn't even notice it either, just continuing to be cute. He looked genuinely happy. Toshi! Izuku cheered, rushing up to him. He grinned, twirling a hand into his hair. Look! Eri did such a good job. Hitoshi flushed, eyes flaring wide. Yes, I see that. Whipping his head away, he scratched his skull, leaning away when Izuku leaned closer. You okay? Your face is so red. Yes? He yelled, stepping away. I'm okay. Oh, Izuku creased his eyebrows and frowned, okay? Yes, let's go. Hitoshi countered, grabbing Izuku's hand, we have things to see. Izuku grumbled, aka, seeing your house? Yeah, is that a bad thing? Hitoshi doubled back, glancing at Izuku, hating how he instantly blushed. Izuku glanced at Eri who was sitting beside her father. Eri whispered to the man, talking to him about Izuku's hair and how proud she was of what she did. She was happy she made Izuku happy, he looked sad she explained. The man nodded with her, pulling down his mask to kiss her forehead. Looking genuinely interested in what she was saying. Izuku mourned watching the scene, wishing his dad would do the same. As much as he wished, he still missed his dad. Perhaps he was just missing what his dad could do. I miss my dad, should we even go? I don't know if I want to risk going anywhere far. Don't worry, Hitoshi squeezed his hand, it's not that far. Only 5 or 10 minutes from here. Izuku gave him a pained look. You sure? Of course, you trust me, right? Izuku nodded, I do. Then trust me to bring you home on time. Hitoshi gripped both of his hands. He felt distaste saying it out loud, hating how Izuku still wants to go home. His whole goal was to persuade Izuku to stay with him so he could get the heroes to arrest his father for abuse. However, Izuku needed to trust him and want to get away from his dad, not the other way around. What happens if he forces Izuku to leave his dad? He will hate Hitoshi. He cannot lose Izuku. I trust you, so I believe you. Izuku maneuvered his hands to hold Hitoshi. Ready to get going? He blushed madly, ready as I'll ever be, Izu. Tucking each other's hands together, they waltzed down the road, waving goodbye to Eri and her father. Shrugging off the odd looks people give them either because Izuku didn't have shoes or that two boys were holding hands. Shaking his head so that he could feel the braids brushing up against his PJs. Hitoshi led the way through city traffic, pulling him along when Izuku stopped to look at the skyscrapers. It was a short walk to the calm neighborhood. It shocked Izuku how quickly a bustling city became a quiet town in mere minutes. Hitoshi said it was due to the neighborhood being in a rich area with a gated entrance. Hitoshi only had to look at a camera and wait for a second to be let in. The houses looked enormous. Some even had multiple layers with weird roofing. None of them could be compared to his. Hitoshi's, in particular, looked clean with the cream walls and black roofing. A few windows could be seen through the second and first stories. A brown door stood in the middle with small trees and plants covering the lawn and a thin tree to the left of the door. Home sweet home you could say, Hitoshi shrugged, although he had an excited and panicked face opening the door. Izuku followed him to the porch and watched Hitoshi call him inside. Izuku hesitated and took a step back when he saw two people rush into the foyer, both sporting purple hair and gray eye bags. Mom. Dad. Hitoshi barely had time to say it as he was ambushed by his mom, hugging him tight, followed by his dad's bear hug. Izuku watched the family break down, saying they were so happy he made it safely. At one point, the dad grabbed Hitoshi's shoulders and shook him, demanding what he was thinking. Izuku sked in a threatening whimper, hating his conflicting emotions. Hitoshi's parents were so concerned for his well-being, that they asked him questions relating to where he was, whether he was hurt, are you okay? Genuinely caring for him for no return. They didn't punish him because of his actions. They still loved him. Not only that, Hitoshi has a mother. Not just a father, but a mom. Why doesn't he have a mom? Does he even have one? It made Izuku want to run and hide in a hole. As soon as the mom laid her eyes on him, she cooed. Ah, Toshi, who's this cute boy? Is he the one you were talking about? Wait, when was Hitoshi talking about him? Izuku pondered. Izuku stepped inside the house after Hitoshi waved a hand toward him. Yes. He's the one. Ah, sweet. I'm so glad you both are safe. She smiled gently, putting her hands together as if she was in prayer. I got some stuff prepped for the two of you in Toshi's room, so when you have a chance, check it out. Izuku nodded gratefully, completely surprised by her gratitude. The father stood back as if he was hiding. Was he hiding because of him? Or was he trying to give him space? Oh right. Introductions, the mom said with a snap of her fingers. My name is Koshi and my husband's name is Zash. My name is Izuku. Toshi? What's a husband? He asked. Right, Mom and Dad, Izuku doesn't know a lot of things, so make sure to explain things. A husband is a married man. And a married man means being legally connected to his spouse. People who are in a relationship could be married, for example. Oh, does that mean you and I could be married? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Ever so confused when Hitoshi's face flushed and choked on his saliva. Koshi and Zash shook their heads, holding in sounds. Hitoshi gripped his hand and rushed past his parents, no more questions. Izuku pursed his lips. He didn't deny it. Did marriage relate to friends? Are there other types of relationships other than friends? Why did Hitoshi have such a big reaction to that question? Perhaps he wants to marry Izuku. He wanted to giggle, what happens if you marry your best and only friend? Would his dad be furious? Gosh, so many questions. Moving into the living room, Izuku glanced around the cozy place. As he was distracted, Zash asked his son a few questions relating to Izuku. In a whisper, he told his wife to get Izuku some clothes as his PJs were rather messy. She smiled and left to go upstairs. Izuku observed the little trinkets and oddities. There was a beige couch in the middle with two black, metal side tables holding mugs of steaming coffee. Judging by the messy pillow arrangements, he guessed Zash and Koshi were sitting there until Hitoshi and Izuku arrived. The same rectangular glass piece was laying on top of a cushion beside a black object with buttons. Across from the couch, 2 bookshelves filled with books and thin cases decorated the walls. Between the two, a brown table with drawers had a weird black, mirror object that was covering the whole surface. Like the small rectangles, it had something floating within. Similar to the lights he saw in the city. Toshi, Zash whispered to only Hitoshi and Koshi, too far for Izuku to hear. We should call the police, they can handle this so much better than we can. No. Hitoshi hissed, eyes glaring. If we do that now, I'll lose Izuku within the system. And I cannot lose him, not yet at least. I have under 24 hours left with him and I want to get him to realize he should leave his dad on his own, without people forcing him. That'll work better in the long run. He faltered, looking at the ground. I get it. It's okay. Zash comforted, tucking his son's head under his chin. You like Izuku and you don't want to let him go. I'm just going to say, you need to persuade him as quickly as you can until you only have until what? Tomorrow morning. Exactly, if and when the time comes, if he isn't persuaded, we should bring him to the police or at least tell them about his abusive father. I'm guessing Mom told you about him? She did. As he said this, he faltered, as though he wanted to say something more. Your mom has a different view on it, so be careful if you are going to talk to her about it. How different? Let's say, you'd get said. Hitoshi sighed, rubbing his eyes. Guess I won't talk to her about it. I'm just thankful you guys are letting us in. So many things have happened in just a few hours, that it made Hitoshi want to jump off a cliff to avoid all the stress. Every new ounce of information he gets on Izuku makes him question his loyalty to his father. Will it be even possible to get Izuku to stay with him? Rumbles from the stairs made Hitoshi glance at his mom who was now walking down. She smiled at him and passed Izuku a pile of clothes that were Hitoshi's. He didn't mind, in fact, he couldn't wait to see Izuku wearing them. Izuku shook his head, attempting to pass back the clothes. I shouldn't, I can just wear these. Izuku, think about it. Hitoshi said, trying to not look at his eyes so he wouldn't blush. What happens if you go home with dirty clothes? Your dad will know you went outside. Oh, I didn't think about that, Izuku muttered, pursing his lips. I guess I'll wear them. But I just need to be wearing the same clothes when I leave. I can wash them, if you want. Koshi suggested, twirling her long locks. Izuku wondered if girls' hair normally was long while boys' hair was short. Okay. Be quick, please. If you can. Sorry, Izuku apologized for being demanding. At the women's pause, his mind took a step back. Did he say something wrong? Gosh, are they joking with him? He looked at Hitoshi for help, eyes filled with panic. He caught on to his distress and smiled at him. Don't worry about it, Izu. My mom will be quick. Izuku inhaled, skiing in a sigh. Hitoshi wrapped an arm around his shoulders, tucking him close. You don't have to worry about you being punished or us being rude just because you asked us to do something. We're more than happy to help, right Mom and Dad? It came out as a tad harsher than he expected, but it didn't matter as Izuku got the message. Koshi rolled her eyes, while Zash smiled. Hitoshi glared, making his mom smile back, craning his neck to look at Izuku. See? We want to help you in any way. Izuku felt like crying, feeling so overwhelmed with their kindness. A part of him wanted to say they were manipulating him to believe it so that he would think they'd be nice but then turn on him. However, Hitoshi hasn't done that yet so far. Why would he now? He trusted his hero. Is Izuku staying the night, Toshi? Zash asked, casually crossing his arms. Izuku thought it was obvious as he was staying with Hitoshi and his hero was showing him the world. Perhaps Hitoshi didn't tell them that extra detail. Hitoshi flashed him a look of concern, eyeing him with hesitance. Of course I want to. Izuku cheered, wrapping his arms around his belly. I don't want to leave, not yet at least. Truth be told, if he does indeed leave, he'll never see Hitoshi again as he doesn't want to pull anything like this ever again. If he pulls this off correctly, fingers crossed, his dad won't know he left. But that means he could never mention Hitoshi ever again. It hurts to think about that. Smiling at Hitoshi, he knew he would not waste any second he had left with Hitoshi. Ah, brilliant. Hitoshi blushed, squeezing Izuku's shoulders. Oh, Dad, before I forget, I need a new phone. Again? You lost it again? Zash groaned, rubbing his eyes in exhaustion. Izuku thought he was annoyed until he heard Koshi's giggle. He's only teasing, hun. She addressed him, observing his anxiety. He nodded, thankful that she was one of the nicest people he ever encountered, with Hitoshi being number one. Izuku took it as kindness, while Hitoshi saw the truth, his mom was set off at him. Yeah, I did, but it was for a good reason this time. Hitoshi glanced at Izuku, before looking back at him. Yes, it was. Izuku gave him a confused face. What does that mean? Zash, who seemingly took pity on his son and Izuku's situation, agreed to get him a new one soon. Shocking Izuku at how quick he agreed. Hitoshi mentioned once that phones were expensive, whatever they are. And he felt rather guilty losing it, and Izuku did too, as he was the reason for it. So perhaps that's why Hitoshi said that. Also, what about school? I know I'm going to miss some days with Izuku being here and all. Hitoshi prayed they would understand how important it was to not screw up. He needed to be with Izuku. His parents had a silent conversation, only looking at each other. Hitoshi clenched his arm tightly around Izuku, tucking him closer for comfort. Izuku reacted positively to it, nuzzling his chin into his shoulder. I'll talk to the school about it. My only concern is that you just started school and it might be bad missing days this early. What happens if you miss so many days and you get expelled? We don't want that. The underlying message Zash wanted to express, but didn't, as he knew Izuku wouldn't like it, was Izuku staying with them for more than a day. If all goes to plan, Izuku would be brought to the police, a case would be made, his father would be arrested, and Izuku would move in with them. Or go to a different family. Hitoshi understood what his dad was saying, knowing full well his dad wanted to get Izuku somewhere safe. If this is the case where Izuku wants to stay with him, that means he has to adjust his schedule to bend to the needs of Izuku. I know, it's okay. It won't be that bad. Besides, Izuku said, I'll only be here for a day so he won't miss school. Having no idea what it meant, but it was clear it was important. Hitoshi winced. Yeah, he's right. Today's Sunday, so the most I'll miss is tomorrow. With that said and done, Hitoshi moved Izuku back to the couch, telling his parents they would hang out until dinner. It being only 12, they had a couple hours until Koshi offered to set up his room with a blow-up bed. With a nod she quickly left to complete the task. Zash followed suit, knowing full well Hitoshi wanted some alone time with Izuku. Hitoshi geared Izuku to the bathroom and told him to get change. He almost forgot Izuku had clothes in his hands. Izuku took only a minute to get change, having experience with doing it in only a few seconds. Done, he said as he turned off the bathroom light. Hitoshi blushed madly seeing Izuku in his sweater and shaggy pants. Okay, let's go back to the couch. All right? Izuku cheered, following him into the room. Sitting beside him, Izuku glanced around. I like it here, it's very cozy. It is. Hitoshi gulped, hating the heat growing within his heart. Out of all the times it could happen, it was happening now. He forced his eyes to look at the TV rather than Izuku. He didn't seem to mind as he continued to look around. What's that? Izuku asked, leaning into Hitoshi's shoulder, mindlessly maneuvering his arm around his shoulders. Hitoshi was taken back by it, chuckling at Izuku's attempts to be dominant. He pushed his arm away and wrapped his arm around Izuku's. This here is a TV. That's how the day went for the most part. It was Hitoshi explaining what a TV is, what video games are, and what a phone is. Pretty much every technological advancement in recent years. Izuku was in absolute awe, absorbing every ounce of information Hitoshi gave him. He even allowed him to use his dad's phone. It was incredible. The whole concept of movies and TV shows was odd to him as he didn't get the idea of it. What's so great about movies? He read books, his dad gave him books to read and they were entertaining for the most part. Hitoshi said it was escapism, and people used it to leave reality for some time. He began to ponder what was happening in their lives that they had to watch entertainment to escape it. Hitoshi didn't say much, but only a few words. He asked him if he had the chance, would he escape it? The answer was left unsaid. Izuku watched Hitoshi play a game which was a platform. He had to move his character on top of platforms and reach the finish. It was colorful and musical. Some of the things, like the characters trying to stop him, confused him. Hitoshi explained it was making the game harder. Like a board game, he had to ask Izuku if he knew what board games were. He laughed, he's not that stupid. The green tunnels and yellow turtles were odd. Board games don't have characters breaking the laws of nature. Izuku didn't exactly have fun playing it as he was quite bad at it, but watching it was something else. Hitoshi had a focused face as he clicked the button on his controller, unconsciously leaning forward when the level got more intense. It made Izuku's heart flutter. Soon enough, dinner was ready. It was relaxing, to say the least. Hitoshi sat, thigh to thigh, beside Izuku, practically sitting on him as he helped place the food on his plate. Koshi and Zash quietly ate. When they finished, Izuku thought they would leave to do their own thing, but they didn't. They patiently waited for Izuku to finish up his meal. It didn't even feel like they were waiting, they told jokes and stories to pass the time, welcoming Izuku into the environment. Something he has never been in. Normally, it's his dad talking every so often, but he controlled dinner. He left as soon as he finished eating and told Izuku he'd be back as he was going to do some work in the basement. Leaving Izuku in the kitchen. Having Hitoshi's family talk to him like he was a person felt amazing. They told him stories about Hitoshi who blushed madly in embarrassment. Izuku stayed quiet most of the time, but smiled and said one-word answers. It was cozy and relaxing. He genuinely felt safe, he wasn't anxious about the stressful atmosphere. So scared of every move he did. He was happy. For the first time ever at dinner, he didn't feel stressed. As soon as he ate, Hitoshi asked his dad to get them some ice cream. Izuku, who hadn't had the treat in ages, was over the moon. That alone topped the night. Dad never allowed him to have sugary treats as he wanted him to be as thin and small as possible. For some reason that never made sense to Izuku. Feeling rebellious, Izuku liked up the vanilla cone, leaning into Hitoshi's shoulder. Immediately, as his tongue met the sugar, he felt his heart burst. Sweetness attacked his tongue, sending shocks of pleasure to his brain. His lips burned from the cold. However, that didn't subtract from the treat. It made the experience of liking it up all the better. It tastes so good. He hummed, eyes practically rolling in the back of his head. Hitoshi had to shimmy himself a few centimeters away from him to stop a certain problem. Hitoshi sked in a breath, coughing up the treat. Ah, are you okay? Izuku yelped, patting his back. Yeah, yeah. I'm good. Mom? Can I talk to you for a second? Dad, can you stay here with Izuku? Hitoshi said, raising from his chair. His plan was rather simple, besides the coughing bit, it was all planned out. He'd get Izuku to talk to his dad so he could see how proper parenting is and how a dad should normally act. He'd thought it would work well as he reacted positively to dinner. During it, he will speak to his mom about Izuku. He wanted to figure out what her opinion of Izuku was and why she was lying. Hitting two birds with one stone, he felt confident. Izuku gave him a hug before going back to liking his ice cream. He was obviously trying to tuck himself away so he wouldn't have to speak to Zash. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, walking over to Koshi. His dad knew what he had to do. He just had to talk to Izuku about how the house is run and how things normally go. This will get Izuku to ask questions, if not that, at least think and compare it to his life at home. Mom, Hitoshi said as he walked into the living room. The house had walls dividing the living room, dining room and kitchen from each other. But like a tunnel, they were all connected, with the dining room in the middle. Do you think Izuku would want to go back? He needed to act smart, can't just bluntly ask her why she was lying. Perhaps he can get the answer by dodging the question. Have you asked him? Well, no. Not exactly. I just guessed he would say no. She hummed, closing up the book she brought in and placing it on the couch cushion. If I were you, ask Izuku. And if he wants to go back, let him. Wait, what about arresting his dad? In a sigh, if Izuku goes back, we can't exactly do much to stop it unless the heroes or the police do something. From what you described, his father doesn't seem to be the forgiving type. No, he's not. But still, that doesn't mean we can't do anything. We can persuade him. Toshi. She snapped, jerking her head. Stop it. As much as you plan and wish for Izuku to stay here, that doesn't guarantee he will. You have to remember he needs to make his own decisions from now on, okay? That ticked Hitoshi off. That doesn't mean the police won't do anything or that it's right his abusive father is trapping him inside a house. Is it that bad? What's the extent of his abuse? You, sadly, don't know. As much as you care for him, he has to make an effort to change. What if this is all a whole lie, Izuku wanted to run away, so he lied about his father being abusive to exploit you. The monster was out of the closet, and now she's showing her true colors. Hitoshi scoffed, no. It's too big to be fake. You just never know, hun. I told you about it on the phone. How can you be thinking it's a lie? I'm just being cautious. You think I'm lying. Hitoshi felt a pang of sadness. That's it. She gave him a sad smile, glancing down at the floor for a second. A telltale sign she believed it. She held her hand out as if she was bargaining. Like I said, you like Izuku, not in a friendly way, more than that. You want to date him. She ignored Hitoshi's sputter. So, it's not that far-fetched to believe you are making this up to stay with Izuku longer. I believe Izuku ran away to leave his protective father and met you in the woods. He told you a lie about his father, and you believed it. You being kidnapped was to partake in Izuku's lies. I don't believe Izuku whacked you with a guitar and brought you inside, locking you in a closet. It doesn't make sense. You said Izuku never met anyone other than his father, so the obvious thing to think is that he would call his father if an intruder was trying to get in. But no, he dragged you inside. It doesn't add up correctly. So, you made this elaborate lie along with Izuku, so you could feel you were in the right when it came to not letting Izuku go back to his home. Hitoshi was speechless, absolutely speechless. You're kidding me. After everything you've done for Izuku, what you said on the phone, how do you believe that? Plus, what about my phone? I lost it because of Izuku. I spent some time thinking. Your father thinks the same way. In fact, he was the one who cracked the case. And about your phone, I just think you were making an excuse, like you usually do. Mom. What the hell? You didn't crack the case. You're making this way more complicated. No one acts like Izuku unless you are hiding something. There is no way someone can not know what a phone is. I'm sorry, hun, she said, pressing a hand to Hitoshi's cheek. In an act of rage, he growled and whacked the hand away. Her eyes flared, but you've got to acknowledge the truth. As much as you might love Izuku, that doesn't mean you can be the abusive one. If he wants to go back, let him. Hitoshi remained still and regarded the surface. His mother leaving the room and speaking to his father could hardly be heard. He was tightly held by warm arms that were encircling his chest. If he didn't know those arms, he would have told them to leave him alone. Izuku, he said, shaking his head. He needed to stay relaxed so he wouldn't break down. He needed to stay strong. If his parents won't help, he guessed he would do it himself. How was my father? Interesting. He didn't speak, and when I felt like he was acting like my dad, I asked him what his favorite thing about you was. I couldn't think about anything else, sorry. What did he say? Oh, that you're loyal and trusting. Oh. Hitoshi shuttered his eyes. He needed to keep his cool. Let's go to my room. Okay. Izuku gripped his hand and held it as they went up the stairs and to his room. It took him a second to understand how to walk up the steps, utterly confused. God, Hitoshi wished his parents were there. If they were, they could see how much Izuku was struggling. He shook his head. He told his mind to forget about it. They don't care. Helping him up each step, he almost forgot about his parents. Hitoshi told Izuku to follow him as he opened the door to his room. The room was rather plain, though it had a splash of color on the walls. I never knew walls could be purple before. Izuku exclaimed, running up to dangle his hand along the plaster. Hitoshi laughed at his antics, crouching down to push the blow-up bed closer to his own. The room had a twin bed up to the corner with a bedside table. A desk sat in the other corner parallel to it, as well as a dresser. It held a laptop and stationery items. Anime posters decorated the walls along with a few paintings. A mini set of Eraserhead merchandise sat on top of the dresser. You'll take the blow-up bed and I'll take the bed, if that's okay with you. Hitoshi explained, twiddling with his fingers behind his back. Flipping on the light switch, he watched Izuku cycle through the room, eyes filled with excitement. It's all right? He said, twirling to see the beds. Yep. I'm good with that. Good. Hitoshi would have zero clue what to do with himself if he said he wanted to sleep in his bed. Okay, well, the bathroom is outside to the left, it has a sign saying toilet. Yeah, I'm going to go get ready for bed. What time is it? Izuku asked, situating himself on the bed. It's only 8. Hitoshi said, dragging a hand across his arm. What time should I leave? I need to be back before morning, so I'm guessing I'll be back before 8? Dad usually comes home from work before then. Izuku muttered, externally deciding what should be done. Hitoshi felt his gut turn with anxiety. He only has 10 hours left with Izuku. Add 2 hours to tack on travel time. A total of, yep, he said in a strained voice, sounds good. Izuku opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Hitoshi ran out of the room, hiding in the bathroom. Izuku shrugged, having no clue why Hitoshi acted like that. He could clue in that Hitoshi was upset, but still, that didn't mean the night was over. They still have half a day left together. Izuku laid back, tucking himself underneath the soft, thin sheets and blankets. It didn't take long for Hitoshi to come back with brushed teeth and PJs, said PJs were taken out of the wash from the laundry room in the basement so that he didn't have to come in and see Izuku so soon. The idea that he was on a time crunch didn't sit well. He only had the time Izuku was awake to persuade him, and judging by his yawns, it didn't seem long. Hitoshi gathered himself under the covers, briefly asking if Izuku was comfortable. Yep. I am. I just got to figure out how to sleep with my hair, Izuku grumbled, adjusting the braid to the side so that he wasn't lying on it. Feels uncomfortable to be sleeping on braided hair. Hitoshi, who has no hair experience, just nodded, not really knowing what he meant. The blown-up bed creaked at Izuku's every move, making it painfully obvious he was beside him. How the beds made it easy for them to look each other in the eyes. Hitoshi only had to crane his head down to see, as he was at a height advantage. The beds were side by side. If they were the same height, they would have been practically sharing a bed. Hitoshi blushed, staring up at the ceiling. I'm sorry about your phone, Izuku said randomly, startling Hitoshi. He glanced over, then jerked his head back after he saw Izuku's face looking at him. Sobering up, he laughed, allowing the apology to sink in. It's all right, it's just a phone. My parents can buy me a new one. As much as he was set off at them, he still loved them. Their kindness helped him in so many ways. One of them was buying a phone every time he lost it. However, it's not as grand as you might think. His father worked as a phone designer and frequently brought home the newest model. You know, Izuku said with a chuckle and smile, I'm happy I knocked you out with my guitar. Hitoshi laughed, suddenly feeling a throb in his skull. I am too. I haven't been this happy in such a long time, so thank you so much, Toshi. You're a great friend. I'm your only friend. That's still something. A knock from the door and Click zapped the two out of their conversation, jerking their heads to see the door. Koshi came in, pushing the door to the side. Hey, you guys, Hitoshi rolled his eyes in annoyance. She was putting up a front. The slight twitch of her eyes and the tips of her lips facing downward. Katsuki is trying to get a hold of you. How do you know that? Hitoshi said accusingly, getting off his bed. He had to step on Izuku's bed to get to his desk, and twirling into his chair. Katsuki's mother called me, Hitoshi, she sounded angry, lightly tapping the ground as if it was an inconvenience. I don't have my phone so I have no way of knowing if he called or not. Hitoshi snapped, gripping the mouse held. You should have checked your computer when you were showing it to Izuku. Maybe I should have, now get out. Hitoshi flipped his mother off as she slammed the door shut. God. You okay? Izuku asked quietly. Fine. Okay, I'm okay. What he wanted to say was that Izuku shouldn't have seen that, but that didn't sound right. Give me a minute, I just got to text someone back on Discord. Discord? What's that? Izuku asked, kicking off the blankets to see the screen. Hitoshi shimmed the chair to make room for him, unprepared for what Izuku did next. He froze up, eyes stilling. Izuku shifted himself to be sitting on his lap. Back against his chest, he pushed his hair to the side and leaned back. What are you doing? Oh. Sorry, Izuku yelped, trying to get up. But Hitoshi wasn't having that. He just got him onto his lap. He wouldn't let it slip this time. The first time, he pulled Izuku onto his lap, and now Izuku has made the first move. He won't let Izuku leave so easily. I thought it was normal, Izuku explained, shifting to leaning back. It's all right, Hitoshi smiled, placing his head on his shoulder. Technically it's not, but I love it. So you can do this whenever you'd like. Izuku's face burned, ears tipping red. Oh okay. What now? Now, Hitoshi coughed, whipping the smirk off his face. I'm going to text Katsuki. Who's Katsuki? Izuku asked, feeling oddly jealous. My other friend. We met through this thing called therapy where you get help to fix your psychological problems. It was online group therapy, meaning you'd talk to people via FaceTime. I told you about FaceTime, right? You did. Okay, good. We met through it and we started talking after each session, pretty much venting out our mental issues. And now we talk all the time. Hitoshi explained with a smile. He must be so set off I haven't spoken to him. Hitoshi's fingers flew across the keyboard, tapping the keys, sending out a message saying he was okay and he was with his new friend, Izuku. Izuku smiled, happy that Hitoshi saw him as a friend. You should have said you were with what's the opposite of a hero? A victim? No, never mind. Izuku laughed to himself, knowing Hitoshi was distracted with writing. This Katsuki person gave Izuku a bad feeling as if things were going to go downhill. But not only that, he felt like he was forgetting something. Toshi, am I forgetting something? No? Hitoshi paused his fingers, why you ask? I feel like I'm forgetting something, Izuku mumbled, looking up at the ceiling. Well, if you figure it out, please tell me, I'm rather curious. Izuku giggled. Izuku, what's your last name? Hitoshi asked. That's a good question. I don't know. You don't know your last name? You know, Dad has never told me it before. That's odd. And another reason for why I don't like him. Izuku didn't say anything afterwards, choosing to let the silence surround them. Through a quick investigation, Izuku saw that Katsuki asked Hitoshi what his last name was. Hitoshi said he didn't know, but he'll ask Izuku. Hitoshi typed out the reply, saying Izuku doesn't know either. Katsuki's reply came out quickly, asking if Izuku had green hair. Hitoshi's eyes turned into slivers. That's oddly specific. Maybe he's good at guessing? Izuku reasoned. He hated how he was the jealous one, he's the curious one, he's the sad one. He wanted Hitoshi's attention on him. Perhaps, Hitoshi shivered, saying yes to the question. Does he have freckles? Katsuki replied after a second. Yes. Is his hair long? It felt like he was playing Guess Who, answering his every question. Yes. Why, do you know him? I'm going to go, good night. Heh? Izuku made a noise of confusion, utterly surprised. What was that? Something I'm worried about, Hitoshi muttered. He's not feeling well, mentally that is. How can you tell? I know him, I can tell when he's having a depressive episode. What's that? I'll tell you later. Hitoshi dismissed the question, feeling bad as soon as he said it. So far since Izuku was welcomed into the house, he had answered every single question he had. Made sure it was thoroughly explained. This made his gut turn. As much as he wanted to explain the illness, he couldn't at that time. It sucked to say this, but at that moment, Katsuki needed his attention more than Izuku. What's wrong? Hitoshi typed out. Screw off. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, you're wrong. I won't do anything stupid like last time. You sure? Yes, now go back to Izuku. Well, then, Hitoshi huffed, closing the laptop lid. Izuku smiled, albeit selfishly, as Hitoshi was finished texting this mystery Katsuki. Bedtime. Izuku cheered, jumping off Hitoshi's lap and pulling him back to the beds. Wait, I have to turn off the lights, hold on. It's only, 8:45? We can talk before sleeping. Sure, but it usually takes me a while to fall asleep, so if the lights are off, I can get tired and fall asleep, Hitoshi explained, flicking the light switch. Fine, Izuku grumbled, laying down and tucking himself under the covers. He grabbed the ends of his braid and began to weave the hair out of the elastics. Dad would be upset to see my hair done up. Why? Hitoshi asked, already having some idea. I can't use my powers easily when it's done up, and the last time I tried to put my hair in a ponytail, my dad got very mad. Because it's confined? Exactly, Izuku huffed, pulling out the strands. Besides, I need to have it down for tomorrow so Dad won't suspect anything. I guess. I just have to make sure I brush it out when I get home. Izuku faltered, looking down at his lap. The thought that Izuku would lose the attention Hitoshi gives him dawned on him. Hitoshi talking to Katsuki made him realize he'll be back with his dad in the same situation, with his dad neglecting him. He'll lose Hitoshi. Quite honestly, he isn't sure if he's ready to say goodbye. Not only that, this Katsuki described him like he knew him. Maybe he saw him on the social media post and thought Hitoshi was with him? No, if that was the case, Katsuki would have made the first move and said how's Izuku, for example. Hitoshi had to say he was with Izuku for Katsuki to say that. Plus, he asked for Izuku's last name, which was rather personal. Hitoshi, before I leave, I want to meet this Katsuki person. You do? Maybe in the morning, I'm rather interested in why he asked those odd, specific questions. Hitoshi nodded, lying back. I suppose it does sound weird. I can ask him in the morning. Izuku was worried Hitoshi would say they wouldn't have enough time to do so. But to his surprise, he didn't. Sounds good. Hitoshi went quiet for a few minutes, as though he was thinking. Izuku waited for him to speak first. Izuku, do you genuinely want to go home? Hitoshi choked out as if he was about to cry. He sounded so hurt, like he didn't want to know the truth. And that broke Izuku's heart. Of course, he wanted to go home, he had to. He's a crucial part of his dad's life, he heals him. Without him, his dad could die. However, besides that, that's the only reason why he wants to go back. Well, other than avoiding punishment, that's it. Punishment scared Izuku to death. Dad had never done anything physically to him, but rather physiologically. Other than that, he had no reason to go back. Hitoshi didn't ignore him, nor did he neglect him for important things. He cared. He didn't make Izuku stressed or anxious. Unlike his dad, who left randomly to go to work and made him overthink his every move before doing it. Where Hitoshi was patient, his dad was snappy. They were the complete opposite, Izuku reasoned. Then it dawned on him. Either way, if he goes back, he will be punished. He completely forgot about what his dad said about leaving. He told him he would know if Izuku left the room. And Izuku left. He won't be escaping punishment, so there's no point in getting home on time. No matter what, he'll be punished. Why run home to just get punished? Sure, it might be worse the longer he's gone, but it's not the end of the world. The worst thing his dad could do was isolate him, which can be combated with him threatening to run away. It's fuel-proof. He can take as long as he wants. He can stay with Hitoshi longer. Izuku grinned a large smile. He hopped out of bed and climbed into Hitoshi's, snuggling close to his side. Izu, what are you doing? No, I don't want to go home. Wait, what? Hitoshi exclaimed, utterly confused. I thought you wanted to. No, I've already given it some thought and I don't want to. Why would I want to go home right away when doing so would only result in punishment? True, Hitoshi sounded like he didn't believe him, as if he was lying. What about healing your dad? That. He's smart, he can take care of himself. He can't just rely on me. DMN, I wasn't expecting you to say that. Hitoshi laughed, wrapping his arms around Izuku. But, you want to go home, eventually? Yeah, but not now. Maybe in a few days. Izuku snuggled himself into Hitoshi's chest, nuzzling his shirt. Oh, wow. I'm so glad. Your face feels hot, Izuku laughed, pressing a finger to his cheek. Mine too. Hitoshi laughed loudly, you're right. Can I sleep here, with you? Of course you can. Great. It's been forever since I slept with someone. Yeah, sure. Do you think I'm lying? I'm telling the truth. I used to sleep with my dad when I was younger after I had nightmares, but he stopped me as soon as I turned, but now, I can do it with you. It feels right. Hitoshi smiled gently, pressing his cheek to Izuku's. It does. For Hitoshi, awakening from sleep was nothing new. He would typically wait for his vision to clear while gazing at the ceiling. If not, he would resume sleeping for the lost time. He could only sleep for a few hours at a time because of his insomnia. Usually, he sleeps for blocks of 3 hours. But it was different last night. He had a solid 8 hours of sleep. He only woke once, at the agreed-upon hour of 6 a.m. with Izuku. It said that Izuku was the one who assisted Hitoshi in getting a decent night's sleep. It felt natural for Hitoshi to be cuddling with another warm body next to him. Izuku's hair concealed his beautiful face. Hitoshi brushed it away by pressing his locks. With his head resting on his chest, Izuku was nearly sleeping on top of him. He had his arms at his elbows and was hugging Hitoshi. His hair was dangling over the side and collecting on the air mattress. Izuku received a shove from Hitoshi at precisely 6, instructing him to get up. Izuku, who is a light sleeper, was startled awake and gasped. Toshi? He muttered as he lifted his head from his chest to scratch an eye. What time is it? 6 a.m. Izuku's head was tucked back into his chest as Hitoshi spoke. What's the plan now? Izuku yawned, snuggling closer. Well, we could cuddle for a bit longer or get some food, plus I need to text Katsuki. Izuku hummed, squeezing Hitoshi's hand. Let's cuddle, then you can talk to Katsuki. Wrapping an arm around Hitoshi's arm, he tangled them together. Hitoshi smiled brightly, wrapping an arm protectively around him. They continued to relax in their warmth for about an hour. Izuku nodded off at one point, then jolted awake. Hitoshi questioned whether Izuku simply woke up startled every time. Izuku didn't have an answer. A stomachache made them separate, slowly, to make their way to the kitchen. Hitoshi kneeled to unplug the blow-up bed and massage the top to let the air flow out. Izuku sat in his chair, watching in amusement. He helped remove the sheets so that Hitoshi could fold them in a tight square, plopping them beside the door. Knowing Izuku would want to sleep with him the next night, he thought there was no point in keeping the blow-up bed. Okay, now that's done, I can text Katsuki. Izuku leapt from the seat and reclined against Hitoshi's lap as if it were commonplace. Hitoshi flushed and wished that it really was their routine. After turning on the computer, he waited for the app to load. Hitoshi sent out a short and sweet text. Morning, you doing okay? Are you sure he'll respond now? Izuku asked, conveying his concern. He will, Hitoshi nodded. He must get up early because he has to get to school, and he generally does. Oh, I see. Izuku didn't understand this school thing. What's school? You don't know what's, oh right. School's dash. Katsuki replied. Izuku pointed out, literally pointing at the screen. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, he'll tell Izuku later. Izuku adjusted his hand away so he could see it. He glanced at the text. Katsuki gave a brief reply, I'm fine. But I was thinking about Izuku. I think he's Deku. No, that's impossible. Hitoshi's eyes curled. Their appearances match up, they both have green, long hair and freckles. Not many boys are like that. Besides, I'm heading over to your place now to see Deku myself. What about school? You just got into the hero course, you don't want to be damaging your record already. You're skipping too, I bet. Fine, yes I'm skipping. Ha! Told you. I'll be there in 15. Hitoshi huffed, leaning back. He scrubbed his eyes. Was Izuku really Deku? He looked him over. No. That can't be. Toshi? Izuku said softly, twisting his torso to press a hand to his face. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little frazzled. Izuku nodded hesitantly. Okay, if you feel comfortable, please tell me why you are feeling that way. You always want me telling you how I feel, so I want you to do the same for me. Hitoshi smiled, of course. So, Izuku said, jumping off Hitoshi and clumping his hair together. Katsuki is coming over? Yep, Hitoshi popped the pea. We should eat something before he comes though. Following Izuku to the steps, he helped him down them and led him to the kitchen, knowing Izuku would get lost if he was by himself. In the kitchen, Mother was drinking a mug of coffee on the island, swiping through her phone. Hitoshi glared, pulling Izuku along to the pantry. "Hitoshi," Koshi said abruptly, plating her phone with a click. The mug was close to her lips, symbolizing she wanted the conversation to be over, even though it had not started. "When is Izuku leaving?" Hitoshi cursed under his breath, tightening his hold on the cereal box. Izuku pulled out the milk from the fridge and placed it beside the box after Hitoshi's command, entirely ignoring her. After no reply from Hitoshi, Izuku faced Koshi with a smile. He knew there was tension, something was going on. But he chose to ignore it. If Hitoshi and his parents were having a fight, he wanted to be out of it. To avoid the stress of the conflict. It made him ponder if fighting was a regular thing in most families. "I want to stay for a bit longer, if that's okay." Koshi didn't like that answer. She squeezed the mug, making her knuckles turn white. Her face tightened like she had something sour. "Fine." It didn't sound fine. "I'm going to work." "Your father," she stared at her son, "is at work already." "I'll see you," she hesitated on the word, "too later tonight." Koshi tossed her mug into the sink and moved to the foyer, gathering her keys and briefcase and locking up the door with a slam. Izuku flinched, hating how Koshi resembled his dad. Hitoshi squeezed his shoulder. "Let's get some food, yeah?" "Yeah," Izuku responded, nodding with a smile. Breakfast was fast, simply because of Izuku's excitement and nervousness. Hitoshi had to hold Izuku down so he wouldn't bounce around like a bunny. 2 empty cereal bowls later, Hitoshi and Izuku were now cuddling together on the couch. Both were lying, where Hitoshi was on the bottom with Izuku on top, having his head on his chest. Deciding to wait until Katsuki arrived, which shouldn't be that long, they cuddled for the remainder of the time. At almost 7 am, Izuku anxiously watched the clock hand tick by, knowing his dad would be home soon. It wasn't too late to go home at 8, he could make it. However, seeing Hitoshi happy because he wanted to stay made his heart believe he was doing the right thing. Izuku felt pride knowing he was making him happy. A ferocious knock jolted the two apart. Izuku scrambled off the couch, falling to his knees. Hitoshi sighed. "Katsuki's here." "Does he usually do that?" Izuku asked, taking Hitoshi's helpful hand. He led the way to the foyer with bored and curious eyes. As though something came to mind. Katsuki slammed the door once again. "He's impatient," Izuku giggled. He stood behind Hitoshi as he opened the door. Even though he was excited to meet Katsuki, he felt an unknown fear bubbling. Hitoshi laughed slightly, laying his eyes on Katsuki. Katsuki looked rough, his hair had more spikes, and his clothes were messy. He was slightly panting, though it was hard to see as he stood straight up, taking slow, long deep breaths. "Where's Izuku?" "Right behind me," Hitoshi answered, taking a step back. Katsuki honestly gasped. And that was unheard of, he tends to act assertive and confident. The couple times Hitoshi and Katsuki hung out, it was filled with banter and teasing, with the two of them holding their cool. Only a couple times did they break down into tears, but that was during that night. They trusted each other to convey their innermost thoughts and trusted the other to keep things a secret. Needless to say, it was rare to see Katsuki break down in front of others. His breath became heavy as his eyes laid on Izuku's form, they glistened with a fresh layer of sentimentality. In the faintest whisper, a little "Deku" came out of Katsuki's mouth, with hesitance, as though he couldn't believe it. Then a long period of silence. Izuku, having no clue who Deku was and why Katsuki was talking to him like he was Deku, shook his head. "I'm not Deku." He had only met Katsuki, yet he pretended to know him and had the gall to label him useless. Possibly, Deku is not a name, and Katsuki was calling him useless outright. "And I'm not useless." Katsuki gave him a look of surprise, a lip curving up. A second later, he rushed to Izuku, bolting towards him. Izuku's defense mechanism activated, and the fear bubbling earlier came full circle. Jolting out of Katsuki's swoop, he ran behind Hitoshi, tucking himself behind. He pulled him to the wall, slightly nudging his head to see where Katsuki went. Katsuki stood a couple feet away, eyes flared wide. As heartbreak set, his heart cracked into pieces. "Do you remember me?" Hitoshi tried to move, but Izuku held him tighter. During this, Hitoshi had a face of shock, whipping his head from Izuku to Katsuki. His mind only had one thought. No flipping way. Looking at Izuku and what Katsuki said about Deku, it matched up. "I'm sorry, I don't," Izuku murmured, feeling terrible as he said it. Katsuki's emotions could be felt across the room, the heartbreak and distraught. Something within Izuku throbbed in pain at Katsuki's face. His brain told him he only knew Dad, Hitoshi, Zash, Koshi and Eri. And Katsuki wasn't on the list. It was the facts. Then there was a sniffle, followed by the echo of a cracking sob. Katsuki twisted his head so that Hitoshi or Izuku couldn't see him as he sobbed and rubbed his eyes and nose. Izuku complained, "Now I've really screwed up." He understood that his misunderstanding of Katsuki was not his fault. Given that he didn't know him, it couldn't have been. Katsuki sked in a breath, "I remember you, though." He gripped his hair, "We were best friends, then I lost you. To this day, I've been waiting for you to come back." Izuku was stunned. "What?" Hitoshi frowned, "I think we should sit down and explain." Izuku led the way to the couch, sneaking peeks toward Katsuki and Hitoshi. The two were trailing behind, whispering to each other. Izuku felt shivers of warmth when Katsuki inspected his hair from afar, smiling to himself. Then proceeded to smirk at Hitoshi, as though he was proud. Unlike his dad that gave him strong looks, he felt warmth and familiarity from Katsuki. It confused him. How can he feel familiar with someone he never met? Hitoshi sat beside Izuku while Katsuki picked up the extra chaise. It was awkward at first, silence flowing through the room. Izuku stayed silent, watching Katsuki, looking back at him. "So, Hitoshi started, I think to start this off, Izuku can talk about his life at home with his dad and yeah, we can go from there." "Why should I?" Izuku asked, a little cautious of telling secrets to someone new. He told Hitoshi because he saw his house. Plus, he got caught up in the excitement and nervousness of meeting someone and let a few things slip. But not only that, the majority of things he said were things Hitoshi was surprised about, things he didn't find normal. Naturally, he enjoyed the attention Hitoshi would give him whenever he said something startling. "This will make Katsuki calling you Deku and why he knows you when you don't easier to explain for both sides." Izuku hummed, "All right." Exhaling and inhaling, and with a nod from Hitoshi, he explained. His dad, the rules, his hair and abilities, the neglectful behavior, dad going to work and most of all, how he met Hitoshi. Some things he skipped over, such as his dad being rude. But he made sure to say his dad loved him and that he was doing it for his sake. He mentioned how his dad would be gone for hours and come back to only work in the basement. Hitoshi hugged him several times, keeping him tucked in his side. He finished it off with his plan of going home. He talked about how he didn't want to go home yet, but will in a couple days. He wanted to meet Katsuki before he left too. And that made Katsuki smile brightly. Though, that didn't diminish Katsuki's reaction to it all. Throughout, he stayed quiet, watching Izuku with a gritted gaze. A permanent frown covered his lips. As soon as Izuku finished, Katsuki yelled, "This isn't fair." He threw his arms into the air, bubbles popping off his fingertips. His sick father messed his brain up. "He can't remember me, Toshi." "I know," Hitoshi mumbled, hugging Izuku close to comfort himself. "I had no idea it went this deep." Izuku laughed with an awkward smile. I'm so confused." "Right," Hitoshi sighed, "Katsuki, go ahead." Katsuki took a deep breath, craning his head. He clenched his palms, tightening his shoulders. "When I was 5, no 6. Yeah, we were that age. Deku and Izuku and I mean." He looked up like he was saying a speech rather awkwardly. "After Izuku's mom died, I lost touch with Izuku, and I couldn't find him anywhere. I thought he ran away or some shit out of sadness. But no, I later found out it was his dad. Everyone, my parents, myself, and literally the whole neighborhood who knew him, searched. Heroes and police searched as well, but never as much. The police declared Izuku was gone after 3 months. However, they figured it was the dad. He wasn't answering his calls anymore, nor was he doing anything about Izuku. Though that's just speculation, no one really knows. However, after hearing Izuku's history with his dad, it now makes sense in a way. He kidnapped Izuku. Anyway, I felt broken with Izuku no longer in my life for years. My parents tried their best to make me happy. And sometimes I was. But mostly not, there was always this missing piece in my heart. And I fell into depression. The older I got, the more depressed I got." Hitoshi waited for Hitoshi to quickly explain what depression was to Izuku. Why would anyone want to kill themselves? Izuku asked innocently, head tilting at Hitoshi's explanation. Hitoshi discussed a possible outcome of depression, which was committing suicide. He was truly perplexed as to why someone would choose death. Death was terrifying to him. Izuku's dad would claim that the people he stopped from breaking into their home to steal Izuku's abilities passed away the next week due to natural causes. You arrive at an empty spot. Darkness only. Izuku was scared, but Dad always promised he would never die. They would be together for eternity. Hitoshi didn't give him an answer, he just looked at Katsuki with a sad smile. Izuku never got an answer. Katsuki took a second to breathe before continuing. For a while, I'd go to a memorial my parents and I made at a hill where Izuku and I used to go to play together. I went every day after I got into middle school. Hitoshi briefly explained what school was, shocking Katsuki that Izuku had no idea. It also showed how detrimental his kidnapping was. For an hour or so, I'd talk to myself before heading home, journaling about what I did that day. I thought you'd hear it. Well, looking back, no, you couldn't have. I don't know, maybe I thought you were dead. It got really bad to the point where I started hurting myself. Yeah, I would like to cut skin, stuff like that, as it took away the pain I was feeling. It made me numb. One day, it got really bad. I had to go to the ER, yeah. Hitoshi whispered in Izuku's ear, saying what an ER was. Katsuki looked pained, twiddling his fingers. Someone who was known to be confident, showing his vulnerable side was a true sign of trust. Hitoshi could laugh. Deku was Izuku. During group therapy, Katsuki described Izuku as Deku. He'd never mention his true name, preferring a fake one. It was a nickname they had when they were younger. Izuku would call him Kaken. He'd go into great detail about how much he loved Deku, missed him, and how his world revolved around Izuku. It wasn't healthy. He learned later, through therapy, that he should move on from Izuku. He'd talk to Hitoshi about the investigation and how Deku was kidnapped, mostly his theories. Someone wanted Izuku's hair, so they kidnapped him. Someone wanted Izuku's quirk, so a villain kidnapped him for it. Looking at it now, it was obvious Izuku was Deku. It was crazy to realize that the person who was kidnapped was Izuku. What a small world. I got into therapy soon after leaving the hospital, and that's where I met Hitoshi and became friends with him. At the end of middle school, I got depressed once more thinking about becoming a hero with Izuku. That was our dream when we were younger, before he was kidnapped. We'd become a hero duo, and with our quirks, we'd be unstoppable. But that was messed up. As soon as I applied for the UA entrance exam, I tried to commit suicide. I stopped talking to Hitoshi because of it too. I couldn't stand the thought that Izuku and I's dream had been taken away and he wasn't there with me. I was saved by a hero named All Might, the #1 hero. It was ironic that Izuku's favorite hero came to save me, as Izuku was the one thing I needed. After that, things got better, in a way. I started to move on, up until yesterday. When I heard Hitoshi say Izuku's name, I couldn't believe it. And after he said yes to the questions, I was stunned. I had to take a second to calm myself from doing anything rash, so I spent the night thinking. I'm sorry, Toshi, for ignoring you. Izuku continued to stare, processing everything he had just heard. Hitoshi sniffed a few tears away, remembering Katsuki's attempt and how hopeless he felt. That day, he thought he'd lost him. That, Izuku muttered, shaking his head, can't be true. I don't even know you. He snapped, pointing his finger at Katsuki. Your FING dad lied to you. Katsuki growled, crossing his arms. Like a switch, gone was the quiet, calm Katsuki, and now the angry, set-off Katsuki has arrived. I don't understand how you don't believe in me even with so much proof. I'm not lying. Ask Hitoshi, he knows you're my Deku. What? I'm not yours. How can I be yours when I don't even know you? Izuku bickered. Hitoshi sighed, knowing that both cases were true. Perhaps, maybe Izuku's memory was morphed somehow. I don't like that idea, Izuku sneered. Who or how did that happen? Hitoshi glanced at Katsuki. Both knew who it might have been. I don't know, it's just a theory. Well, I won't believe anything unless I'm given 100% factual proof. Izuku intentionally attempted to be defiant as he raised his nose. Katsuki provided just spoken words as evidence for his assertion that he knew Izuku. Izuku was unable to give Katsuki a chance, despite his desire to do so. That implied that everything he knew was false. And he wasn't ready to accept it. Chapter text. I can get proof, Katsuki replies coolly, standing up and motioning Hitoshi to follow. Hitoshi gave Izuku a quick hug before heading to the kitchen, away from Izuku. Izuku didn't mind, well, he did. If they could get proof, that would mean the reality of their dad's lies would come forth. And he wasn't ready to face it. Across the house, Katsuki leaned against the island, hiding how he was fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Hitoshi sighed deeply, rubbing his face. What just happened? Sheet. God, I don't understand how shitty someone could be, kidnapping their own child, abusing them, isolating them, like what the hell? Who does that? Izuku's father, I guess. I can't believe it got so bad. Yeah, you should have heard him. He's so freaky. Hitoshi shivered, remembering Izuku's dad talking to Izuku right before everything changed. I can imagine. I haven't spoken to him since as he left Mustafa when Izuku was born, so I never got the chance to see the creep. Izuku occasionally mentioned how much his father adored his quirky ways. He would caress his hair or simply pay more attention to that than to Izuku himself. It's like, he doesn't even love Izuku but just loves his hair, Katsuki pondered, a bad feeling growing in his stomach. So, what has been happening so far? Does he want to go back? Yes, no. Not right now, but eventually he wants to go home. He said he would get punished if he were to go home now, so there's no point in going now. Meaning, he wants to prolong it. Hitoshi explained, rubbing his elbow. He did? Huh, that's good to hear. That gives us enough time to get proof and to persuade him to stay here. That's what I've been trying to do, and I think it's been working. He doesn't want to leave me yet. Katsuki nodded, a curling sense of resentment attacking his heart, feeling rather jealous. Shaking his head, he agreed. Proof-wise, we could go to a place he went to before he was kidnapped. I lost him around age 5, so any time before that. Maybe old photos? Like a memory book or a place you guys went together? Perhaps that can jog his memory too. True. That would work. I think a photo would work best. As we don't know how he lost his memories, it would be tough to try to see how he could remember them once again. Either way, we should do both, said Katsuki, trailing back to the living room. Hitoshi followed suit, crossing his arms. Wait, Hitoshi snapped at the doorway of the kitchen. Yeah? Are we not going to talk about your feelings for Izuku? What do you mean? Katsuki snarled, turning to face him. Hitoshi held on to his urge to be passive. You just got Izuku back. How are you feeling? Katsuki stared with bored eyes, as though he expected Hitoshi to say something else. I'm feeling fine. Hitoshi inhaled deeply, rubbing his arm. How about you telling Izuku your past and Izuku telling his? As I said, I'm FING set off that his shitty father did that to him and he laughed, holding his face, proud that I told him my feelings. He used a specific set of words to get a reaction from Hitoshi. And well, Hitoshi came forward, clenching his fists and creasing his eyes. And how do you feel about him? That sentence alone was hard for him to get out. I like him, Katsuki smirked, heading back to the living room couch. Hitoshi stared as a light panic settled. His blood boiled, no FING way. On the couch, Izuku was fiddling with the hem of his shirt Hitoshi's shirt. That made Hitoshi smirk. Izuku was wearing his shirt, not Katsuki's. Hey, Izu, he waved, sitting beside him, wrapping an arm around Izuku. The boy blushed, snuggling back. You guys got proof? He said in a low voice. Yep, Katsuki said, popping the pea. He sat back on the chaise, crossing his legs. We've just got to go back to my place and I'll show you the house and some photos. Wait really? Katsuki smirked, see? I told you I'd get proof. Izuku curled into himself by bringing his knees close to his chest. Oh, he exclaimed. Hitoshi took a step back, observing the clear-cut atmosphere. He sent a glare to Katsuki before laying a hand on Izuku's curls. You okay? He whispered. He nodded with a sniffle. Yeah, just scared. Hitoshi inclined his head to Izuku to explain. He began to whisper, I don't want to know that Dad has been lying to me all this time. Hey, it's alright, okay? The proof might not even be correct, okay? And say if it is, it's not the end of the world. It just means you'll have a different perspective. Hitoshi wraps his second arm around Izuku's front, holding him tightly. It's going to be okay. How do you know? Izuku was close to tears. Because I'm your hero, Izuku. And I will stay with you until the end of the earth. I'm not leaving you. Oh Toshi, Izuku sobbed, nuzzling his face into his chest. You're so kind. Hitoshi smiled gently, thank you, and you're amazing too. Lowering his head to place a kiss on his forehead, Katsuki snapped, causing him to JRK away. Are you guys coming or not? Hitoshi sneered. It didn't make sense why Katsuki was acting so harshly. It was his personality, but you'd think he'd be a lot nicer with the person he's been mourning for such a long time. Perhaps it was jealousy talking, he'd wanted to be the one talking with Izuku. Or that he had no idea how to show his emotions and let himself free. Hitoshi wondered if he should let Katsuki and Izuku talk alone. I have an idea, why don't you get some photos and I'll stay here, Hitoshi suggested. He made a mental note to have Izuku and Katsuki alone sometime soon. But as of now, Izuku needed him. Katsuki growled, harshly tapping the ground. Why should I? Hitoshi glared back, because he needs me. Katsuki looked at him painfully, his eyes glazing over. Fine, he bit out, stuffing his hands into his pockets. I'll be FING back. He jerked off the chaise, stalking past the room. Hitoshi shot up, turning to give Izuku a quick signal, I'll be back, before rushing after Katsuki. He should be mad, honestly. He should be freaking jealous. Katsuki likes Izuku. And if Izuku ends up remembering Katsuki, though they don't know if he can, he'll have the advantage as they know each other so much better than Hitoshi. Although, when he thinks about it, that was years ago. They have both changed, so, of course, they have new things to share. That thought made him push his feelings away. Cat. Hitoshi moved his hand out for the door, whipping it open. Wait dash. He was met with silence. A slight breeze echoes in his ears. Katsuki has already left. Sighing, he cursed Katsuki's stubbornness before situating himself beside Izuku. Toshi? Hitoshi rubbed his eyes, flashing a smile. Izuku blushed, darting his eyes away. Could you please brush my hair? I haven't done it yet this morning. Hitoshi smiled brightly, nodding away. Of course. I'll love to. Maybe he was a little too eager. However, it went unnoticed by him as he got up to get a brush from the bathroom, already knowing where it was. Hitoshi stayed on the couch, controlling his feelings. Izuku sat in front, oddly reminiscent of when his dad did his hair. Izuku sat on his knees, his eyes closed, as instincts took over. Hitoshi didn't say anything as Izuku began to hum, causing his hair to glow. Nor did he say he had no idea what he was doing. He thought it couldn't be that hard, and he was right, for the most part. Some curls were harder to brush out, making them straight. It came out wonky. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku didn't mind it. In fact, he smiled and hugged Hitoshi. You did an awesome job. Hitoshi sheepishly smiled, scratching his cheek. I would say it's not that good, but it's your hair, so? It looks brilliant. Not long after, the two resorted back to cuddling on the couch, both handling jolts of jealousy. Izuku sighed happily, closing his eyes and resting his head against Hitoshi's shoulder. His chest felt warm, sending tingles across his being. He was jittery with nerves of excitement, as though he were a metal rod attracting electricity. A burst of flapping wings flew into his stomach, causing his heart to stutter. Katsuki came back soon after, moving the door wide open. Izuku tried not to flinch but failed as he couldn't contain the nervousness of the box. Katsuki held a cardboard box with a metal line surrounding the lid. He sneered as his eyes fell on the two cuddling. Rolling his eyes with a scoff, he watched as the two separated themselves. This, said Katsuki, slapping the box onto the coffee table and flipping off the lid, is a box of photos my mom took when we were young. Izuku anxiously peered into the box, craning his head as though he was in a horror movie. Gently picking up a glassy photo, Izuku focused on it. It's just me when I was younger. Indeed it was. A photo of Izuku lying down in the grass, watching the clouds. The angle was from the side, meaning you could only see half his face. He was 4 years old, small markings etched into the back told him. Katsuki allowed Izuku to have a few more moments with the photo. Taking a glance at it, he smiled at the memory. He could faintly recall lying beside Izuku on his other side. That was before your quirk was officially documented. From even age 2, your mom and my mom could tell what your quirk was, so it wasn't a surprise to hear it had something to do with your hair. Izuku gazed at the picture. Show me another one. Katsuki nodded dimly. He knew it was stupid to believe Izuku would remember him or at least believe they knew each other in just one photo. He cycled through a few, looking for one that would show promise. Bingo, he thought, pulling out a white backing photo. Izuku was lounging on a couch with the TV running a kids' show. He had a huge smile with excitement crossing his eyes. His hair was put into a braid too. As though the photographer took the picture mid-action. This doesn't mean anything. Wait. Izuku began. The realization hit him with a bang. There he was, watching TV as a young kid with braided hair. All of those aspects were things Izuku only learned recently. Not when he was young. This picture proves he experienced things he thought were new years ago. Izuku frantically demanded Katsuki to get a different picture, feeling panicked to see himself in that picture. Katsuki only took a couple seconds to cycle through the photos. Picking one up, he showed it to Hitoshi, and he gave him a nod and a smile. Laying on Izuku's open palm, he watched. He shot his eyes at it, inspecting it with a wavering breath. His eyes became unfocused as panic circled his being. There he was, sitting beside Katsuki as he braided his hair at age 4. No. Izuku exclaimed, squeezing his hand as well as the picture. That can't be. I know, in a faint whisper, everything was a lie. My dad lied to me. So Katsuki began but was elbowed in the stomach by Hitoshi, sending him a glare. It wasn't the time to boast. I'm so sorry Izuku, Hitoshi whispered, pressing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm sorry. Izuku sniffed, rubbing his eyes with his open hand. It's fine, he rested his palm on his mouth, I can't believe it. My dad lied. Those pictures just prove everything I thought I didn't know, I already knew long ago. Dad never told me what a TV was and I never knew either, but there's me watching TV at a young age. But not only that, I'm sitting beside Katsuki who is braiding my hair, something I have never seen before, and that alone tells me I knew people other than my dad when I was young. I knew people. Not just my dad. He broke down into sobs, feeling so broken. In an ounce of desperation, Izuku yelled, "Wait! How do I know these photos aren't fake? You could have faked them." Katsuki groaned, throwing his arms in the air. "Seriously? What can I do to persuade you?" Izuku shrugged sadly, looking down at his hands. I don't know, I just wish things weren't so complicated. I know what you're saying is true, as much as I wish to believe it's not, the proof is anything but fake. I just don't want to admit everything I've thought was a lie." Hey, Katsuki said, moving to crouch in front of him. "It's all right," trying to be as comforting as he could, he spoke in a gentle whisper. Hitoshi stared in shock once again, wanting to laugh. He found it hilarious that Katsuki had a complete switch in his attitude. "That doesn't mean your life is a lie, look at what you've experienced now. Sure, some things were effed up, but that doesn't mean you didn't have fun, right? Look at Hitoshi, you like being with him and I like being with you. The past is the past, and if you spend your life thinking about it, you won't get anywhere. Just be in the moment, okay? Who cares if your life kinda sucked, but now, you can change it. It's your life, not your dad's or mine, it's yours. Do what feels right." Some of that was Katsuki talking about himself and the advice Hitoshi gave him during group therapy. Izuku gave him a watery smile. "Okay, but it sounds hard though." "It sure is, it took me a while to come to that conclusion, but with mine and Hitoshi's help, we can work together to help you." Katsuki smiled gently, holding his arms out. He fell into them, pushing Katsuki to be sitting on his knees. He threw his arms around Katsuki's neck, nuzzling into his collarbone. "What if I can't remember you?" Katsuki inhaled a deep sigh. "It's okay if you can't, we can make new memories." "I like that plan." Izuku closed his eyes. Something within his conscience told him to stay with them forever. If he had a choice, he would. However, his dad needs him. He said Dad could survive without him for a few days. Sure, it's true. However, what happens if he hurts himself because of Izuku being gone? Katsuki almost killed himself because of Izuku. What if Dad does that too? Soon enough, he has to go. Go back to his lying dad. Izuku whimpered. What other lies has his dad told? Izuku sighed against Katsuki's shoulder, adjusting his body to be comfortable. On the couch, Izuku rested his body on Katsuki as he flipped through a memory book of baby photos. Katsuki claimed it was from his mom. She gave it to Mitsuki, Katsuki's mom, before her passing. Izuku didn't get the whole mom thing, but it gave him more perspective when he saw pictures of her holding him as a baby. Katsuki awkwardly explained what a mom was, asking for Hitoshi's help when Izuku asked how babies were made. If a mom's job is to give birth, how does that happen? Hitoshi explained moms are not just for giving birth, but rather caring for their children, showing them independence and love. Hitoshi sat on Izuku's other side, mindlessly twiddling with Izuku's curls. He would look at a few photos Izuku passed on to him and smile, but also felt hurt, wondering how Izuku was kidnapped. Izuku hasn't said anything about his dad kidnapping him, simply because he didn't know he was. However, Izuku began to question why his parents didn't like each other. Katsuki explained what he knew, that his dad left for work in America. Hitoshi had to go into detail about geography too, and his mom hated him for doing that, missing out on Izuku's childhood. So, she became protective of Izuku, stopping him from talking to his dad. Only once a year they could, according to Katsuki. How do you know that? Izuku asked multiple times throughout their conversation, and Katsuki would reply with a, "My mom told me." Many facts Katsuki said about his dad being a JRK made Izuku want to disagree. However, he didn't. The only thing he could do was question the origin of it. "Perhaps, we should take a break and show Izuku some other stuff, Kat," Hitoshi suggested, pulling the photo book out of Izuku's hands and placing it in the box. "Wait, Izuku laughed as well as gasped, "There's more." Hitoshi and Katsuki laughed with Izuku, practically holding their stomachs. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms with a playful pout. "Oh come on, you don't even know what a skyscraper is, you still have a few things left to learn." Katsuki patted Izuku's shoulder, getting up and pulling Izuku and Hitoshi up. Hitoshi tilted his head slightly, and Katsuki was in a better mood. He was acting like his normal stuff, still holding some bite, but mostly kind. He wasn't angry at him or Izuku, just calm. He wasn't glaring at Hitoshi whenever he touched Izuku's arm. As though he accepted Hitoshi into their pack. It wasn't long to set up a few video games and board games. Katsuki showed Izuku a shooter game, explaining the lore of the game called Halo. Izuku didn't get most of it, just choosing to listen. Hitoshi, meanwhile, set up a board game called The Game of Life. Izuku, though, enjoyed the various video games, platformers, simulations, and shooters. Katsuki also showed him a bunny simulator where he played as a brown bunny surviving in the wild. Izuku played it, finding it to be relaxing and comfy. Izuku was confused at one point about why his bunny died a couple of times, and it turns out it was becoming dehydrated. Izuku became more careful of the bunny after that. The board game Hitoshi showed him was rather interesting too. It talked about birth, school, work, retirement, and death. Hitoshi wanted to show him the natural stages of life. They talked about the different levels of schooling and jobs people can do, what retirement is and how most people die. Izuku eventually asked how his mom died, rather confused about why she would have died from old age when she was young, according to Katsuki. And that's how they got to the conversation about hospitals, diseases, illnesses, and accidents. They used Katsuki's experiences as examples, explaining how hospitals work and how treatment occurs. Izuku asked a few questions relating to his dad, wondering what treatment his dad would need if he got stabbed or broken a bone. All injuries Izuku had to heal. Painfully explaining the one time he found his dad practically dead years ago, he asked how doctors would heal that in a hospital. Katsuki and Hitoshi didn't have an answer as they weren't doctors. Nonetheless, it gave him an idea of how much his dad relies on him for no reason. He could go to the hospital and get healed by professionals. Izuku isn't a doctor nor a nurse, why does his dad rely on him? Oh, because he can make him younger. He can make the injuries go away as if they never happened. Hitoshi said no doctor can make something go away as though it never happened. Only he can do that. Izuku sniffed, attempting to hold in some tears. He's just being used, that's it. Am I being used by my dad? Izuku croaked out, ceasing Katsuki from completing his move. Am I being taken advantage of? Is he just using me for my abilities? Hitoshi looked at Katsuki, then gave him a sad smile. He got up and gave Izuku a gentle hug, allowing Izuku to sob his little heart out. Bending his back so that he could hug Izuku, but still continuing to stand, he felt his heart crack. Izuku finally realized it. We'll take care of you, you won't be in any more pain or scared or anxious, we won't let you be lonely or sad. We'll protect you. I promise, Hitoshi announced, fighting back his own tears. Izuku froze in his hold, so happy to hear those exact words. That's what I only want. Something his dad failed to say. Hitoshi told him. And that made him truly believe in Hitoshi's words. He felt that same warmth beating in his stomach. I don't want to leave you guys, Izuku sobbed out, crying so hard. Hitoshi pulled him out of the stool and carried him to the couch, hugging him even tighter with Katsuki's help. Please, I don't know what to do. Stay with us. Izuku didn't know who said it, but he did know he wanted to stay. I want to. I really do. Katsuki held his hands, resting his head on Izuku's forehead. We'll protect you. We promise, Hitoshi finished, pressing his lips to Izuku's cheek, resting a hand on his thigh. Izuku felt his heart explode with warmth and butterflies. That's what the flapping was, butterflies. I can't believe it worked, said Katsuki, gripping his chopsticks. They were about to eat lunch along with Hitoshi and Izuku. Though, before Izuku could take the first bite, he went to the washroom to clean up his face from all the crying, leaving the two at the table. My plan? Yeah, Izuku doesn't want to go back anymore. Hitoshi sighed, we don't know for sure that's what he wants. He could have been overreacting or something. Oh come on, be optimistic, Katsuki laughed, pausing to swallow his food. Flicking the chopsticks. It just sounds too good to be true. Katsuki rolled his eyes, sure, but it's a good thing. I don't think Izuku is lying. Hitoshi considered it, then smiled. Katsuki was right. I'm just happy Izuku trusts us more than his FING father. Hitoshi snarled, squeezing his free hand. Agreed, if I see that man, I'll FING kill him for ruining Izuku and I's life. Hitoshi nodded with agreement. I wonder what his reaction was to not finding Izuku home. Oh yeah, I wonder too. It's 1 p.m. and Izuku said he would be home by 8 am, so it's been a few hours. Probably set off. Katsuki scoffed. Yeah, surely. I wouldn't be scared or anything, besides, he can't do much, maybe call the police or heroes that his son ran away. But that's really it. Didn't you say one time his dad hated heroes? Hitoshi pondered. Oh yeah, I did. And that cancels out him telling the police as the police would call on the heroes for help. True, so pretty much he can't do anything other than finding Izuku himself or waiting for him to come home. Pretty much. A click from the entrance zapped the two out of their conversation, a slight fear flowing through their chests. As though the dad would walk in, they stared at the door. Izuku, thank God, waltzed right in with a smile, sitting beside Hitoshi in the middle. The two laughed anxiously. Izuku began to yawn every few minutes after dinner, rubbing his eyes as they itched. Hitoshi declared they should get ready for bed, an early night. Izuku loved the idea, already half asleep. He didn't get why he was so tired, already dead tired by 8 p.m. Katsuki, who didn't want to leave just yet, called his mom, asking if he could stay over for the night, perhaps longer. He didn't divulge many details, knowing if Mitsuki knew Izuku was found, she would go on a rampage. Hitoshi's parents came home not long after setting up for bed. They didn't say much when they heard Katsuki's demands, they only shrugged. The two retired to their bedroom and office, taking ownership of the first level. In the bedroom, Katsuki rolled out the blow-up bed they previously folded. Plopping some sheets and pillows, Katsuki laid down, telling Hitoshi his mom would bring him clothes. It wasn't long until Katsuki got jealous hearing Izuku would be sleeping with Hitoshi. At one point, Izuku received a new set of PJs that were Hitoshi's and began to change into the set, right in front of their eyes. An echo then yells. Izuku flinched, covering up his exposed chest with an arm and his underwear-covered crotch with a hand. Ah! Look away! Izuku screamed, whipping around to run into the hall. How on earth did you forget we were here? Katsuki snapped, slapping a hand over his eyes. Hitoshi blushed immediately, jerking, whipping his head to the side, smiling sheepishly. Though he crept one eye open to find Izuku running out, the pile of used clothes tossed on the ground. Hitoshi sighed in awe, as though he was watching his crush. He laughed anxiously. Shaking his head, he laid back on his bed with a huff, heart beating a mile a minute. Butterflies flapped within him, threatening to pop out. Imagining Izuku's cute, beautiful face made his face flare. His little freckles, glistening eyes, perfect strands of hair, everything about Izuku made his heart flutter. He felt the same feeling a few times in middle school with the class favorite but knew nothing would happen as they weren't gay. So, comparing it now, he knows it was a crush. And Hitoshi won't deny it any longer, he really likes Izuku. However, he doesn't think anything will happen, such as dating. Simply because of Izuku's innocence. Izuku doesn't know what relationships are, in fact, he has no clue what marriage is. How on earth would he know, would know if he liked Hitoshi back? Looking at Katsuki, he pondered if he too liked Izuku in that way. He mentioned he liked Izuku but wasn't specific in what way. Sure, when you say, I like someone, it means you romantically like them. Though, you can say, I like someone, meaning their friend. As they're all male, it could mean multiple things. Kat, do you like Izuku? Hitoshi whispered, fiddling with his fingers on his stomach. Katsuki, lying down on the blow-up bed chuckled, scratching his cheek. I do. How so? Hitoshi bit his lip out of nerves. Katsuki shrugged, staring at the ceiling. What do you mean? God, Kat, you know what I mean. Hitoshi snapped, rather impatient. Katsuki laughed, a loud laugh. Look at your face. You're anxious, aren't you? Of course. Hitoshi sat up, staring back at Katsuki. I love Izuku. His eyes widened along with Katsuki's after the words registered. He slapped a hand to his mouth. That's no. I didn't mean it like that. Katsuki got off the bed which creaked, then sat beside Hitoshi. Dude, relax. It's okay. I kinda thought so anyway. It's just surprising hearing you say it out loud. You're not mad? Hitoshi hunched over. He laughed, patting him on the back. Nope, not at all. In fact, I'm happy for you. I thought you liked Izuku. Katsuki hummed, shaking his head. Not like that, I just see him as a friend. Wait, really? I thought, what? Yeah, Katsuki trailed off, tapping his thigh. I was acting jealous as I hadn't seen Izuku in so long, so I was just mad seeing him more infatuated with you than I. I guess it makes sense though, he doesn't know me, but knows you. He's more familiar. And that's why I was rude to you, saying I liked him. I wanted you to be jealous, I wanted you to be mad. Perhaps, internally I was hoping you'd protect him. I also think that's why he's been more carefree. He's not anxious like he is at home. So, you don't romantically like him? Nah, besides, I'm not gay, remember? Hitoshi slapped a hand to his forehead, laughing. Oh yeah, I forgot you said that. Feeling like a complete utter idiot. Yep, I see him more like a younger brother than anything. That explains why you were so protective of him when he was gone. Exactly. And how much him being gone affected me, it felt like I lost my brother. Hitoshi felt his heartbeat jump down a notch, going back to normal. His anxiety dissipated as he realized Katsuki wasn't trying to date Izuku. Only he was. If Izuku can figure out what dating is. God, that's going to be such an uncomfortable talk. Izuku came a few minutes later, claiming he got lost. Hitoshi nor Katsuki commented on the cookie crumbs covering the corner of his lips. Feeling confident in knowing he had no competition when it came to dating Izuku, he dragged Izuku on the bed and began to spoon him as they talked. Hitoshi stayed quiet, choosing to watch and listen to Izuku. Izuku snuggled back into Hitoshi's back, sighing in relaxation. His heart beat at the same speed Hitoshi was, fast as a jackhammer. Katsuki laughed with them, caring less to see them cuddling in front. It then flashed upon Hitoshi that Katsuki didn't like Izuku at all. Katsuki laughed, teased and joked but never flirted, unlike the ways he would with girls, or blushed. Katsuki wasn't gay at all. Hitoshi was the gay one, maybe Izuku was too. Something he'd have to ask in the morning, perhaps tomorrow he'll talk to Izuku about relationships. As much as he wished he wouldn't, he couldn't wait any longer. His anxiety couldn't take it. The idea that Izuku isn't gay, but rather straight, really freaked him out. Toshi, Izuku said, breaking the silence within the darkness around 9 p.m. Katsuki's light snores echoed across the room. Do you think my dad misses me? Hitoshi gritted his teeth. Oh yeah, that's another problem. He may never get to date Izuku as he has to go home. Surely. I miss him, but I know I'm making the right choice to stay here. I'm glad you realized it. He caressed his cheek. Closing their eyes, they felt their hearts beat as one. Izuku, though, took a second to fall asleep. He waited for Hitoshi to be fully asleep before flipping himself to look at Hitoshi. The purple hair was tossed all over the place, sticky out in odd directions. He giggled lightly, it looked adorable. Everything about Hitoshi made his heart flutter. He genuinely looked brilliant. It struck him as odd that he felt this way for Hitoshi, and him only. He felt his heart rate increase and butterflies in his belly every time he laid his eyes on him. He didn't feel this way with his dad or Katsuki. It was just a feeling for Hitoshi. Perhaps he should ask about it tomorrow. Resting his eyes, he felt a prickling tingle on his lips, a slight urge to lay them on Hitoshi's. Izuku opened his eyes, looking at Hitoshi in the dark. Why was his conscience telling him to do that? His dad kissed him, oh, that's what it's called, on the forehead and cheek. Hitoshi did that too, but why does he want to kiss him on the lips? Izuku pondered the thought for a few more seconds. What does kissing mean? What's the difference between kissing on the lips and cheek? Izuku shrugged. Only one way to find out. Leaning forward, Izuku puckered up his lips, pressing them onto Hitoshi's plush, motionless ones. Nothing happened. Just a peck. One more peck. Nothing. A third peck. The tingling diminished. Izuku went to sleep after the tingling went away. However, the urge didn't. He made a mental plan to ask Hitoshi or Katsuki about the difference. Perhaps, it would be better to ask Katsuki as he didn't kiss him. A crisp air brushed against his ears, tickling his pale skin. His hair blew along with it, adjusting itself with the wind. Izuku's eyes fluttered, welcoming a blue sky with clouds of puff. The grass beneath him flicked across his skin. A sense of déjà vu occurred as he sat up. Except, there were no trees. Only grass stretched across the land. For miles, a field of grass could be seen with nothing else. Almost like the screensaver Hitoshi has on his computer. The grass wasn't tall, only going up to his ankles, like grass in backyards. His hair blew as he stood, as though it was a flag. It flew with the wind in a straight line, right behind him. From his view, he could tell how long his hair was. It stretched across the grass, ending at the point of mist. A thin mist stretched across the border of the land, looking like it was the finish point of the world. Except, it was just his vision. He couldn't see that far. A small squeak from behind made him stop his frantic search for anything but grass. He spotted a green rabbit. He wasn't alone. In a patch of grass, a green rabbit stared back at him. The same bunny he saw previously. Hey, Izuku greeted, crouching down, presenting a hand. The bunny twiddled its nose, sniffing the air. It moved jerkily, etching closer to his hand. At the point of contact, Izuku's hand jumped. The softness of its coat was surprisingly gentle. It brushed against his skin, tickling him. The grass tickling his bare feet was a soft tickle. The bunny leaned into his hand, bucking him when he held pressure on its head. Izuku laughed, continuing to pet its back, though careful to not touch the head. Taking a look around, he wondered if there were more rabbits. Surely the rabbit came from somewhere, most likely its home. Perhaps if he could follow the rabbit to its home, he could find others living in the grassy field. Maybe a town of sorts. At least something other than him and the rabbit. His eyes stopped on a wooden object a few meters away. Even at a distance, Izuku could easily see it. White peeked out from the base, and the wooden stem had a gray grip. Anyone could tell it was a brush. But only Izuku could tell it was his brush. What's it doing here? Izuku pondered, stepping to grab the brush, sliding a finger along the wooden scratches. A poke against his heel made him look down. The rabbit was trying to get his attention. What's wrong? He crouched down, facing the creature with the brush in his hand. The rabbit bolted as it jerked to the side. Izuku gasped as he observed it move. He ran like a madman after it in a sprint. His hair, thank God for the wind, blew elegantly. The brush was long forgotten, lying on the grassy surface. Izuku hardly got the chance to look up and observe a cottage. Izuku turned to avoid nearly colliding with the side wall. He took a step back as his heart throbbed with panic. He saw the door. His door. The door to the house. His house. He found the cottage. Izuku jerked his head around. Nothing was around the cottage except grass. It was like someone spawned it like a video game. He stared. It felt like an eternity had passed since he saw it. A pull from his pant leg made him jump. The bunny was back, biting the pant leg. Izuku giggled, patting it on the head. It bolted away, running to the house, tucking itself in a crack by the door. Then it dawned on him. He couldn't find Hitoshi or Katsuki. Jerking his head around, he blinked at the mist. Nothing. He even walked around the building. The house wasn't huge. Nothing. It really was just him there, alone in the field of grass. Izuku sighed, deciding to check the interior of the house. He had nothing better to do. Who would be inside? Maybe Hitoshi. Perhaps that's where Hitoshi was. With a smile, he clasped his hand around the handle, pushing it forward. The joints creaked, as well as his heart. His heart beating at the thought of seeing Hitoshi made his moves jittery, nerves overcoming his body. The foyer was empty, with only a pair of shoes, his dad's shoes. The basement door was open just a tad, a silver at most. The light from the foyer shined onto the steps, lighting up the level Izuku had never seen. The steps glowed as though LEDs were weaved into the corners. Hitoshi taught him what LEDs were, and Izuku found them so fascinating. He shook his head and ventured to the living room, looking around for Hitoshi. "Toshi?" he called out, curling his hands around his mouth. Nothing but silence. He glanced down the hallway before moving on to the kitchen, living area, and couch. The color of his skin drained. "Dad." His dad looked back at him from the couch, facing the coffee table, the backing facing Izuku. Dad had twisted his body by the hips, looking at him with a worried expression. Izuku's heart stopped, taking a step back. His mind froze, nothing came out except pathetic calls for his dad. Besides, he had no idea what to do or say. He walked around the couch as Dad cast his view to his lap, rubbing the calluses covering his fingertips. Wait. Calluses never form on Dad's hands. They never do as he heals him. They always go away as he makes sure they are healed and gone. But now that he's been gone for so long, Dad has no healer. Guilt wrapped around his heart. A squeak behind made him yelp, his nerves going haywire. The green rabbit was back. It bucked his foot, then hopped over his feet and trotted over to his dad. It stretched out its hind legs and then bolted forward, casting its legs onto Dad's lap. Dad let out a long sigh, slowly bringing his hand over the green fur. He stroked it like he was stroking his hair. Dad would do that with Izuku's hair, just caressing it, weaving his hand through the hair. Just like the green bunny. He smiled down at it. Izuku felt a burning rage within him. "Dad!" Izuku snapped, stomping his foot in rage. Nothing. Dad continued to pet the rabbit the same way he touched Izuku, unperturbed. Blissfully unaware of Izuku, watching and screaming. Tears burst out of his eyes, popping out like pouring rain. "Dad! It's me!" Izuku fell to his knees, reaching out. But stopped. His body froze up once again, a breath zapping out of him. Dad was injured. He fell back, but landing on the wooden tiles. Looking up close, he could see the cracks of skin, tearing into red splotches. Pale, white, gray, sickening color rounded over the skin, and gray blobs circled his knuckles. In a panic, Izuku gripped his hair and reached for his hand, wrapping it around quickly. Drops of tears splash against Dad's fingers as they flow down, drenching the hair below. "Flower," Izuku sang, sobbing as he did. Fear, guilt, anger, pain. At the last lyric, Izuku was a sobbing mess, just like last time. Crying his heart out. He felt numb with emotion, a light haze filling his head to the brim. Like a bobblehead, Izuku felt like he could faint, his head feeling way too heavy. The grayness edged back into peach, the cracks filling up, blood evaporating. Dad was healed. "I'm so sorry it got so bad. I should have been here. I could have prevented the pain." Cracked skin was more painful than a simple sting, it burned and contained all other unpleasant sensations in one area of skin. A pained look crossed his dad's face, wiggling his fingers with a wince. Izuku's eyes widened. He watched as his dad cursed at the movement of his index finger. He was still in pain. The rabbit hopped off Dad's lap, jumping to Izuku, nose twinkling. The fur brushed against his leg, it took a second to buck into Izuku's thigh. It squeaked, earning his attention. However, most of it was on his dad, who looked perplexed at the bunny. Failed to look at Izuku but rather at the bunny. And that gave Izuku so much internal pain. He was replaced by a bunny. Who couldn't even heal his dad but rather provide him comfort. Izuku wanted to curse. The bunny tugged on his pant leg, attempting to drag him away. Izuku swatted at it, yelling at it to leave him alone. However, it persisted. Pulling with all its might, it squeaked and squealed. Izuku, anger bubbling up, turned and grabbed the bunny by the legs and pulled it to his chest. The tears came back. He couldn't hurt it. No, he can't. The bunny doesn't know any better. It probably doesn't know what it's doing. Just following orders. The orders were sent by. He doesn't know. Nonetheless, the bunny is Izuku. Both were manipulated and used. Izuku glared at Dad, who was still looking around for the stupid bunny. He couldn't see Izuku kneeling in front of him. It was as if he didn't exist to him. He even healed his hand. But the pain was still there, so maybe he hadn't noticed. The bunny, perhaps, was invisible to Dad as well. It being in his arms probably had something to do with it. Dad sighed, stopping Izuku from letting out a sob. In emotion, he got up, pressing his weight onto one knee. It looked awkward, seeing him use only one hand to get himself up, rather than two. He winced and cursed, taking small steps, groaning when he shuddered his hand. Leaving the living room, leaving Izuku and the bunny. Izuku wanted to follow, and he felt the urge to. To get Dad to realize he was there with him. That he healed him. He doesn't need the stupid bunny. However, he didn't want to protrude. It would only cause more pain, for himself. Izuku got up, ignoring the buzz in his legs and shifted to the couch, bringing the bunny to his lap. The rabbit lay down, stretching out its legs, yawning. Izuku laid his head on the couch cushion. The sounds of curses and sobs came from the hall, filling the house with Dad's sounds. What has he done? He caused this, that's for sure. If he didn't leave, none of this would have happened. Dad would be okay. The injury wouldn't have gotten this bad, and he wouldn't have been replaced, but only if he weren't so egotistical. Izuku felt tears drip from his eyes once again, soaking his cheeks with sadness. Only if he wasn't so selfish. Only if he got rid of Hitoshi in the first place. If only. Barely able to keep his eyes open, he felt the weight on his lap leave. Slightly opening, he could see the rabbit heading to the foyer, hopping away. Izuku felt exhaustion overcoming him. In one quick motion, Izuku fell to his side, lying on the couch, welcoming sleep. It took him a few minutes of staring to register where he was. The warmth from Hitoshi, arms wrapped around him, head tilted to his neck. Snores from below. His hand is in Hitoshi's. Darkness surrounded the room. An airy noise filtered through the vents. He was home. Except, it wasn't his home. Izuku yawned, rubbing his eyes with his empty hand. Hitoshi looked peaceful sleeping, utterly unaware of the thoughts flying through Izuku's head. He wished his heart was filled with butterflies and contentment, rather than guilt and sadness. Katsuki looked calm too, just happy Izuku was with him. Izuku didn't know what to do. He knew he wanted to cry and scream. Glancing around, he felt his nerves settle. Analyzing his thoughts, he learned it was a dream. The field and his house were just a dream. Just like the dream in the forest. However, as much as he wanted to relax and forget about it, he couldn't. It struck him as odd that both dreams had a green bunny, the first probably being a foreshadowing of the second. They both also showed his dad ignoring him. Is that how he feels? Just a ghost around his dad? Maybe the dream was just showing his deepest desires. Dad told him they could do that a few months ago. Was the rabbit him? If he's saying dreams show your unconscious mind, does that mean the rabbit was representing him? The bunny goes into the house, leaving the house, the different points in Izuku's life. It cuddles with his dad, and it tries to tug Izuku away. The bunny was him. Izuku groaned, rubbing his eyes, untangling his hand from Hitoshi's. He was curious about what he would say about the dream. Though, he isn't sure if he would ever say it. He felt ashamed that he wanted to go back. No, he needed to go back. If the dream was his desire, wouldn't that mean it was what was happening to his dad? It felt too real. Even though it was a dream, that doesn't mean it's entirely fake. It could have been a reflection of real life. Either way, even if it's not, that still means he needs to go back. What happens if Dad is harmed but is unable to travel to the hospital? He's in trouble. Izuku needs to stop being so selfish and get back to Dad. However, that thought made him want to scream. Leaving Hitoshi? No. Leaving Katsuki, when? He just got Izuku back? No. If Izuku departs, he's being selfish in the eyes of Katsuki. What about Hitoshi? He'd stop being a hero for Izuku. That's why he had no idea what to do. A squeak. Heh? Izuku turned to the noise, eyes going wide. Katsuki and Hitoshi stayed oblivious to the noise, snoring even louder. His heart skipped a beat out of fear, pumping so fast, it could have jumped out. The bunny, the green rabbit he thought was just residing in his dreams, was staring back at him, with black, beads eyes. It bucked the wood from the door, pushing it just a sliver so it could slip through. Was the dream truly a reflection of real life? Does that mean Dad's still hurt? As it was a dream, Izuku hadn't healed Dad in real time. Dad could still be in pain. The bunny squeaked, and Izuku frowned. It was shaking its head, like it was human, like it knew what Izuku was thinking. He needed to go home, but how? He had no way of getting there, and he had no idea where to go. What way, how to get back to the town or the forest? Hitoshi went down so many twists and turns on their way there, as if he was trying to get lost. As if he was trying to get Izuku confused. Suddenly, the idea of staying didn't sound so good. Was this Hitoshi's plan? To get Izuku to stay with him? No wonder why he was disappointed whenever he spoke about leaving. He didn't want Izuku to go. That's why he was so prescient in getting proof, allowing Katsuki to be snappy. He knew that would persuade Izuku to stay. At that moment, the idea of being used sounded not that bad, better than being with someone so secretive. Except, Dad is secretive too. They both are. Perhaps it was the idea that Hitoshi was perfect, that his hero made it hurt way too much. Hitoshi wanted to get Izuku away from his dad. Maybe that's why he tried to break in, to ruin his life with his dad. If it wasn't for him, he would never have figured out how toxic his and Dad's relationship is. Hitoshi messed it up. Izuku glared at Hitoshi, removing the limbs from his chest. Untangling his legs, the butterfly feeling throbbed, trying to get him back under the covers. As though, Hitoshi was calling for him in his sleep. Hitoshi began to move, Izuku stilled, watching from where he sat, twisting to his side. Izuku sighed, happy Hitoshi was just sleeping. However, that didn't stop him from whispering Izuku's name while he sleeps, Izuku's heart throbbing. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to keep feeling happy. Except, he can't. If he stays, he will know the truth and would only want to feel butterflies, being selfish. Izuku shifted himself to the end of the bed, nudging off it. The bunny continued to stare. Katsuki stretched, creaking the bed. Izuku watched. He doesn't remember Katsuki, but he remembers Izuku. Was he being selfish, wanting to leave? To get back to a normal, orderly life? Maybe he was. But he owed his dad. He can come back and visit Katsuki another time. After all, he was being selfish to his dad first, then to Katsuki. He looked at the two, squinting his eyes, getting up from the bed. A squeak. Izuku looked down. The bunny looked at him as if he was trying to get his attention. It bucked its head against the air, huffs coming from the nose. Perhaps, just like his dreams, the bunny can bring him home. Izuku mouthed out the words, knowing full well Hitoshi was a light sleeper. Can you bring me home? The bunny nodded its head. He should have been freaked out that the bunny knew what he said and even nodded. Except, he was tired. He wanted to go home. Shaking his head, he followed the bunny out the door, taking a second to look at the room. The light from the hall shined into the room, and thin specks of light glowed on Hitoshi's face. The butterflies came back one last time as a last-ditch effort to make him stay. He shook his head. No, he had to leave. This was it. Bye. Hitoshi and Katsuki. He wanted to hug them, to say goodbye to them properly, but he couldn't. They'd never understand, simply because they want him to stay, to leave his dad. They'd make him stay. Perhaps, they were holding back all this time. If they hadn't, they'd have forced Izuku to stay. Stopping the tears from dripping, and gritting his teeth, he pushed the door and closed it. Heading home, following the rabbit. He'll come home and face the punishment his dad chooses. As that's better than heartbreak. Heading down the trail leading to the house, Izuku dimly watched the bunny hopping along. The darkness made it harder to see, though it was a good thing his hair glowed when he sang. As soon as he lost light and entered the forest, he began to sing the one song he knew, repeating it when finished so that he had light longer. His hair proved well as a light source, glowing about 1 meter ahead. The gravel crunched under his bare feet, sending shocks of pain. Surely he was bleeding. He wanted to stop and take a break. But he couldn't, as that would be selfish. Just a few more minutes, he told himself, whispering the song lyrics. As soon as he started on the journey, he remembered the set of clothes Koshi had that was his. She told him she would give it back. It was too late, he was already gone. If he went to retrieve the articles, who knew how long it would take to find them? Hitoshi would probably be awake by then. And Hitoshi probably is now. Frantically looking. Izuku gritted his teeth. No, he told himself, no more crying. He can cry and sob in front of his dad. One more step, one more step, one more step, he kept telling himself. Exhaustion and pain overcame him. He winced and whimpered as he sang, stuttering. One more step. One more. He crumbled into a ball, muscles tightening up. Knees flared in pain, feet, legs, everything hurt. Pain, pain, pain. So much pain. The bunny stopped, looking back at him, curious why the song stopped. Izuku's mouth felt so dry, the forest noise filling his ears. Darkness surrounded him. No more light, no more green. The The gravel poked into his skin, dirt messing up Hitoshi's PJs. Bright light welcomed his eyes when he opened them. He was home. Light from the front door shined onto him. The door was open, a shadow in the middle. The bunny was gone. Dad, the shadow was coming, walking with elegance. He felt hands touching his arms, pulling him into a solid chest. Something comfy. He was home. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered hoarsely, mouth running dry, lips chapped. A voice spoke, so soft and gentle. Dad's voice. I'm just thankful you're okay. Izuku felt tears already dripping, and his head pounded. Hands gripped his waist, pulling him up, legs leaving the ground. Izuku rested his head on Dad's shoulder, too tired to do anything else. His arms hung uselessly, doing nothing but limping around. The solid chest felt grounding, making his mind clear. Dad shifted back and forth, rocking Izuku into a ball. He used his strength, practically gritting his teeth, to wrap his legs around Dad's chest, nuzzling into the solid chest. The creaking sound of the door swung close, locks clicking shut. Izuku was home. Air conditioning blows through the vents, sending shots of shivers. Shuffling, then a grumbled. Izuku's leg met the couch, soft, leather material. His feet bent uncomfortably at the pressure of Dad's back, causing him to shimmy himself to Dad's knees. Then folded his legs to his thighs, practically straddling Dad. He rested his head on his shoulder, failing to make tears, just sobbing sounds. Dad's calloused hand gripped his head, caressing his green hair, wrecked with knots and strands poking in odd places. Dad weaved his hand through it, stopping to prod at a stiff knot. Izuku started, coughing a tad. His throat throbbed as though he swallowed glass. He needed water, that's for sure. Though, as much as the pain he was in, he needed to make sure Dad was okay. Are you hurt? Are you okay? I'm okay, Izu, Dad said so kindly, whispering sweet nothings. Just feeling a little odd. Is your hand okay? And I'll heal you. Izuku replied, shifting so that his hair could wrap around Dad's hands and arms. Dad smiled down at him, his wrinkles creasing against his cheeks. Izuku hated seeing his dad look so old. He normally doesn't have them. It could have been prevented. If only Izuku wasn't so selfish. Just being gone for a few days, Dad's face and body changed so much. He was weaker, grayer, quieter, and desperate. So, his dream wasn't lying. As he expected, it showed Dad's gray hand, which was symbolic of his body as a whole. How are you going to heal me with no brush? We're both too weak. Dad whispered, hugging Izuku with an arm. Remembering the times he used his powers without a brush, just singing, he told Dad. He explained how he got home, using his powers to light the way, following the rabbit. Which then made Izuku's mouth run wild. He told Dad everything. Hitoshi, Katsuki, Eri, Zash, Koshi, his dreams, and his realization. Everything he encountered and felt for the past hours, he told. Even the negative things towards Dad. Something about Dad's desperation, so broken down, depressed and sick, made Izuku feel so guilty and so much sympathy, he wanted to cry. He felt obligated to tell Dad. Dad didn't say much, just nodding and humming. In the end, Dad said a few words that shocked Izuku so much, he was too content for words. Thank you for coming back, my son. Singing, his throat throbbed and scratched, however, it was nothing compared to what his dad was feeling. Dad continued to brush his hair, sighing as the powers activated. Once was mine, Izuku sang, going limp, throat practically bleeding. Music to my ears, Dad said with a smirk, voice going back to normal. Izuku sobbed, feeling so thankful he healed his dad. He gripped his dad's hand, rubbing his fingertips over the wrinkles. Gone. Smooth, peach skin. Izuku grinned, tears dripping, and his head throbbed. You're okay, Izuku had no other words. I am and you aren't, unfortunately. Let's head to bed, alright? Dad replied, picking Izuku back up. I want you to sleep with me in my bed, okay? Anything, I'll do anything. I'm not leaving, no, I won't ever. I can't leave, I need you. Dad gripped his sides, carrying through the house, taking a second to do something at the kitchen island. And I need you too. Promise me, you won't leave again. If you do, I'm not sure how long I will survive. I never wanted to scare you that I rely on you to make me young and alive. I should have told you so that you would know why I'm so possessive of you. Without you, I'm dead, unfortunately. I wish it didn't get this bad, where I didn't necessarily need you to survive, but I can't do anything now. It's too late, hun. Can you forgive me for being so strict? Yes. Izuku exclaimed, so many emotions flying through. Don't feel bad, it's all me. Dad smiled, closing his eyes, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I love you, Izuku. I love you too. Izuku smiled, resting his head. Eyes watching his dad's actions, he saw that Dad pressed a button on a computer which activated a beeping noise. Dad titled the computer the lid just a tad, turning himself so that Izuku couldn't see. All he heard was beeps and a voice, a deep voice, a new one. Something he felt familiar with. They said something about the plan working. The circadian rhythm plan was a success. They will need the Nomu back for other slumber work. Dad? Izuku called out, eyes closing. Can we go to sleep? Of course, Izu. Dad grinned, patting Izuku's cheek. Give me 1 second. Izuku heard a click, the computer closing and then being pushed into a bag. A zipper, then a thump. Now, we can go to sleep. Dad laid Izuku down on the bed, telling him to get changed into new PJs. He nodded quickly, hopping off the bed. Then paused. Dad's room, he's never allowed in. And that idea that he would be sleeping with him made his heart flutter, unlike the butterflies, just contentment. The room was tidy, except for the mangled covers and a few pictures of Izuku on the dresser, taken out of frame, ripped a tad. Dad really missed him. When he returned home and discovered Izuku had left, he must have been devastated. He must have been viewing old pictures, which, upon closer inspection, revealed images of him as a teenager. Odd. No baby photos. Izuku left, tugging his hair. Dad went inside the bathroom, patting him on the shoulder, seemingly going to use the toilet. Already in PJs, and probably ran out of bed when he heard Izuku. Perhaps the bunny told Dad he was almost there. How? He didn't know. It was the only explanation for Dad knowing he was there. Izuku walked through the threshold and sked in a breath. His bedroom. Clean was an understatement. It was perfect, the bed was made, the drawers closed, the closet closed. Like nothing ever happened. The window was locked, 2 locks with a keyhole latching it closed by the handle. Removing a set of PJs from the drawer, he winced as he took off Hitoshi's clothes. It felt so heartbreaking. Putting on a new set, he began to cry once more. Remembering how it felt to be with Hitoshi, hugging and cuddling with him. The butterfly feeling that came with. Hitoshi was gone, no more. He didn't feel any flutters. He fell to the ground, his legs too weak. He should have asked his dad to grab him an outfit, that way he wouldn't have to walk or think about Hitoshi. Looking at the window, he mourned. Did he make the right choice? Izuku felt tears falling. He crumbled to his side, rolling into a ball. He just wants to feel loved, he wants to feel those butterflies once more. Did he make the right choice? Izuku glared at Hitoshi, removing the limbs from his chest. Untangling his legs, the butterfly feeling throbbed, trying to get him back under the covers. As though, Hitoshi was calling for him in his sleep. Hitoshi began to move, Izuku styled, watching from where he sat, twisting to his side. Izuku, Hitoshi yawned, rubbing his eyes, his other hand trying to locate Izuku's body. Where did you go? Toshi! He yelled, his hand unconsciously going to his hair for comfort. You're supposed to be sleeping. He hissed, clenching his hands tightly in frustration. I'm not, Hitoshi huffed, sitting up and pressing his head against the headboard. What are you doing? He felt the first tear, then the second, then a puddle burst out of his eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing, nor do I know what to do. I'm so mad at you, but I really like you, I don't know. He sobbed, hiccuping with every breath. Hitoshi clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Shoo, it's okay, he held out a hand, but pulled it back. Except, before he could, Izuku gripped it and held it close to his chest. Ah, Izu, he crawled over to the boy and wrapped his arms around his hips. He pulled Izuku onto his lap, who sobbed into his neck, shaking his head in frustration. What did you do? Katsuki's voice echoed across the room. He shot from the blow-up bed and sat himself beside Hitoshi. He glared hotly at him, his eyes furrowed. What the F, Toshi? I didn't do anything, he hissed, sending back a glare. I woke up to Izuku getting out of bed, then he started crying. Katsuki asked, Izu, what happened? He pressed a hand to his cheek and caressed him. Izuku gasped out, taking a watery breath. Take your time. He sobbed through his explanation, taking seconds to rub his eyes. Although, it wasn't what they were thinking. Izuku only said one sentence. I had a dream and you just now, and I now need to go save my dad. Katsuki gripped his hand gently. It's just a dream, Zu, your dad doesn't need to be saved. But the dream it was gosh so real. He protested. He pushed Hitoshi's arm and Katsuki's hand away. You won't ever understand. Katsuki's voice was silenced by Hitoshi's outstretched hand. I remembered you had a dream a bit ago, and you didn't say what it was about. Does that by any chance have something to do with the dream you just had? Izuku took a deep breath, gasping out a sob. He buried his face in his hands. Was your dad in it? He pressed. He gave them a slim nod. Hitoshi gave Katsuki a paranoid look. Can you tell us what it's about? Izuku wrapped his arms around his abdomen. We're not angry at all, we're just concerned about you and happy that we managed to stop you before you left. Katsuki responded, tapping his shoulder. Hitoshi felt a throbbing pain in the back of his eyes. Izuku sighed deeply, closing his eyes as the words flowed out. That fucker, Katsuki cursed, clenching his fist. That had to be no coincidence, no way could it be just in Izu's mind. Hitoshi nodded and pressed a hand to his chin. Certainly, it couldn't be. Izu, what about your other dream, the one in the forest? If you remember, what was that about? The boy whimpered lightly, hunching in on himself. I guess. He told them that he recalled. What the F dash, you've got to be kidding me. Katsuki slapped his forehead. No way. The correlation is obvious. A bunny Izuku has never seen before, right? You've never seen this before, right? Izuku nodded dimly. No, I haven't. Yeah, as I was saying, a bunny Izuku has never seen before starts popping up in his dreams? You can rule out it being his mind conducting the dream, as Izuku hadn't seen a bunny before, at least not for a while. So, in other words, plus the whole guilt trip aspect, it was his dad. He caused the dream. Hitoshi held Izuku's hand, squeezing it comfortingly. Izuku let out a small sob. I didn't want to believe that, as I'm so scared that my dad's not the person I thought he was. I thought going home would fix everything. He broke down into small sobs. I was thinking it was my mind making up the dream, but as I think about it, only after the dreams did I have second thoughts about staying. I'm sorry, I almost left. He swung his arms around Hitoshi, holding him close. I'm mad at my dad, not you. That's good to hear, Hitoshi laughed anxiously, looking over Katsuki with a quirked-up eyebrow. Katsuki shrugged in return, eyes creasing. Katsuki opened his mouth, then snapped it close at a small-sounding rumble. All heads jerked to the sound, eyes inspecting it with interest. At the door, closed just a tad, a small creature poked its head through the gap and squeezed its body in. What the? Katsuki choked. The sound came from a small green rabbit, now squeaking and sniffing as it looked at the three. How did it get in my house? Hitoshi exclaimed, shooting back into the pillows, patting Katsuki's shoulder to calm him. Izuku stared with a petrified face at the rabbit. Guys, he murmured, that rabbit was the one in my dreams. Hitoshi and Katsuki's eyes widened as they jerked their heads over to Izuku. What? Izuku shimmed off the bed, maneuvering around the blown-up bed and getting close to the rabbit. The other two followed suit, albeit slower. The bunny, with its innocent eyes, looked up at him, sneaking closer to Izuku's outstretched hand. Wait, Hitoshi snapped, jerking his hand to Izuku's wrist. I don't know if we should touch it. He pulled Izuku back to his chest, slinking an arm around his waist, just in case he ran off. Katsuki, I mean you too. Katsuki flipped him off, crouching in front of the rabbit. We shouldn't, but that doesn't mean it should be here. A green bunny, something that isn't natural. It got into your house and pushed the door open. It was in Izuku's dreams. And most of all, right now it's looking at Izuku. He was right, the bunny, even with Katsuki in front of it, was shifting to keep its eyes on Izuku. It hopped to the side, trying to evade his outstretched hand. Katsuki flashed his other hand and placed it right beside the rabbit, blocking it from going anywhere near Izuku and Hitoshi. This is no natural bunny, in fact, he said. Katsuki pressed his hands to its fur and curled them to keep it lodged within his grasp. The bunny didn't look scared, if anything, it looked frustrated that it couldn't see Izuku. It twitched its nose and neck, shaking back and forth. Katsuki smirked, and in a mere second, he activated his quirk and centered his blasts on the creature's head. Katsuki! Izuku yelped, flinching at the explosions. Hitoshi held Izuku close, pressing his head to his chest. What the F dash? He hissed, glaring daggers in his back. If there's any blood on my floor, I swear, I'm going to. Shut it, there's no blood, the bunny's dead. Katsuki shifted onto his knees, one hand still on the corpse of the creature. At its death, it made no noise, or perhaps it was concealed because of the explosion. If my mom comes in angry because you used your quirk, I'm blaming it on you. Hitoshi huffed, plopping beside Katsuki with Izuku on his side. Look, Katsuki rolled his eyes, using a finger to poke at the bunny's head. It was a painless death, probably, though, we shouldn't give AF, as this FING bunny isn't even a bunny. He gripped its neck and pointed it towards the two. Where there was supposed to be a thick skull and blood, past the layer of fur and a thin skull, there was a gray, mushy brain. That's not normal, he said, poking a finger at the brain. It's dry. Wait a minute, Hitoshi choked, you used a small amount of force to just get past the layer of skull to see inside the brain? Yeah, it was a hunch, but I thought maybe the brain would be messed up, like how zombie brains are. Katsuki grunted out, see? Look Izuku. No, thanks, Izuku gagged, looking away. No thanks, I get it. He gripped his hair and looked to make sure it wasn't near the dead bunny in any way. And I almost touched it. Gross. He cringed, shaking his head with a film of disgust. Hitoshi pressed a hand on Izuku's knee, ignoring how he flinched from fear. Cat, do you see anything weird? Yes, other than the gray brain, look, Katsuki grunted, pushing 2 fingers to feel around the organ. He twisted the head and lifted the spot he mentioned. See that blinking red thing? A tracker, Hitoshi inferred, looking at the blinking chip. It was something you'd see in a movie, a small square black chip attached snugly near the temporal lobe, blinking red every other second. That has to be. Katsuki nodded, poking at it with his thumb. I agree, what else? A bomb? No way is that little thing a bomb. He flicked his fingernail under it and pulled away, trying to unsnap it. At an aggressive tug, it broke away. It wasn't anything bigger than the thickness of a coin or the size of one. The bottom of it was the same as the top, blinking red. Your FING dad is weird as sheet, Katsuki said, inspecting the chip. He sent this thing, I bet. We need to tell the heroes about this. If his dad is doing stuff like this, what else could he be doing? Hitoshi squeezed Izuku's thigh, looking at him with a sad smile. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku flashed him a small smile, looking down at his lap. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I have an idea. Why don't we go talk with him and see if this is true that he's crazy? If he is, we can run away and call the heroes. Grasping an ounce of hope, Izuku looked at the two with determination. Hitoshi sighed after a second, pressing a hand to his forehead. Would that even work? Would he even listen? I don't know. It sounds like a stretch. He FING sent a monster to bring you home, what else could he FING do? Katsuki growled, pulling Hitoshi's garbage bag, scoping up the remains of the creature, and tying it up. Hitoshi pretended not to be annoyed. Sure, but I don't want to jump to the worst-case scenario when he could be entirely innocent. What if he's just concerned and paranoid that I'm not home, you know? I feel that we should give him a chance to state his case. If he says he just used that, thing to bring me home and had no ill intent, then that's good. Maybe I can negotiate seeing you two again. Izuku trailed off, his heart pounding with anxiety under the eyes of his 2 best friends. Katsuki scowled, shaking his head. No FING way. As soon as we bring you home, he'll take you away, no matter if he had ill intent or not. Hitoshi looked at Katsuki and then at Izuku with narrowed eyes. He sighed deeply, throwing his head back as a groan left his lips. Izu, do you really think your dad has no ill intent? Izuku nodded quickly, humming. Yes. If you don't believe it, I will ask him. Please Hitoshi, he gripped his hands, looking at him in the eyes. Worst case, we'll call the heroes, and I stay with you. If my dad is doing anything evil, I don't want to be around him, so I'll just come live with you. Hitoshi placed a hand on his cheek, tightening his head. The worst case is me losing you to your father. You won't, and I won't let him, I promise. Izuku smiled, leaning into the touch. I'd rather stay with you than him. Hitoshi blushed, eyes darting away. Katsuki, are you going to come with us to Izuku's home? Katsuki groaned, clenching his hands. Only because I know you two will get hurt. Don't say that, Kat. Izuku giggled. Hitoshi laughed, touching his hand to Izuku's. Let's go first thing in the morning. Kat, bring your phone and have 110 on standby. You should also tell your parents you'll be home around 1 p.m. so that if we don't, they should worry. Izuku squeezed Hitoshi's hand, nodding along. He went to touch Katsuki's arm but stopped when he remembered what his hands were covered with. You should wash your hands. Yes, sheet. Katsuki gripped the garbage bag and headed to the door, pushing it to the side. Hitoshi, come with me to dismantle the FING garbage. He squeezed Izuku's hand once more and gave him a small smile. Try to get some sleep. He got up and followed Katsuki out. They made sure to throw the garbage bag down the street, just in case Izuku's father was using it to figure out where his house was. And that sent shivers down his spine. Katsuki used his quirk to destroy the tracker piece, directing his power at the black garbage bag. Meanwhile, Izuku lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, waiting for Hitoshi to come back for cuddles. Sleep avoided him. No matter how much he tried, his brain couldn't succumb under a blanket of sleep. Hitoshi filled his brain, and he knew it wouldn't stop until Hitoshi came back. Izuku felt his mind telling him the truth even though he wanted to show his dad had no malice in his heart. Breakfast was filled with jitters and anxiety. No matter how much he denied it, he couldn't avoid the fact that his dad was nothing like Hitoshi or Katsuki. He didn't lie, well, Hitoshi did, but he assumed it was to protect him from leaving. And besides, he couldn't be mad, as Hitoshi didn't want to lose him just yet. Same as he didn't want to leave Hitoshi yet either. His dad, though, punished him, neglected him, controlled his life, and taught him everything. Even with all this evidence, he continued to feel his dad had a chance to prove he had no ill intent. After all, being overly controlling might seem good and healthy in his eyes, but in the eyes of others, it is unhealthy. They left as soon as the sun rose. Katsuki charged his mobile throughout the night and had the phone app preloaded. Hitoshi remembered the way back to Izuku's house. It wasn't the path they used previously but rather an entirely new one. At a sketchy-looking passageway, Hitoshi pointed down a long, never-ending path, the one he saw consistently. They stalked down it, the sun beating on their faces. Izuku held Hitoshi's hand, gripping it tightly. Katsuki walked ahead, hands stuffed in his pockets, though his eyes were darting at every noise. He spoke to his parents at one point, talking about school as they walked, before putting his phone away. To pass the time, Hitoshi whispered to him. The leaves brushed against the branches, drifting in the warm breeze. The gravel crunched under their shoes. Izuku was wearing a pair of Hitoshi's old ones. His hair wafted through the wind, some small strands brushing against Hitoshi's back. Whatever happens, Izuku mumbled as he continued what seemed like aimless walking. I will stay with you. Hitoshi gripped Izuku's hand. Nothing bad will happen, I promise. Izuku gulped, praying he was right. The wooden cottage, run down with vines and greenery adorning the siding, was at the end of the path. As usual, the door was securely locked. With the exception of the tiny light that could be seen through the doorway, it was the same cottage. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and the trees appeared to be drifting. Perhaps Hitoshi believed it was deserted, which is why he attempted to break in. I get what you mean, Izuku whispered, barely even able to talk loudly. It does look abandoned. He stepped onto the porch and pressed a hand to the door, tapping it lightly with his fingertips. This isn't a dream, Izuku whimpered, his heart beginning to pound. His body felt numb, standing in front of the house. Hey, it's going to be okay, Hitoshi laid a hand on his shoulder and smiled down. It will be. Katsuki was quiet mostly, staring at the house and the forest as though he were looking for Dad. I can't believe you've been living here for years, Katsuki said, shaking his head. This is crazy, he laughed, pressing a hand to his forehead. There's no way this is going to end well. Izuku dragged his gaze to the ground and said, I guess. He fisted his knuckles and knocked 3 times. Nothing could describe the feeling within his chest. He felt numb, his legs were wobbling slightly, and his heart was pounding. He couldn't hear anything else other than his heart rate. They heard stomps, footsteps coming toward the door. Izuku stepped back, gripping Hitoshi's hand tightly. Katsuki came around them, putting himself in front of Izuku and Hitoshi. They stayed silent as the door unlocked from the shackles and clicked open. Izuku bit his tongue to conceal a small gasp. His dad stood at the threshold. Unlike his normal complexion, he had wrinkles edging around his eyes and cheeks. His white hair looked gruffer, with some frail tufts. His red eyes looked fainter, almost like a pinkish tone. His eyes fell on Izuku's face, then to Katsuki, and finally to Hitoshi. He stared at him for a long second before dragging them back to Izuku. Hello, Hitoshi says, shifting uncomfortably under his gaze. My name is Shinso, this is Bakugo, and of course you know Izuku, we want to talk to you. He was betting he would stutter or have his voice waver, so it was surprising that he didn't. The man steps to the side, holding the door open. Come in. Izuku followed Hitoshi and Katsuki inside, his line of sight on the ground. He felt his dad staring daggers into his back, more specifically into his hair. He took a deep breath as he sat down on the couch, waving a hand at Hitoshi and Katsuki to sit. His dad stepped around the couch, coming to sit on the very stool he'd sit on to brush his hair. His heart clenched seeing it. In fact, the whole house and his dad made him want to cry. Dad, can I heal you? You look, dash. No, Katsuki hissed, elbowing his side. We have a job to do. Izuku nodded dimly with a small whine, his hand going to his side. Okay, he whispered. Anxiously fiddling with his fingernails, he had his gaze on his lap. So, I want to know what's going on. I've been having weird dreams about you and this bunny creature and we saw it at Hitoshi's house and dash. Dad's hand went up, silencing him. Izuku shut his jaw with a click, forcing himself to breathe properly. From the corner of his vision, he saw Katsuki's jaw clench and Hitoshi shift. Before anyone could reply to his dad's hand, he spoke. Izuku, can you tell me what you did wrong? Izuku let out a small whimper, looking dead in his eyes. I left, the words could barely leave his lips before falling into tremors. That's it? Izuku nodded, staring at his lap and squeezing his hands shut. He could sense Dad rolling his eyes, which was partnered with a scoff. Izuku felt his heart jolt. If that's what you think, then, well, I don't think it's a problem telling Hitoshi and Katsuki to go away, now is it? Izuku shook his head in opposition. His friends glared angrily at him as a sign of their discomfort. Hitoshi told him not to use their first names by using their last names. No, I want them to stay. Looking at his dad, he felt himself inch closer to Hitoshi's side, reaching for his hand. I will treat them the same way I have treated all other intruders if they don't leave. You didn't do anything to them, you're lying, there were no intruders. Izuku yelled, anger filling his heart. His breath was labored, practically pants. Dad shook his head, a wrinkly hand going to his forehead. What have they done to you, my Izuku? You were normally well behaved. Not anymore. You lie about everything. Izuku fights back, his arms shaking in frustration. Gosh. Kat, he turns to him, tell him what he did to me. Katsuki mentally took a step back at the recognition, nodding as the words settled. He cleared his throat, looking at the man. You kidnapped him, simple as that. You never allowed him to leave, manipulating him to stay so that he was this source of healing power for yourself. You lied time and time again to keep him innocent and to make him stay. Hitoshi was the one who made him realize what you were doing to him. And worse of all, you took away his memories. He and I were best friends, until you took him away from me. He doesn't remember me because of you. Katsuki screamed, standing up, his quirk crackling at his hands. You are dash. He snorted, covering his mouth as he chuckled, breaking into a full belly laugh. Izuku got up, his heart rate spiking. Katsuki's words made him want to cry most of all, as he was right. If it wasn't for his dad, he would still remember his mom, Katsuki, and everything else. As well, his dad never laughed during serious moments, only if he was trying to prove a point. We need to go, he whispered, looking at Hitoshi and then at Katsuki. They both nodded, with Hitoshi leading the way around the couch. Hey, where are you three going? Izu, come on, not when you just accused me of being the worst parent in the world. Izuku's eyes widened, and he slowly turned to look at his dad over his shoulder. Katsuki was right behind him, gripping his arms and pushing him forward. Hitoshi glared, waiting for him to speak to activate his quirk. Izuku's heart pumped madly. Dad stood, hands held together, as he stared at Izuku. Izu, sit back down. I don't want to hurt you. Izuku froze, his limbs shaking, even with Katsuki's pushes, he stayed still. He wants to leave, can't you stop being so selfish? You only want him because of his quirk. Hitoshi had enough and was ready to use his quirk. Dad looked at him slowly, his eyes creasing. In a blink of time, Hitoshi was pushed back, falling back into the wall, barely even able to settle himself. Katsuki was in the same state, his hand rubbing his back. Izuku, though, was in the arms of his father. No! Hitoshi yelled, his body going numb. Izuku fought back, struggling to get out of his hold. His hair was snug between his dad's hands. He was weaving it through, touching the strands. Stop it! Hitoshi screamed, leave him alone. Why would I? He's my son after all. His voice trailed off as his eyes dimmed, succumbing to Hitoshi's quirk. Come on! We got to go! Hitoshi ran over to Izuku and pulled him out of his dad's hold, dragging him through the front door. Katsuki! Call 211. I'm already FING on it. Katsuki was right behind them, pulling out his phone. The morning sun shone onto their faces, the warmth sending currents of heat. Izuku had broken down into tears, going limp under Hitoshi's hand. I'm so sorry. I thought he'd be nicer. I'm so sorry he hurt you. Izuku sobbed out, a hand going to his cheek. It's okay. Hitoshi answered back, squeezing his hand. Izuku whined with a hum, a watery sound. Katsuki quickly walked with them, his phone to his ear. Under their harsh breaths, the phone rang 3 times, then a male voice spoke. Izuku couldn't hear it, but he inferred that hearing Katsuki's fierce voice wasn't anything to joke about. Mom! Come to my coordinates! Katsuki yelled into the phone. MOM. What the hell, Kat? We need the heroes or the police, not your flipping mom. Hitoshi wasn't having it, he waved a hand towards Katsuki's hand. Hang up and give it to me. Izuku panted, keeping up with the two. His tear stains were dried up into crusts fused with his skin, his hair bellowing in the wind. Slow down, I need a break. Hitoshi jerked his head over his shoulder, eyes going wide looking behind him. Izuku looked in the same direction to see a man in a black suit with white hair. Dad. No. Izuku flailed his arms to protect Hitoshi, jerking in front. They only got past 100 meters from the house, a distance that wasn't feasible unless his dad had amazing running skills. Against all their beliefs, his dad was indeed there, reaching for Hitoshi's back. Get out of the way! Katsuki screamed, rushing and leaping onto his body. Hitoshi had the ounce of registration to throw Izuku to the side and take what his dad was going to give him. Izuku tumbled to the ground, only to yell and JRK to face the scene. He slapped a hand to his mouth as he silently screamed, seeing Hitoshi's back tightening into a harsh curl, forming at the base of his spin, the exact area a black tendril made contact with his skin. "Stop!" Izuku screamed, throwing himself onto his dad's arm and hanging his head. "Please! You're hurting him." Katsuki reached and held Hitoshi's limp body. The phone, which he once held, was cast to the side and cracked from the gravel path. The tendril etched back into his dad's fingertips. "I'll do what you want, just please don't hurt them, Dad." "You will?" Dad eyed him, a hand traveling behind Izuku's torso, gripping it close to his side. Izuku nodded, "Yes." He took a moment to think, his eyes looking over Hitoshi's crumbled form and Katsuki's fierce face. "I don't think so." Izuku raised his head, a small voice coming out of his lips. "What? For you to listen to me, Izu, I have to kill them. They're a distraction. You should have just come home with that rabbit Nomu when you had the chance," he sighed with a shrug. "But alas, this is what happens when you disobey the rules, people die." "Oh, I should mention, I took your friend's power. Like I said, everyone has the ability to steal powers, just like I have the ability to steal yours." Izuku leaned back, trying to pull away from his hold. "You could have taken my power anytime you wanted?" "Of course, Izu. How much of an idiot are you? I said anyone can take someone's quirk. I could have taken yours at the very beginning. Except I didn't. You know why?" Izuku shook his head, a tear falling from his eyes. "It's because I love you, and I wanted you to be my son. If I took your quirk, I would have no reason to keep you, Izuku denied it, shaking his head as if to refute. No, it-th-thought.no. UFINGBSTRD. Katsuki screamed, shooting towards his father, who held Izuku like a shield. Izuku used his strength to pull himself out of his arms, screaming as he did. In a tiny moment of hesitation, father pushed Izuku into the crook of his elbow and moved up a hand to block the explosion. Katsuki used the multitask to send a misdirected explosion towards his legs and another one to his chest. Izuku fell out of his arms and scrambled to Hitoshi. He pulled him up and dragged him towards the forest. Izuku panted and didn't look back. The sounds of explosions, screams, and grunts echoed across the sunny day. Hitoshi hummed as his mind became clear, taking a second to realize he was being pulled around. "Izu? Where's Kat?" "He's back with my father. We've got to go." Izuku exclaimed, "We need to get help." "Gosh, why on earth did he call his mom?" Hitoshi bundled up his hair as they ran, heading through the trees. They weaved around bushes and under branches. "I have no idea." Izuku came to a forced stop, which Hitoshi, who wasn't prepared for the sudden stop, rammed right into him. "Ugh, Izu?" He rubbed his nose and said, "Why did we stop?" "We need to get help." His voice trailed off as his eyes focused on Izuku's vision. His breath was zapped out of him. There was a man in front. In a hero suit. "All Might," Hitoshi gasped out, staring at his classic bunny ear hair. Izuku's mouth was gaping wide, following All Might's moves. "Don't be afraid. I am here." The hero posed, an arm reaching towards them. His voice went from being cheerfully protective to a deep, bellowing voice. "Now, where is the villain?" Hitoshi gripped Izuku's waist and pointed in the direction of the house. All Might nodded towards him and shot forward. "Who was that?" Izuku murmured, staring at where he was. "He's All Might, the #1 hero in Japan." "He's a hero?" "Yes, one of the best." "Come on, we need to make sure Katsuki is okay. With All Might here, your dad won't stand a chance." Hitoshi gripped Izuku's arm and pulled him along, passing Izuku's hair to him. "Will Katsuki be okay?" Izuku tapped his arm anxiously. "He will. After all, he's one of the smartest people I know." Izuku hummed with a stutter, grasping Hitoshi's hand. "I just hope so." They arrived at the scene with shocked faces. Katsuki was leaning on a tree stump, holding his chest. Blood seeped out of it, which was quickly healed by Izuku, even through his panic. Katsuki held Hitoshi's hand as Izuku worked. The blood went back into his body, and then he grunted. Across the field and path was a bloodbath of a battle between All Might and his father. Izuku forced himself to look away, tears bursting out of his eyes. Hitoshi held him to his chest, rubbing his back as he sobbed. Katsuki commented on the battle, telling Izuku what was happening. Izuku refused to listen, whimpering at the scream. His father's scream. He croaked out, sobbing louder. All Might said something, then there was a loud crack. A ridge of wooden panels and concrete colliding and crumbling together. All Might threw his father into the cottage and then punched him hard. "He's dead," Izuku gasped out, clutching onto his shirt. There's no way he could have survived that. no, 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 please, no, he can't be dead, no. Katsuki's heart broke. Izuku, your father isn't what he seems. He has multiple quirks. So many. He used one to stab me. He's so much stronger than the average person. He'd scared, I underestimate him. Thank God for your quirk, Izuku, Hitoshi said, patting his hair, which was still wrapped around Katsuki's chest. Hey kids. All Might's voice echoed across the land. They all looked up, eyeing the bloody eye and nose. He crouched down, laying a hand on Katsuki's hair. He grumbled, tossing it around. He chuckled and passed him his phone, which he pocketed. He then laid his eyes on Izuku. Was he your father? Izuku nodded. His tears stilled for just a second. Is he no, okay? All Might sighed deeply, looking at the fallen cottage on the horizon. I'm not exactly sure. Before I could land my final attack, he vanished as though he were a ghost. His clothes are still there, but his body is gone. Just like a fairy tale, Hitoshi commented in awe, eyes wide. He nodded, pointing a finger in his direction. Exactly. Furthermore, he's not here anymore, at least I don't think so. Izuku muttered, rubbing his runny nose on Hitoshi's shirt, he died. He assured me that's how he would pass away if he were to grow old. He has grown accustomed to my quirk to the point where his body has to rely on my healing powers. Until I left and he stopped using it. His body grew too old, responding as though he were, what is his age? 100 or more years old. I'm not sure. He sobbed uncontrollably. Ah, Izuku, Hitoshi gripped his chin and pulled him to the crook of his neck. It's okay. It's okay. Cry as much as you want. I'm not leaving you. Hitoshi comforted him, rubbing his back. After away from All Might, he picked Izuku up and followed Katsuki and All Might down the path. Katsuki unwrapped Izuku's hair and held it in his arms. Get his clothes, please? Izuku begged, patting Hitoshi's chest. Hitoshi asked All Might to do so, watching him speed to the wreckage and grab a black suit. He passed the clothes to Katsuki, who then gave them to Izuku's awaiting arms. He held them to his chest, pressing his face into the shirt. They were off, heading back down the path. Izuku sobbed quietly as they walked away from his house. All the memories and mementos are gone. His whole life was crumbling before him. I'm glad you called me young Bakugu, now all for one is gone. All Might said, leading the group. Wait, I thought you called your mom, Kat. Hitoshi huffed, glaring at him. Katsuki shrugged. I wanted him, in case he heard I wasn't about to take any chances, to think I was calling my mom. So that he would let his guard down, knowing heroes weren't going to arrive anytime soon, as I didn't directly call a hero emergency line. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and said, I guess that makes sense. Katsuki's voice fell. You still lost your quirk, Hit. I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough to stop him. Don't be. That quirk caused more harm than good. Hitoshi waved his hand. I don't care that it's gone. I'm just happy he didn't hurt Izuku physically. He squeezed him. His small voice left his vocal cords. Can we talk about something else? Of course, Hitoshi smiled, patting his head. So, All Might, what's going to happen now? Well, young Shinso, it's ideal that we bring young Izuku to my agency so that we can notify the police of his situation and find a place for him to live. After all, he needs to live somewhere he can be safe. Izuku pressed his face closer to his neck. He shook his head lightly. I want to stay with you, he whispered. I don't want to leave you. Hitoshi lowered his face to Izuku's curls, pecking him on the forehead. You're not leaving me anytime soon, don't worry. Promise? Izuku whispered. Promise. He curled his pinky finger around Izuku's and squeezed them together. Promise. Izuku sighed deeply, smiling. His cheeks were aflame. Hit. Can I he paused. Yeah? Hitoshi was utterly oblivious to Izuku's intent, although he was starting to overthink kissing Izuku on the forehead. His cheeks flushed red. Katsuki sent him a smirk, and Hitoshi glared at him. Izuku glanced around to Katsuki, who was outlandishly smirking, and to All Might, who was walking ahead. Izuku mustered up the courage to pack the butterflies away and looked at Hitoshi with his full view. Can we kiss? Hitoshi could hardly keep his focus long enough to walk. He stuttered to a stop, his eyes going wide. Katsuki stepped away from him, giving the two room as he went up to All Might. You, want what? Izuku groaned, tossing his head back, and placed a hand over his eyes. Never mind, ignore what I said, it's stupid. I don't even know if we can kiss, friends do that, right? I think so, Kat told me. Gosh, I don't know. Just ignore me. Izuku. What? Izuku lowered his hand, looking at Hitoshi. His stomach was filled with butterflies. Please, just forget I said anything. I don't even know what the heck I'm talking about. Izuku, Hitoshi smiled warmly. Izuku's cheeks flushed at seeing such a smile grace his features. A small blush decorated Hitoshi's cheeks, a prominent feature compared to his pale skin. Yes? Izuku's heat thumped. Kissing occurs between people who love each other, well, most of the time. Hitoshi's eyes fluttered closed, then he exhaled. And I like you, like a lot. So, can we kiss? Izuku's mouth gaped open in disbelief. It took him a solid minute to clear his head before he could do anything. Something that was entirely new overtook his body. Unlike dilating anxiety, but rather jittery excitement. He nodded quickly, maybe a little too quickly. Yes. I haven't, kissed anyone before. Hitoshi mumbled, tracing Izuku's back with a finger. His arms squeezed his body anxiously, holding him closer. Of course I haven't, Izuku giggled with a stuttering gasp. So, I'll take the lead. Hitoshi leaned closer to Izuku's lips and puckered them slightly. Izuku followed his movements and closed his eyes. The memory of kissing him previously made his cheeks redder. Follow what I did, he told himself. Their breaths blew against each other like the wind. The warmth from the sun shone nicely on the pair. The closer their lips got, the closer their hearts beat as one. Hitoshi first pressed his lips on Izuku. The plush skin gilded onto his own. Shots of electricity pulsed through his core. Izuku melted under the touch. As quickly as the peck came, he pulled away, looking at Hitoshi with a huge smile. That was wow. He was in the same state as he. A blush engrossed his face. Utterly amazing. Izuku leaned for a second peck and Hitoshi kissed him eagerly.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.